In the year 2045, Earth is overrun by savage, nightmarish creatures, and among the last remnants of humanity stands Han Sung, a soldier in what remains of the planet's final defense force, now reduced to only a handful of survivors after relentless war. With their target looming directly ahead, he prepares himself for a final confrontation with the boss monster. But just as he steadies for the clash, a radiant golden magic circle abruptly forms in front of him, halting him in place as he stares at it in shock and silently questions, "What is that?" Yet before he can make sense of it, his body vanishes without warning. At the same time, he reappears in an unfamiliar void filled with floating chains, where a strange voice echoes, calling out, "Answer the summoning, Han Sung." And in the next instant, countless cords coil tightly around his neck, restricting his breathing as he hangs suspended in midair, bound and struggling, his gaze shifting in fear toward a gathered crowd that buzzes with excitement as voices rise. Unbelievable. We've really succeeded. So this is the otherworldly hero from the rumors. While he looks down at the glowing restraints on his hand and wonders, "What are these chains? Where am I?" Noticing his confusion, an elderly man with hooked hair steps forward with a smile and addresses him. "Otherworldly hero, welcome to the Empire. I understand this is sudden, but we ask that you defeat the Demon King and save our world." Prompting Han Sung to frown as he fires back. "Demon King? What are you talking about? Where am I? Who are you? This isn't the time for nonsense. I should be in the Republic of Korea." Yet before he can finish, the old man's expression shifts instantly as he raises his hand and channels magic, golden light gathering in his palm before his voice cuts off. And in the next moment, beams of light strike Han Sung alongside a spoken incantation as a binding spell activates. Controlling the surrounding mana, the old man coldly warns, "Do not resist. If you behave while I'm being merciful, this magic will not harm you." While Han Sung struggles for air, barely able to breathe, tears welling as resentment builds inside him. Though his distress is ignored as the old man takes a sword from a subordinate and tosses it before him, commanding, "Please slay the Demon King and save our empire. If you agree, we can return you to your world. Will you accept this offer?" And as he finishes, the crowd fixes Han Sung with piercing stares, their gazes pressing into him as he tightens his lips and frowns, caught in overwhelming conflict, until at last he has no choice but to answer, "All right, I'll do it." And so, Han Sung is forcibly summoned into a completely unfamiliar world, made to serve as the Empire's otherworldly hero, and from that moment on, he throws himself into non-stop battles, joining expedition after expedition without rest. Again and again, Han Sung swings his blade, cutting down waves of monsters as he fulfills the Empire's countless orders, the years stacking one over another, 3, 5, then 10, until his youth is spent, and at last, he defeats the Demon King Baylor. Standing at the end of it all, he asks himself, "Am I finally free?" While night after night he clings to dreams of what he will do once he returns home. Yet reality refuses to grant that simple ending. The hooked-haired old man summons him once more and calmly presents another task, saying, "Han Sung, I will tell you the next mission," which immediately draws a resentful frown as Han Sung snaps back. "You didn't promise that." But the man merely takes a sip of tea and continues, "Saving the Empire is not finished with the Demon King's death. There are still those who oppose the Empire's unification, and they must be eliminated. I cannot allow dissent to rise. So you only need to handle this threat. Kill the man from the Night Kingdom of Teutonia, Bartle, and you will be free." Finishing his request while looking at Han Sung with unsettling calm. Han Sung wants to resist, yet the chain fastened around his neck tightens its hold, and bitter thoughts churn within him. What choice does a dog on a leash even have? Damn them. And before long, flames and smoke once again spread across the land as he shoulders his sword and accepts yet another cursed mission, wondering when it will ever end. The scene shifts to the Night Kingdom of Teutonia, where Han Sung clashes blades with Bartle, their duel continuing until, after a fierce exchange, Han Sung drives his sword into him. Bartle cries out in pain and says, "You didn't expect to be so foolish," as Han Sung pulls the blade free and replies weakly, "I had no other choice, sorry," prompting Bartle to look at him and say, "You're the otherworldly hero, Han Sung, right? Don't apologize to me, because soon you'll be discarded." And with those final words, the night collapses, leaving Han Sung standing there in silence. After a few steady breaths, Han Sung exhales, lifts his hand slightly, and murmurs, "It's over. I'm finally going home." But before he can hold on to that relief for more than a moment, Brandenburg appears behind him without warning and casts 2 golden cords that coil tightly around his neck, shocking him in place as the old man steps forward and thrusts a sword straight into his chest before he can react, his voice turning cold as he says, "Well done, otherworldly hero." Han Sung doubles over, coughing up fresh blood as he forces out the name, "Count Brandenburg," while the man only sneers and replies, "Han Sung, you have fought magnificently all these years. You have served faithfully as the Empire's loyal hunting dog, And I, the general, along with the holy knights, acknowledge that, leaving Han Sung glaring at them. Barely able to speak as anger surges through him. Hypocritical, despicable, realizing at last that it had all been a lie. You never intended to send me home, Han Sung says. And in response, Brandenburg yanks the sword from his chest, blood bursting outwards. He mocks him. Why would we bother? A hunting dog only knows how to bite. Then, as Han Sung's body collapses to the ground, the man adds with satisfaction, farewell, Han Sung. Yet Han Sung is not dead. Clinging to the last thread of consciousness, he curses them in his heart. He had expected they would never release him so easily, but still, this humiliation burns, and he swears he will never forget it, that he will make this damned empire pay with complete annihilation. And as that vow settles in his mind, a single point of light flickers across his body. That same night, one life closes its eyes while another begins, and at that exact moment, a newborn boy opens his, the sound of celebration ringing out around him as a voice announces, "Congratulations, madam, it's a boy," while a blonde woman gently takes the infant's tiny hand and murmurs with affection, "My beloved child, I am your mother." Now reborn as the child named Dale. Han Sung stares at the couple before him in astonishment, wondering, who are they, and why do these faces feel familiar? Until he squeezes his eyes shut as they stroke him, and the realization surfaces. I remember now. As his thoughts sharpen, identifying the man as the summoner and the continent's most powerful dark mage, Count Saxon, and recognizing this place as the forbidden magic center of the Empire's necropolis, where the Black Tower stands. The one-time use resurrection stone has activated, the very item he secretly prepared, a forbidden tool meant to free himself from the shackles of being a hunting dog. And though this rebirth is the result of fate's hand, what he did not expect is to be born as the eldest son of the noble Saxon family, one of the Empire's most prestigious houses. Dale smiles faintly, pleased, thinking that this time he has truly been born with a silver spoon. Yet as the image of the hooked-haired old man in Brandenburg crosses his mind, he silently swears that once he grows and masters soul summoning, he will wipe out every one of those damned Empire bastards. Elsewhere nearby, the head of the household speaks with a hint of concern, saying to the person beside him, "Madame Vu, the boy isn't crying at all," and she strokes her chin before replying. Strange, his breathing is steady, yet he makes no sound, which only deepens the mother's worry as she urges, "Could you examine the child more carefully?" While Dale, inwardly irritated, thinks, "I'm not some baby who cries so easily." And as the wet nurse lifts him and checks him thoroughly, she finds his breathing completely normal, leaving no cause for concern. The master furrows his brow and asks, "Is a baby not crying considered a bad omen?" To which Madame Vu replies, "Madame Shienna, there's no need to worry, but if you truly want the young master to cry." And with that, she gives the child a firm smack on the bottom, adding brightly, "You can always spank him until he does," the sudden strike catching Dale completely off guard, leaving him both stinging with pain and deeply embarrassed as the two adults laugh at the pale look on his face. One of them remarking, "This child is stubborn. He must have inherited your strong will." While the couple continues to gaze at him with clear delight, the lady then reaches out and says, "Here, let me," while Dale, inwardly exasperated, thinks, "The fool, your son is perfectly fine," as Alina takes him in her arms again, turning him over so he lies face down and lifting her hand high, prompting Dale to shut his eyes tightly and brace himself, silently cursing as he prepares for another strike. Yet instead of pain, he feels only a gentle touch as she softly strokes his small bottom, catching him completely by surprise. Drawing in a slow, deep breath, Dale takes in everything around him, and the moment that warm, gentle hand meets his skin, an image of Han Sung flashes through his mind. He suddenly recalls something, lifting his shirt in that memory to wipe at his own wound as he mutters, "When was the last time I felt that kind of warmth?" Since in his previous life, Han Sung had always moved forward alone, forced to care for himself without anyone's help. Now, as Dale, he feels the faint trembling of his young, noble mother's hand, a warmth filled with the affection he had been denied for so many years, and Han Sung, who had never once shed tears, finds that, as his awareness settles, he can no longer hold them back. Time passes swiftly, and 8 years later, Alina sits upon the bed and speaks softly. It's already been 8 years since Dale was born, hasn't it? Time truly flies, and Alina nods in agreement, replying, "Indeed. Has Dale been in his room since he turned 4? That child has never stepped away from his books," as he gently takes her hand and says with a faint smile, "He must take after his mother. It seems he's begun to show interest in magic." Elena suddenly reaches out to smooth Alan's hair and asks, "Alan, do you still remember the vow we made?" And after a brief pause to think, he answers, "You mean the promise not to teach soul summoning to Dale, right?" To which she responds cheerfully, "So you do remember," and Alina reassures her with confidence, "Of course I remember, my love. There's no need to worry, before adding, "Tomorrow is Dale's birthday, and I'm preparing a gift for him." At that moment, a sudden knock at the door startles them, prompting the question of who could possibly be visiting at such an hour. When the door bursts open and a maid rushes in breathlessly, shouting, "Duke," in the study, "The young Master Dale, sir." And whatever she says next leaves both husband and wife completely stunned, as cries begin echoing from all directions, and Alina hastily pushes the door open, calling out, "Dale, are you all right?" Only to find him surrounded by surging mana, radiating wildly in every direction. Dale turns his head and calls out, "Mother, father," prompting the lady to rush to his side as she anxiously checks him over, asking, "Are you hurt anywhere? What on earth happened?" While Dale winces slightly and answers with forced politeness, "I'm fine, mother," as beside him, Alina's expression hardens, and he raises his arm to sense the spiritual fluctuations, detecting magic spreading through the air despite Dale being only 8 years old, a realization that leaves him deeply unsettled. As the tension lingers, Dale struggles in place, asking to be let go, when suddenly the man clasps his hands behind his back and strides toward him with a chilling, murderous intent, demanding, "So, you were the one who released the magic in your body?" A question that sends fear through Dale, who instantly understands that his father has noticed something unusual, his thoughts racing as he realizes it's over, and that he never expected the magic to erupt this early. Trembling, he stammers inwardly that he was only startled, knowing that if he fails to respond carefully, his father may begin to suspect his true identity. Yet contrary to his fears, Alina's expression softens into a faint smile as he reaches out to stroke Dale's head and says, "Truly, my son. It is a pity that I cannot teach you soul control," words that leave Dale puzzled. His curiosity immediately sparked as he wonders why he cannot be taught soul control and what that means for his long-held desire for revenge. Before he can press further, Alina steps in and calmly orders, "The servants will clean this place up. Return to your room." And with a quiet sigh and no room to argue, Dale obeys, replying, "Yes, mother," as he clutches his book tightly to his chest and walks away, while behind him, Elena approaches the lady and says, "I've just thought of a gift for Dale." Sometime later, at Dale's birthday celebration, murmurs ripple through the grand hall as guests whisper among themselves, "The Count has arrived, and it's the young master's birthday. Of course he should attend," making it clear that nearly all the nobility within Duke Darkhue's domain is gathered, their voices continuing, "When will the young master appear?" And, "It's been a long time since we've seen such a grand banquet," as the atmosphere grows increasingly lively. Meanwhile, the host of the celebration, Dale himself, sits alone on the second floor, listening to the hum of voices below and noting that the festivities seem to be starting later than expected, the sheer scale of the gathering wearing on him as he reflects that he never imagined so many people would assemble just to celebrate his birthday. Having once been treated coldly as a mere hero, the way others now regard him as a noble young master feels unnatural, almost forced. Still, his thoughts drift back to the recent incident when the table overturned, realizing he hadn't anticipated that recalling his past as a hero would unleash such an intense surge of magic. And as he considers the power he now possesses, he can't help but think it would be a waste not to pursue soul control, leaving him wondering how he might persuade his father. He recalls hearing that a gift has already been prepared for him, and considers asking instead to be taught soul control in place of receiving it, though even as the idea forms, he recognizes it likely won't be so simple. At that moment, Alina approaches in an elegant dress, lifting her hand in greeting as she says, "Have you been waiting long?" And Dale immediately brightens, calling out to his mother, while she smiles warmly and replies, "Happy 8th birthday, my son," before his attention shifts to the cloaked figure standing just behind her, prompting him to ask with curiosity, "Who is the person behind you?" As Alina raises a hand in a gentle reminder and tells him, "Ah, go greet them, child." The mysterious figure then slowly lowers their hood, revealing the elder of the Azure Tower of Magic, a master of water magic, Sage Sephia. As Alina explains, he will be your tutor from now on, a revelation that clearly surprises Dale, while Sephia offers a warm smile and says, "It is an honor to assist," then gives a subtle wink as she adds in a softer voice, "Happy birthday, son," leaving Dale puzzled as he processes this and asks, "The elder of the Azure Tower is to be my teacher, so mother. Want me to learn water magic, the defensive and support type? So she truly doesn't want me studying dark magic." Sephia spreads her hands lightly before speaking again. "Dale, may I have a private word with you?" And he responds a bit shyly, "Yes, Master Sephia." After which the two of them soon find themselves standing in a place blanketed in white snow, where her voice echoes calmly, "I don't know if you've heard, but I've been assigned to teach you water magic. Don't you feel any regret? Surely there's another kind of magic you would prefer to learn," causing Dale to react in surprise as he asks, "How did you know?" She raises a single finger and answers, "It's only natural that you would want to learn your father's dark soul control magic." Then continues, "However, the terms of the Dark Duke's marriage are known throughout the Empire. When Melina was first pursued by him, his fearsome reputation terrified her. So to reassure her, he swore that he would never pass his curse on to his children. And as she recalls it, she adds, "I still remember the day of the wedding. The elders of the Dark Tower set aside their usual black robes and dressed in pure white as proof of that vow. Because that union was sealed under such a sacred promise," she explains, "Dale cannot study dark magic for now," though she assures him, "I will find a way to persuade Miss Alina," and then asks directly, "Are you willing to learn under my guidance?" To which Dale responds, somewhat flustered, "But aren't you wary of dark magic or soul control? Your people value the natural order. Acts like reviving the dead go against that, don't they?" Cephia lets out a light laugh, clearly intrigued, and replies, "Interesting. Then what about clerics who save those on the brink of death? Are they acting in accordance with nature?" Leaving Dale silent as he listens to her reasoning, before she concludes, "To me, soul control and resurrection are no different." And in that moment, Dale realizes that Cephia is far from the rigid and conventional thinker he expected. Perhaps this would be a teacher who exceeded all expectations. And, as if confirming that thought, she gives a subtle hint before saying, "Then let's begin the lesson. I heard that a few days ago you formed a small fragment of a mana circle. So your first objective is to expand that fragment and complete a level 1 mana circle." Which makes Dale look up in surprise as he repeats to himself, "A level 1 circle," realizing that most of the spellbooks he has read recently require reaching that stage before any real practice can begin, and with quiet resolve he thinks that he might as well form his first circle right now. Cephia begins instructing him, placing her hand over her chest as she focuses her mind, and Dale follows each step carefully, responding, "Yes, master," until after a short while he slowly opens his eyes, reflecting that this world is completely different from Earth, a place saturated with mana. Yet aside from ancient beings like dragons, directly manipulating raw mana is impossible, which is why a mana circle must be formed within the heart, a structure like a filter that refines raw mana before it can be used. So he gathers the scattered fragments of mana drifting near his heart, assembles them into a complete ring, and sets that circle in a steady rotation around it. Sensing the formation take shape, Dale murmurs softly, "So the mana circle is the conduit that engraves mana flow into the heart. I just need to follow exactly what Master Cephia said." While outside, she continues guiding him through the process, explaining that the first step is to train the flow of mana to move around the heart in a steady, sequential pattern, something that would normally take at least a month and should not be rushed. Yet Dale opens his eyes, glances at his palm, and quietly calls, "Master," and in the very next instant, a blue circle manifests, startling even himself as he blurts out, "I did it," leaving Cephia completely stunned as she exclaims, "What?" and stares at his small hands manipulating mana with disbelief. Because for a child who has just begun cultivation to form a circle within minutes would only be possible if that child possessed truly extraordinary innate talent. Covering her mouth in astonishment, she asks with curiosity, "Can you try releasing mana along that circle?" And Dale immediately shuts his eyes, gathering energy into the formation as he replies, "I'll try, master," while thinking that for ordinary children, simply pushing mana outward through the circle would already be exhausting, and that alone would never be enough to take revenge on the Empire or keep pace with the forces of the Dark Duke. He reflects on his previous life, where he relied solely on inscribed mana seals across his body to unleash destructive spells in battle. But now things are different, because this body has inherited the power of the Master of the Dark Tower and can naturally absorb mana, leading him to consider that perhaps he can master not only water magic but other forms as well. And as a current of energy begins to surge through him, Dale steadies himself and thinks firmly, "All right, focus. Channel the mana that has entered your body to your fingertips and form a fragment aimed straight at the Empire's throat." Cephia instructs, and once enough mana gathers, Dale opens his eyes and extends 2 fingers forward, the image of Han Sung from his previous life flashing through his mind as, in that instant, he shapes a sharply pointed mass of ice. Cephia stiffens and swallows in shock, because ordinarily when compressed mana is released from the body, its form collapses and scatters. Yet what she sees instead is mana crystallized into a relatively stable ice sphere. Although prioritizing structure may slightly reduce its destructive force, the level of control is undeniable, and she remains at a distance, watching every movement with careful attention as Dale completes the channeling and thrusts the ice mass directly into the trunk of a nearby ancient tree. The impact triggers a blinding explosion that splits the tree cleanly in two, and Cephia turns, stunned, as the massive trunk crashes down onto the snow, tension creeping into her expression while suspicion flickers in her eyes. This level of sharpness and solidity, enough to pierce through such a trunk, is not something an 8-year-old should be capable of displaying. Meanwhile, the child simply raises his hand and offers a bright, innocent smile, prompting Sophia to kneel and lightly touch the shattered wood as she exclaims, "My heavens! I thought the boy had only reached the stage of directing mana, yet he can release magical energy and perfectly integrate the ice element into it like this. Even if it is basic magic, it flawlessly absorbed the surrounding cold air." And noticing her gaze, Dale hesitantly asks, "Miss, did I do something wrong?" Sophia looks back at him and gives a faint smile, thinking that for an innocent child to produce such a result unconsciously speaks to an extraordinary level of technical refinement. And in her mind, she visualizes mana sources spinning through the air, converging and accelerating into a sharp ice construct, while the image of the heart-centered circle appears before her. 3 elements aligning into what she recognizes as the golden ratio of martial magic, leaving her staring at Dale as she presses her index fingers together in puzzlement, wondering if the boy has unknowingly recreated and cast a complete lethal offensive spell. As Dale once again addresses her respectfully, Sophia instinctively raises a hand and stammers, "Ah, it's nothing," before adding, "Now I understand why the Dark Duke regretted it so much." Not long after, she sits in a spacious room, quietly drinking tea, when Alina's voice echoes out, questioning, "You said you cannot teach Dale. But why? When a child can form a complete circle in minutes, shouldn't he be even more deserving of cultivation?" Only for Sophia to interrupt and state plainly, "The young Master Dale formed his circle and immediately executed a complete lethal offensive spell." Hearing this, he freezes where he stands as she imagines someone being struck by those attacks, and explains that it is difficult to believe such a result could come from an 8-year-old, a spell embodying the golden ratio within martial magic formulas. And, as the image of young Dale's face after felling an opponent flashes through her mind, she states with certainty, "My lord, young Master Dale possesses a talent for killing." Alina rubs her chin and murmurs, "As the senior elder of the Blue Tower of the Cult of Unslaying, are you using that as a reason to refuse teaching the boy?" But Sophia calmly takes a sip of hot tea and answers, "Not at all," then recalls Dale's delighted expression while holding magic in his hands and continues, "It is precisely because he is like this that I wish to personally teach him and guide him onto the right path," which leaves him frowning in confusion as he replies, "Then there is even less reason to refuse." Yet Sophia unexpectedly lets slip a statement that strikes directly at Alina, causing his expression to pale as she says, "The Dark Duke's dark magic. The young Master Dale already seems to possess the very magic I seek to learn. I have heard of the Dark Duke's love story, and I respect the promise he made his wife, Alina, but that does not give him the right to decide his child's future, especially not for someone with extraordinary talent like the young Master, my lord." At that very moment, Dale is eavesdropping outside the door, though he lowers his head listlessly, unable to catch their words clearly as he leans against the wall, guessing and piecing things together, certain only that they are discussing him. Recalling Sophia's shocked expression, he feels a trace of surprise, never having expected his first spell to carry such power, enough to astonish even her, and realizes he will need to be far more careful in controlling his strength from now on. Suddenly, a shadow falls directly in front of him, making Dale look up as his mood instantly shifts, and he calls out brightly, "Uncle Helmet." Upon seeing the man smiling before him, his excitement returning as Helmet casually scratches his head and asks, "What are you doing here?" prompting Dale to stand and counter, "And where have you been, Uncle?" As Helmet reaches out, pulls him into a hug, and laughs, "Naturally, I've been carrying out my duty guarding the Duke's domain," then lifts him high and recounts enthusiastically, "I just wiped out a horde of dreadful monsters." Dale quickly guesses, "So you just finished clearing a dungeon," but his expression soon shifts, turning thoughtful and distant like that of an adult lost in consideration. Because in this world, the emergence of dungeons and the spread of monsters are matters that affect the entire state. Since the era of the Demon King, the devastation caused by monsters has remained severe, forcing the knights of this territory to take on the duty of conquering unexplored dungeons scattered across the former Demon King's domain, with their primary task being the eradication of monsters that spill out from those depths, especially within the Duchy of Saxon, where the situation is far worse than in other regions. And as Dale reflects on this, the image of himself as Hansong in his previous life resurfaces, filling him with quiet self-reproach as he recognizes that he himself was the cause. In that past life, after the otherworldly hero defeated the Demon King, he had been granted dominion over those lands in order to suppress the monsters within them, converting the territory into imperial control. And returning to the present, Dale lets out a faint sigh and averts his gaze, silently lamenting the reality of it all, thinking in blunt, professional terms that it was nothing more than trash removal. The moment his feet touch the ground, he looks at Helmet and says seriously, "Don't get hurt," only for his uncle to burst into laughter and tease, "The young master is worried about me," when suddenly a voice calls out, "What a pleasant sight," drawing both their attention as they turn to look, and Dale softly greets, "Father," while Helmet immediately stiffens and stammers, "My Lord Duke." The Duke folds his arms and gives Helmet an approving look, saying, "This expedition must have been difficult for you." And at the same time, Alina arrives with several servants, smiling brightly as she remarks, "Oh, it seems everyone is gathered here," prompting the three men to glance over together, and Dale asks with curiosity, "Mother, what brings you here?" Alina covers her mouth lightly and calls to him with warmth, and Dale quickly runs over as she bends down to stroke his cheek, saying, "Tan Duong, I hear you successfully completed the circle." "Oh, my dear child, how clever you are," while Alina adds with pride, "Congratulations, my child," then turns slightly and gives a playful wink as she says, "If there is anything you wish for, tell your father." Those words give Dale pause, making him wonder whether asking to learn soul summoning magic would come across as manipulative, and as he considers what children his age would normally ask for, he thinks it over briefly before casually blurting out something that leaves both parents stunned. "I want a little sister," causing Alina to flush and whisper, "All right, I'll try," while he responds with a small laugh, "Yes, father," drawing quiet laughter from the nearby soldiers, one of whom nudges Helmet and says, "Helmet, please don't laugh, Captain. Time passes like this." And before long, the circular page rises and casts light across the entire area, while later, Dale lies sprawled across his bed and sighs. "At this age, pretending to be innocent is truly exhausting. It's probably because I used magic earlier that I feel so tired." And as sleep gradually takes him, the eyes of his former self snap open in terror, confronted once again by the vision of Brandenburg driving a blade into Hansung's back. The old man's voice rang out, greeting him with eerie familiarity as he said it was a pleasure to see him again, Hansung, and wondered how long it had been. Yet Hansung could only respond with a cry of agony as Brandenburg forced the blade deeper and hoisted his body up, repeating with cold emphasis that people were so false, and questioning how he could change so quickly before asking if he was happy now. His murderous intent pressing into every word as he warned that the Empire would find him, that Hansung would be hunted until they finished him, until not a single trace of him remained in this world. Terrified, Dale suddenly jolted awake, his breathing coming in harsh, uneven gasps, and at that very moment a surge of magic appeared directly before his chest, rapidly converging into his sternum, and bringing with it an unbearable pain that felt as though his heart might burst apart at any second, forcing him to grab his chest with one hand as he staggered outside, muttering curses under his breath while blaming the rotten Empire, and wondering whether they would ever leave him alone, hoping the cold air would ease the sensation, yet finding himself only wrapping his arms tighter around his body as he panted heavily and questioned why the pain was becoming worse instead of fading. Without any warning, Sophia appeared directly behind him and commented that he looked to be in considerable pain, startling Dale into jumping before he quickly spun around to face the familiar figure with a confused expression, while Sophia noticed the outburst, quietly acknowledged just how extraordinary his talent was, though the unease lingering in her heart refused to disappear. She then extended a hand and gently placed it against his chest, and the mana rampage under her control instantly dispersed the energy that had been accumulating inside him, after which she closed her eyes and worried that if his magic were ever to become malicious, it could one day turn into something beyond saving. Still unaware of the deeper implications, Dale lowered his eyes toward the small spirit circle resting in his hand, assuming the mana outburst had already passed, until Sophia called his name a moment later, prompting him to raise his head and answer, "Yes," after which she looked slightly to the side and explained that the essence of magic was like a mirror that reflected the soul, meaning the same spell would manifest differently depending on the mage using it, and that his own spell carried the power to take life, an ability of terrifying magnitude, which was precisely why she felt fortunate to be the one guiding his education. Meanwhile, Dale, more curious than alarmed, simply replied, "Yes," and continued studying the spiritual energy surrounding the circle with suspicion, at which point Sophia revealed that it was a magic textbook on soul summoning and, with a bright smile, remarked that perhaps their meeting had been fate. Accepting her words without question, Dale listened innocently until she suddenly said, "Happy birthday, Dale," causing him to rush forward and wrap her in a tight hug, completely catching Sophia by surprise before she let out a teasing laugh and quietly thought to herself that he was still so immature, yet undeniably adorable in an amusing way. A few days later, the scene shifts to the plain outside the North Gate. Standing behind him, Sophia watched Dale with surprise and asked, "Is it a rabbit?" Then looked at the white rabbit herself and answered calmly, "Yes," before reminding him of the time he went hunting with his father, prompting Dale to quickly gather magic into his hand and reply, "Yes, ma'am," just as the white rabbit turned its head toward them, staring blankly, completely unaware of what was about to happen. At that instant, spiritual energy condensed in Dale's hand as he drew his arm back and struck, locking onto his target before hurling a block of ice straight at the rabbit, while strange energy circles appeared beneath where the two of them stood, and Sophia focused intently on his small hands, noting to herself that despite the force behind the motion, His fingertips did not tremble at all. Then she spoke, telling him that even within the same kind of magic there could be vast differences depending on the caster, and asked if he knew why, to which Dale answered honestly, "I'm still not very clear," leading Sophia to explain that magic is, in essence, a mirror reflecting one's inner self, using mana to bring what lies within into reality, and that because of this, no one can conceal the landscape of their soul when casting magic. Hearing those words, Dale's face paled as a bead of sweat slid down his cheek, while Sophia closed her eyes and continued at length, saying that even names like firewall or other incantations are merely tools to stabilize the mind, and that the magic of the tower schools follows the same principle, with the red tower revering order and force through power, where at that very moment, someone within it was forming a blazing orb to maintain that order, while the blue tower values harmony and balance. And the ideals each tower upholds are directly expressed through the shape and nature of their magic, forming structured systems based on their guiding principles, with not only the red and blue towers, but also the black, white, and green towers existing alongside them. When she finished, Sophia gave a gentle smile and let out a faint wisp of white smoke. Yet Dale still looked confused, leaving her with a sense of helplessness as she realized that for a child like him, understanding all of this was likely too soon. Dale, however, shifted his focus back to the unfortunate white rabbit, and as spiritual energy gathered around it, he thought to himself that the most basic form of soul summoning was to turn a corpse into a servant, a kind of magic that uses mana to allow a mage to control a dead body. And with a serious expression, he concentrated fully on the task, as numerous threads suddenly shot out from his hand, descending onto the rabbit and anchoring themselves along its spine and knees, binding those points with lines of mana, until a second later the rabbit's eyes snapped open, glowing a deep blood red. Seeing the result, Sophia praised him, saying, "Well done, Dale. Can you move on to the next step?" And he, while maintaining control, replied, "Yes, ma'am," before pouring all his effort into shaping an icy armor over the magic surface as a greenish-blue glow slowly spread from his eyes. Dale then drove the heel of his hand into the ground, causing the entire area to shake as jagged ice spires burst upward, encircling the patch of land where he stood, while the surrounding mana thickened and rapidly condensed into a solid mass of ice ahead. And within minutes the white rabbit was fitted with armor across its back, lined with sharp, protruding spikes. Sophia examined the construct and judged the design of the ice armor to be quite impressive, then at the same time created 3 small ice plates and stated that she would test its defensive strength as a beam of light descended straight down, striking the ground and shattering it into fragments, its force so great that even Dale broke into a cold sweat as it passed swiftly by the rabbit's position, knocking it backward before it could respond. When the rabbit looked back, it saw that the spikes on its armor had been destroyed by the impact. Yet Dale clenched his fist in delight and cheered upon realizing it had survived, exclaiming, "All right, you blocked her arrow," prompting Sophia to turn toward him and acknowledge, "Well done, Dale. You did quite well. It seems you want to say something. What's the matter?" "Yes, ma'am. I would like, please teach me how to use water magic more perfectly," he said, and at those words the corner of her mouth twitched slightly as sunlight fell across one side of her face. Yet her answer came firmly, "No," leaving him staring in shock as he asked why, while Sophia raised a finger, gave a sidelong wink, and explained that what he had done today was only an extremely basic application of water magic. That like all branches of magic, the water discipline requires deeper and more refined understanding the further one studies it, and that it is already difficult for a new mage to master even a single school, making the use of 2 schools at once, becoming a dual-discipline mage at his age, nearly impossible from her perspective, concluding that he possessed far too much ambition. Those words struck Dale like a slap, his eyes widening and his mouth falling open as the word ambition echoed in his mind, replaying his casting over and over while silently questioning himself. Had he really performed that poorly and still not be enough? Until he murmured in dejection, reminding her that she had said she would help him find a path forward, which caught Sophia off guard for a brief moment before she seized a chance to end the lesson, saying simply, "That's all for today." That night in his study, Dale pushed a stack of books forward and set them across the floor, resolving within himself that even on his own he could succeed and that he would prove it, then began poring over them, turning page after page until, without warning, his mana surged violently. Not long after, voices echoed around him, prompting Dale to open his eyes as Sophia appeared and asked with concern, "Are you all right? You look like you didn't sleep last night." But he lied without hesitation, saying he had only been preparing a few things and stayed up a bit late, ma'am, which made her warn him not to overdo it, while Dale, with dark circles under his eyes, simply reached out and answered, "Yes, ma'am." In the next instant, a magic circle formed, followed by a strange flow of mana, and once again he took control of the white rabbit clad in its thick ice armor along with the energy surrounding it, drawing Sophia's attention as she watched him manipulate it and realized he had already fully mastered the technique. Suddenly, the ice blocks covering the rabbit began to tremble, and the sharp slabs embedded in the armor burst outward all at once, shooting forward and kicking up a cloud of dust and debris, leaving Sophia confused as she thought. An ice conjunction burst, while the white rabbit then sat still, raised its head, and exhaled a stream of mana that shocked her even further. Before it ended, the creature abruptly transformed into a giant rabbit with a concentrated orb of energy at the center of its belly, then immediately hunched over and swallowed that energy source into itself. And a second later, a violent explosion erupted from its body, sending ice spikes blasting forward. Startled, Sophia quickly formed a protective barrier around herself, her eyes wide as she stared at the destruction, while countless razor-sharp ice fragments slammed directly into her shield, heightening her alarm as she realized the assault would not stop anytime soon. At that moment, Dale stepped forward and positioned himself in front of her, leaving Sophia momentarily speechless as he raised his palm, gathered his energy, and stated, "Corpse burst, and ice conjunction burst. I have merged the water and shadow disciplines." Then summoned 2 streams of spiritual energy into both hands and asked quietly, "Is this enough to become a dual discipline mage?" As his demonstration ended, nearly all movement ceased, and Sophia broke into a cold sweat while staring at what remained of the formation, thinking that this was a type of attack she had never seen before, standing still as she analyzed how the ice armor had combined with the ice conjunction burst and corpse burst to create such a wide and destructive force, with even the ice shards and sharp bone fragments embedding themselves like blades. She then stepped forward and crouched down to closely examine the scattered ice fragments spread across the ground. She looked at Dale with deep unease, realizing this was magic created purely for killing, the kind one would expect from someone who had spent an entire life on the battlefield, which led her to question what kind of mindset this child truly possessed. Dale turned around, his eyes carrying a frightening intensity. Yet the moment he spotted Helmet, his expression brightened as he called out happily, "Uncle Helmet," while raising his hand in greeting, and Helmet responded in kind, addressing them with, "Young master, young lady." Noticing the uniform, Dale asked curiously if they had just cleared another dungeon, which prompted Helmet to boast excitedly that this time they had wiped out a small group of magical beasts, mentioning that the Black Armored Cavalry Regiment had faced quite a difficult fight, as an image formed of Saxon in his full might, the Black Knight Regiment, his undefeated unit, dominating the battlefield with overwhelming spear tactics, their figures appearing and disappearing in motion, while their commander, Sir Helmet, stood as one of the 7 swords of the Northern Hall. Dale clasped his hands eagerly and reminded him that he still remembered his promise to teach him swordsmanship, thinking to himself that learning from a man like that would be an unmatched honor, which made Helmet laugh heartily as he said Dale was always welcome, scratching his head with easy amusement before they exchanged farewells, Dale calling out, "Goodbye then. See you soon, Uncle Helmet," while Helmet did not linger, simply waving as he left. He then reminded them that it was cold and told the young master to head inside before catching a chill, after which Sophia glanced toward the castle and suggested they should return as well, and Dale, smiling, nodded in agreement, replying, "Yes, ma'am." That night, a discussion began as someone asked, "What do you mean, Lady Sophia?" To which she answered plainly that she was only stating the truth, repeating firmly that young Master Dale had already fully mastered both disciplines, soul summoning and the water magic system, and further stating that he had reached the level of a first-rank mage and had even formed a magic circle. Alina, resting her chin on her hand, appeared troubled as she pointed out that Sophia had only been asked to teach the child, but anticipating what was implied, Sophia responded that while she had indeed only taught the water discipline, as a mentor she wished to guide what the child genuinely longed to learn, emphasizing once more that what Dale desired was not limited to water magic alone. The room fell into silence for a moment before Alina finally spoke, asking that if Dale truly wished it, could they continue to request Sophia's instruction in the water magic system, and Sophia bowed respectfully as she accepted, assuring them that she would continue to help him moving forward, which Elena acknowledged with a polite expression of thanks. After the discussion concluded, Sophia quickly took her leave, yet before fully departing, she lingered just long enough to offer an apology, saying she sincerely regretted forcing them to break the Black Duke's agreement, and once she was gone, Alina stretched slightly, admiration evident in her demeanor. "My boy is truly exceptional," she said with pride, noting that at only 8 years old he had already become a dual-discipline mage, sometimes even making her rely on him, yet adding that such a thing was only natural for her son, while Alina frowned, glanced at her, and softly called out, "Alina." He lowered his head with a gloomy expression and voiced his request for approval, saying that he wanted to teach Dale the art of soul summoning, explaining that as a lord he wished for the boy to grow strong enough to bear the burden of succession. As a mage he desired a worthy disciple, and as a father he wanted to pass down everything he possessed to his son. Elena clutched her head in despair, troubled by what she saw as a grave mistake, apologizing sincerely as her concerns centered on society's prejudice, since people still regarded soul summoning with fearful contempt, whispering that it was magic tied to death, which was why she had opposed it. Yet despite that, she asked that her son be trained into a mage powerful enough to silence those voices. The deeper meaning behind her words leaving him quiet as she asked if he understood. He then stepped forward and gently embraced Alina, answering that he understood and promising that he would hold nothing back in making their son the strongest. And so, the first day of special soul summoning training began, though it was not long before Dale found himself being scolded, as Alan pointed out that he kept summoning without understanding what he was actually controlling, while Dale, sulking inwardly, thought that was all his master had taught him. Inside the Black Duke's hidden occult chamber beneath Saxon, the moment Dale demonstrated what he had learned, Alan clicked his tongue and immediately brought him there, then pointed sharply as he declared that now that Dale was studying under him, he must never perform such sloppy spells again, ordering him to begin by memorizing the full skeletal and muscular structures of every creature and asking if he understood, to which Dale, unwilling yet not daring to resist, replied, "Yes, father." The books given to him were ones that, even in a past life, only specialized physicians would read, yet after only a few days he had memorized every word, and once the examination was complete, Alan closed the books and stated that the basics were now finished, meaning Dale could proceed to practical combat training as the real training was about to begin. Dale followed eagerly, answering, "Yes, father." But after a moment the smile on his face quickly disappeared as disbelief filled his eyes, and he questioned whether what he was seeing was the corpse of a goblin, while Alan, after briefly observing him, gave a faint smile and remarked that he seemed confused, explaining that a weak dark magic practitioner could only animate even a sword saint's corpse into a shambling undead, whereas someone truly skilled could transform an ordinary soldier into an elite death knight. Then, gesturing toward the body, he pointed out that there was now just an ordinary corpse before them and asked how Dale intended to control it, while the goblin lay there completely still, unmoving no matter what. Dale opened the magic circle within his mind, completely bewildered as his expression tightened, the task clearly proving more difficult than expected while he struggled to weave together thin strands of mana, realizing that unlike the small, lightly boned rabbit, a two-legged goblin possessed far too many joints, making the process of linking them with mana threads incredibly tedious. After painstakingly connecting everything, the goblin finally moved, lurching forward under his control, yet Dale immediately felt the awkwardness of it, thinking that it was like trying to manipulate a marionette tangled in its own strings, and realizing he had made a mistake by stiffening the corpse to increase its defense, since doing so had rendered its joints and muscles rigid and unable to move, leaving him questioning what should be done in such a situation. Seeing his growing panic, Alan stepped in and stopped him, explaining that while stimulating the corpse to harden its body was not a bad idea, it also severely limited its mobility, then proceeded to demonstrate, raising his magic slightly as it spread outward and enveloped the goblin before them. Dale stood frozen in shock at the sight as Alan's threads of magic pierced into the body, causing the skeletal structure to expand while he explained that the ribs along the sides formed a cage to protect the organs, then pushed the magic even deeper, extending the skeletal frame outward from its arms, before questioning that if one was going to alter it in such a way, what need remained to protect the organs at all, emphasizing that one must understand the structure of the target and reshape it into a form suited to their purpose. Dale stared in horror at this strange and unsettling application of magic as Alan casually dispelled the constructed form and added that this was the very foundation of dark magic, prompting Dale to lower his head as if weighed down by something heavy before asking his father to explain the guiding principle the Black Tower pursued. Alan responded with a faint, enigmatic smile that still carried a sense of satisfaction, gently lowering his head while the magic in his hand remained unfinished as he answered that it was truth, then knelt and placed a hand on Dale's shoulder, repeating that truth was always hidden within death, and that to touch that truth one must first understand the weight of life. At that moment, memories from a past life suddenly surged back into Dale's mind, taking him to the end of a battlefield where an apparently harmless civilian pleaded desperately for mercy, begging again and again for his life as Dale, cold and unmoved, raised his sword, ignored the cries of "please spare me," and showed no mercy as he sent the man to join his ancestors. Alan's voice broke through as he noticed Dale's pale expression, concern flickering across his face as he asked if he was all right. Yet despite the question, Dale remained in a daze, his expression strained and dreadful, the weight of that memory still gripping him. After a while, Dale finally spoke, answering in a steady voice as if to reassure him. "It's fine, father. I'm okay." And from there time passed swiftly as his magical training improved day by day, until news that Duke Saxon had personally taught him dark arts spread across the entire empire, sending shockwaves everywhere, because it meant the Duke had broken the oath he made years ago for this very reason, drawing the attention of both nobles and commoners alike. On a day like any other, Dale trained diligently in swordsmanship, and a few weeks later in the Duke's training yard, he pushed himself intensely while sparring with Helmet. Every strike he delivered precise and controlled, which amused Helmet as both of them exchanged refined attacks, their blades tracing continuous lines until the duel reached its most intense moment. Dale tightened his stance while Helmet raised his sword high, refusing to give ground as he brought it down in a powerful swing. But Dale narrowly evaded it and immediately stepped in, seizing the opening to knock the sword clean out of Helmet's hand, sending it flying through the air before it struck the ground and embedded itself in the sheer force. Helmet turned to look at it, unable to hide his surprise, yet without any pettiness he quickly conceded, saying, "Well done, young master," though Dale did not accept it so easily, wiping the sweat from his brow as he suspected that a swordsman of Helmet's level would never lose his weapon like that unless he had allowed it on purpose. Helmet retrieved the sword, but denying it would have been pointless, since the young master had clearly used a genuine combat technique, one that would have killed an ordinary person with that first strike, making it evident that Dale's swordsmanship was exceptionally refined, though he could not help but think it was a pity the boy was a mage, since mages typically had guards with them at all times, and realistically did not need to train this intensely, which led him to wonder what reason Dale had for pushing himself to such an extent, even to the point of injury. When he pointed this out, Dale glanced at his bandaged arm and answered that of course there was a reason, remarking that a duke's son who relied only on guards or bodyguards was not very impressive, though in truth he was thinking that no one would pass up the opportunity to learn swordsmanship directly from one of the continent's 7 greatest swordsmen. Hearing that confident response, Helmet smiled in clear satisfaction, reached out to ruffle Dale's hair, and laughed as he praised him, saying that if he had a child like the young master, he would have no regrets, which made Dale beam with happiness at finally receiving praise from him. At that moment, the soft movement of a flowing dress signaled someone approaching, and as they turned, it was Alina, who called out to them. The two of them turned with cheerful expressions toward Dale, who brightened immediately and called out, "Mother, what brings you here, mother?" While Alina smiled gently and replied that she simply wanted to see how diligent her son had been, then after a brief pause moved to her real reason, adding that she also had some news to share. Curious, Dale asked what kind of news it was, and Alina responded by asking if he remembered the birthday present he had once requested, prompting him to rub his chin as he tried to recall the large gift box she had given him, admitting that he only remembered vaguely and asking what it had been, until suddenly it came back to him. He had asked for a little sister, and in that instant he understood what she meant. Seeing his realization, she gently rubbed her belly with anticipation and told him that he would need to take good care of her, to which Dale clasped his hands, his eyes shining with excitement as he answered without hesitation, "Of course, yes." Time moved quickly, and 10 months later Dale was poking at the baby girl's cheek, clearly captivated, which delighted Alina as she teased whether the child had made him so enamored, and he replied without pause that it was true, adding that it was hard to believe this was really his sister as he continued staring at her, unable to look away because she was simply too cute. Noticing this, Alina suggested that he try holding her, and though eager, Dale hesitated shyly, asking if he really could, but she gently placed the baby into his arms and encouraged him not to be shy, explaining that holding a baby was not difficult, and that once he actually did it, he would realize it was easier than he imagined, even pointing out that the girl looked just like him. When the baby smiled brightly, Alina seemed quietly pleased and remarked how amusing it was that the child would cry whenever she held her yet remained calm in Dale's arms, noting that the baby appeared very happy, while Dale himself smiled softly as he looked down at the tiny life he was holding. At that moment, Alan stepped forward and asked how it felt, and Dale answered honestly that she felt as light as a feather, yet also incredibly heavy, which made Alan smile gently as a calm atmosphere settled over the room, explaining that this was the weight of a life, then placing a hand on Dale's shoulder and reminding him never to forget it. Soon after, he added that it was probably time for Dale to return to his lessons, urging him to go since Master Sophia was waiting. And as the scene shifted, Sophia greeted him with a small smile and briefly explained that today's lesson would be combat training, causing Dale to hesitate as he asked timidly whether he would really be fighting for real. Sophia encouraged him not to hesitate and to attack with everything he had, prompting Dale to begin summoning the familiar magic circle as he responded, "Yes, master," while Sophia also formed a small orb of magic, preparing to gauge how much he had improved, and, as the session began, sharp blocks of ice shot rapidly toward her. She flicked her hand casually, sending the incoming ice shards flying in all directions, then watched as the youngster's opening strike lagged far behind what it should have been, easily batting the fragments aside while mocking him, asking how he dared hold back against his own master. At that, Dale instinctively retreated several steps, cold sweat tracing down his cheek, as Sophia immediately seized the moment and flung another mass of ice toward him, sharply ordering him to raise a barrier at once, and the sheer killing intent behind the attack twisted his expression with fear as it surged forward and released overwhelming force in a single instant. When it was over, Dale stared in alarm at his frozen knee and hand, fully aware that if his defense had come even a fraction too late, he would have suffered severe injury, while Sophia observed with clear excitement, having already formed a layer of ice armor in that brief exchange. Dale promptly dispelled his magic, letting the constructed armor fall away, and she gave a small approving nod before commanding him to keep attacking, prompting him to drop his palms to the ground and invoke the name of his combined element technique, Ice Formation, as magic answered his call and rapidly assembled into a towering, solid ice fortress, rising directly in front of her. Sophia muttered in confusion at the sight of him erecting a fortress in the middle of a duel, noting as she examined it that by reinforcing its magical framework he had pushed the density of the ice to an astonishing degree, far beyond ordinary constructs. Yet she questioned why he would resort to a defensive structure now, wondering if he needed time to recover after his previous move, and as that thought lingered, a sudden noise from the far side of the wall pulled her attention away. In the next moment, violent ice energy erupted in a blinding flash as the spell detonated, leaving Sophia standing on the opposite side of the wall, momentarily stunned and struggling to understand what had just occurred, her mind going blank as a bead of sweat slid down her cheek. Then realization struck. An ice grenade, its stored magic bursting outward and swallowing her whole. Once the explosion subsided, the ice wall crumbled apart, revealing the result as Dale recognized with a surge of excitement that his plan had worked. He had further densified the wall, and then triggered it, compressing the already reinforced ice particles into a bomb-like detonation. So he quietly exulted and remarked that it would be difficult to evade, even for his master. The sight that followed instantly tore that confidence away as he cried out in panic, calling for her, because her entire body appeared cracked and nearly frozen solid, riddled with holes where jagged shards had torn through, forcing him to call out again to Master Sophia in alarm, only for a voice to suddenly answer from behind him, asking if he had been calling, and Dale released a long breath of relief, startled into realizing it had only been an illusion, while Sophia casually snapped her fingers to melt the frozen shell off the decoy and coolly evaluated the display of power, leaving Dale shaken by the fact that even as a first-level mage, he had managed to injure an elder of the magic tower. Dale lowered his head, filled with remorse as he apologized, saying he never intended to harm her, and Sophia answered with a gentle smile meant to reassure him, telling him she already understood. In fact, she admitted she was pleased he had managed to hurt her, because it proved he trusted her strength enough to fight without holding back, and as his master, that trust gave her more pride than any compliment ever could, which eased the tension in his chest as he hesitantly asked if she truly meant it, only for her to confirm without hesitation that he was an exceptional disciple, before curiously asking how he had devised that spell formula, prompting Dale to smile modestly and credit everything to her teaching, drawing from her a warm, affectionate smile in return. Sometime later, inside the private room shared by Alan and Sophia, Alan noticed the injury on her cheek and questioned it, lightly touching the spot as Sophia brushed it off with casual praise for Dale, explaining she had simply been careless while instructing the young master, and that his formula was unusually sharp, while Alan let out a weary sigh of frustration and admitted he owed her yet another debt, though she immediately shook her head and dismissed his thanks, insisting it was nothing, and that guiding a gifted student was a joy to her. His tone then turned serious as he asked if he might request one more favor, and as always, Sophia remained open to hearing him, prompting him to explain that reports had come in of a horde of orcs crossing the mountains into their territory, far beyond what a small cavalry unit could manage. At that news, the air around Sophia grew heavy, but Alan continued, stating his intention to send Dale into this battle, which made her immediately object, arguing that the young master was not yet ready, only for Alan to counter firmly that no one ever becomes ready by avoiding the front lines, and that defending their land was the duty of the Saxon family, a responsibility the Duke's heir must come to understand, meaning Dale could not be treated as an exception. Faced with that reasoning, Sophia relented and asked what he required of her, and before responding, Alan added that he would be entrusting his artifact to Dale, asking her to guide the boy until he could properly control its power. The appearance of the rings signified the artifact's mysterious nature, a relic carrying both power and its own will, and Alan's imposing presence underscored the gravity of it, as he explained that such items could only be activated by channeling mana or even life force, with greater strength bringing greater danger and difficulty in control, sometimes to the point of becoming lethal. Standing before the Saxon family's artifact vault, Alan explained that their lineage had long mastered this kind of power, then reminded Dale that as the Duke's heir he needed to prepare for the coming battle, which caused Dale's eyes to widen with excitement as he repeated the word battle with clear enthusiasm, and Alan nodded, outlining his role. Dale would join the reconnaissance and strike unit, tasked with eliminating the orcs and pushing forward toward a large gate. Alan told him that before anything else, he had to learn to control the dark power carried by their family, and the moment Dale stepped inside, astonishment spread across his face as Alan gestured around and explained that these are the Demon King's artifacts preserved by their house, relics kept since their ancestors seized that territory, warning him not to mistake them for ordinary items. Dale's gaze swept across the room, unable to hide his excitement, and Alan pointed out the overwhelming mana radiating from each piece, nodding in satisfaction when Dale acknowledged it, then cautioning him that everything here was both immensely powerful and extremely dangerous, and that he was not to touch anything until he had learned proper control. Yet when Alan turned back, Dale had already vanished without notice, prompting him to call out in search, unaware that the boy was standing right behind him as he muttered in confusion about where he had gone. A short while earlier, Dale had been moving through the vault on his own, intent on finding an artifact that suited him, when a voice suddenly called out from a nearby shield, asking if he carried hatred and a desire for revenge, claiming it could sense that darkness within him, and at once other artifact began clamoring for his attention, urging him to choose them, to kill with them, to pick them instead, their voices overlapping as they tempted him to explore deeper power. Dale pressed a hand to his chest, certain now that these dark relics were reacting to the lingering hatred inside him. Yet he found it insufficient, concluding he needed something even stronger, and at that moment, the cloak that had been clinging to him all along finally spoke, drawing his attention as he questioned how long it had been there, then, relying on his experience, immediately recognized it as the shadow image, recalling that during the Age of Heroes, Duke Berta, of the Demon Legion, had wielded this supreme artifact, using its power to solidify darkness itself and become a terrifying opponent. Without hesitation, Dale draped it over himself to test it, and at that sight, the others around him fell into panic as darkness swallowed him whole within a hazy void. A strange voice echoed from within, crying out in hunger again and again, but Dale stayed composed as droplets of water began to rise around his feet, signaling the start, because this was no ordinary shadow. Anyone who wore it could summon storms of darkness and command shadows like living beings, and to truly control it, the wielder had to force the shadow image into complete submission from the surrounding darkness. It surged upward and lunged at him, and Dale, realizing it would not be easy, widened his eyes and focused with intense concentration, cold sweat trailing down his cheek. From outside, all that could be seen was a sphere of absolute blackness, and as time passed, Sophia grew uneasy and asked if they should be worried, while Alan rubbed his head in distress and admitted that if this continued, Dale could lose his mind and be devoured by the shadow image. At those words, Sophia immediately panicked and searched for a solution, blurting out in alarm as Alan raised his hands and moved at once, deciding he would have to rip the artifact off by force. Yet before either of them could act, a burst of light flared from within, dazzling their eyes as the dark sphere slowly began to break apart and fade, until Dale emerged from it, standing upright with composure as he answered firmly, "Yes, Father." Sophia rushed straight to him, anxiously checking his condition and asking if he was all right, and he responded at once as though nothing unusual had occurred, insisting he was completely fine, which drew a relieved sigh from her as she admitted he had frightened her, while Dale scratched his head awkwardly and downplayed it, saying he had only been bitten once. Alan, however, remained puzzled, unable to understand how there wasn't a single injury, questioning how a mere child could endure such a powerful artifact, and as Dale grew slightly uneasy under that gaze, he turned and hesitantly called out to his father, asking for permission to speak, which Alan granted without hesitation. With visible excitement, Dale made his request, asking if he could try some of the other artifacts as well, and the two adults froze completely, stunned into silence by such an innocent yet absurd question. After a brief pause, Alan grimaced but ultimately allowed it, telling him to go ahead, which filled Dale with joy as if he were celebrating a festival, prompting him to thank his father enthusiastically, and from that point on, his days were spent exploring the Saxon family's artifact vault, from morning until late into the night. In the days that followed, at the Duke's training grounds, Helmet stared in astonishment and asked if the outfit Dale was wearing was truly the shadow image, and Dale, grinning brightly, confirmed it without hesitation. Helmet, concerned, brought up the artifact's reputation for being notoriously difficult to control and questioned whether he was genuinely all right, to which Dale awkwardly scratched his face and insisted he was fine, aside from it feeling slightly ticklish, claiming nothing was wrong at all, leaving Helmet rubbing his head in confusion as he muttered in interest. Thinking quickly, Dale fabricated an explanation, suggesting the artifact had simply been lonely after so long, and that the moment it saw him, it clung to him out of a desire for companionship, which caused the shadow image itself to stir, only for Dale to subtly kick it, while Helmet forced a smile and praised him, completely unaware of what had just happened. Dale then pressed the cloak down firmly, while maintaining an innocent expression, thanking Uncle Helmet before asking for a favor, prompting Helmet to immediately ask what he needed. Dale expressed the wish he had been eager to pursue, stating that he wanted to train in real combat, and without hesitation, Helmet assumed a fighting stance as a dense killing intent filled the air, agreeing that he would not disappoint him. Seeing this, Dale grew slightly wary, knowing that standing against one of the continent's 7 great swordsmen was far beyond his current ability, and that even facing the Owl family alone was intimidating enough. but Helmet smirked in reassurance and told him not to be nervous, promising to use only basic sword techniques and nothing excessive. Though that very remark ended up irritating Dale instead. Go easy. Dale pushed back at once, insisting that a knight must always fight with everything they have, that such resolve was the very conviction of knighthood, while inwardly clarifying that his true objective was not the spar itself, but learning to wield the shadow image. As that thought settled, magic poured from the cloak and spread outward, gradually swallowing the entire arena, because the worth of weapons born from shadow artifacts would ultimately define the artifact's true potential, making this clash an essential test. Power surged, and Helmet lifted his sword high in preparation as a shadowy form lashed out in a single sweeping strike, which he met head-on, dispersing the mass of shadow blades with sheer strength alone. Watching this, Dale's respect for him deepened as he marveled at how the attack had been broken purely by force, calling it amazing, while Helmet, clearly enjoying himself, burst into hearty laughter and praised him with seasoned instinct, announcing where his next strike would come from even as he prepared it. Dale reacted instantly, slipping aside to evade the blow before springing backward and leaving his magic behind, causing spikes to erupt beneath Helmet's feet. Yet even that failed to catch him off guard as he detected it in time and spun his blade into position for a crushing counterattack, remarking with interest at the sudden assault. Realizing the strike was meant for him, Dale hurriedly condensed his magic into a shield just as the slash descended, and when it connected, the conjured spikes were left heavily cracked but not destroyed, enduring the impact despite the force. Even after being hurled backward, Dale stubbornly held his ground, his feet carving lines into the earth as he resisted, which drew a faint, unsettled smile from Helmet as he noted that the attack had been blocked, despite using enough strength to split an ordinary sword cleanly in two, recognizing in that moment the stark difference between a common weapon and a high-tier artifact. Without pausing, Helmet pressed forward with 10 more strikes, and the knights watching from the sidelines whispered among themselves that none of them could even withstand 2 exchanges with Captain Helmet, feeling an unseen barrier separating them from Dale. Time passed quickly, and a few days later, when it was time to depart, Alina was overcome with worry for her son, insisting she would speak to his father and questioning how they could allow him to face such danger. But Dale reassured her by pointing out the powerful figures who would be present, telling her not to worry since both his father and Uncle Helmet would be there. Even so, her instincts as a mother would not settle as she voiced her fears of something going wrong or him being hurt, prompting Dale to reach out and explain his resolve, saying he needed to grow stronger so that one day he could bear the responsibilities of the duchy and that he would require the strength to protect her, his father, and their people, making this experience necessary for his growth, as he earnestly asked for her permission. Moved by his plea, Alina finally relented and agreed, calling out to him to take care on his journey, while Dale mounted his horse with steady confidence and promised that he would return soon. Early that morning at the temporary base, Helmet completed his inspection and reported that the army was ready to move, to which Alan gave a brief nod of approval before closing his eyes and turning away, then issuing an unexpected command for Dale to lead the vanguard in his stead, prompting a startled but immediate acknowledgement as Alan faced the assembled troops and declared that the proud Black Cavalry would one day follow Dale's orders, emphasizing that they were his knights. The weight of that statement struck him for a moment, yet he accepted it with quiet pride, recognizing that these were now Dale's knights, not Hansung's, and that this would mark his first battle as a commander, a thought that steeled his resolve as he declared the march would begin at once, calling out to the proud blades of House Axon, which the soldiers answered in unison before he confidently directed them into formation. The rumble of hooves rolled like thunder, signaling the start of a new campaign, with 250 cavalry alongside an elite raiding force positioned at White Mountain as Eastern scouting units joined them, and before long, they reached a massive waterfall where their objective lay. Roughly 1,000 orcs who had crossed the mountain range and were traveling upstream along the Saxon River in search of warmth and food, though they would soon head back downstream, meaning the attack would require crossing the river, and with such depth, there was only one viable way for a force of 250 to pass quickly. From a distance, Sophia approached with calm composure, asking them to step aside as she advanced with clear intent and stated she would construct a bridge of ice, drawing an excited call of recognition from Dale as he realized his master had come in person to aid them. Despite her usual restraint, she acted in an instant, forming a dense and sturdy bridge of ice across the river, and once it was complete, she raised her hand and signaled for them to cross and return victorious, while Alan expressed his gratitude for her support, and Dale stepped forward to bid her farewell, announcing that he was departing, leaving Sophia to watch his small figure grow distant as an unfamiliar, unexplainable unease stirred within her, making her question how a single disciple could cause such concern in a master. Not long after, at the orcs' temporary encampment, the concealed raiding unit from the Eastern Scouts launched their ambush, unleashing a storm of arrows that tore through the air in blazing arcs, tens of thousands of flaming projectiles igniting the sky as they descended and cut down large numbers of orcs, throwing the camp into chaos, at which point Helmet issued immediate orders for the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd regiments to form up for battle, then signaled the spearhead to advance as he observed from above before turning to Dale and asking if he was ready. As the moment approached, Dale calculated silently, noting how each horse's hooves struck the ground twice per second, translating to a speed of 40 kilometers per hour, and when combined with the rider's mass and armor, the resulting impact force would be tremendous. With lances stretching 3 to 4 meters, locked into place to form a standard spear formation reinforced by our magic, even the orcs won't be able to withstand the charge, Dale declared with firm authority, and Alina echoed in agreement, acknowledging that this was truly the pride of the Duke's cavalry. Helmet, however, only smiled and cautioned him not to relax, reminding him that this was merely the beginning, as the orcs had already established solid defensive positions, turning the clash between righteousness and evil into a fierce and grinding confrontation, prompting a report that while the ambush had succeeded, it was far from decisive. A command came immediately to withdraw, regroup, and alternate their assaults, and, as a signal flare shot into the sky, soldiers shouted the order to retreat, prompting every unit to fall back as the warhorses pivoted and galloped toward camp. The orcs, left confused by the sudden maneuver, hesitated as they tried to anticipate the next move, then roared in anger at the retreat, while Heek received the same command and turned his mount to withdraw, only for the orcs to refuse to let him escape. As they hurled spears after him, one of those spears struck with unpredictable force, knocking Heek clean off his horse, and from above, Dale watched in stunned disbelief before something clicked in his mind as he focused seriously, while a voice nearby stated coldly that the fallen knight was beyond saving, and Alan issued the order to abandon him, deeming him already lost. The proud blade of House Saxon now lay helpless before the enemy, and Dale turned in confusion, questioning why no one moved to help. Yet Alan appeared, conflicted, while Helmet remained still, even as the orcs closed in dangerously around Heek. Dale calculated rapidly, realizing that charging down on horseback would not reach him in time, and that from this distance he would need a single precise strike capable of piercing an orc's unusually thick hide, far tougher than that of other monsters, leading him to adjust his ice-type formula by incorporating a high-precision sniping element, along with a stabilizing component, to ensure accuracy and completion. And with that, he unleashed the technique he named Lapua Magnum, sending it roaring forward with violent speed as it struck its target instantly, piercing straight through the orc's body. Helmet observed in surprise, noting that despite the considerable distance, the accuracy had not faltered in the slightest, and he immediately called out to Dale, asking where he was going, only for Alan to stop him and order him to let the boy act, which left Helmet visibly astonished as the Duke briefly reflected that at such a young age, Dale had already created his own magic technique with that level of destructive force. Both men stood watching him closely, thinking in silence that his inner world must already be nearing completion. Dale, meanwhile, came to an abrupt halt as a new realization formed, noticing that the others had regrouped in their minds, and as he observed carefully, he identified 2 immediate problems, the first being that Heek's body had locked up in panic after falling from his horse. Second, the initial magic pattern is too long and not suited for combat. Dale concluded internally, recognizing that this was why foundational structures like a +3 base were necessary, and that he needed to simplify it, quickly running calculations in his mind and deciding that something like Ice 98 Magnum was impractical due to its length, still too cumbersome for real battle. So he resolved to refine it further, quietly saying he would do it differently before finishing the adjustments and narrowing his focus, muttering the revised ice ammunition formula under his breath. Meanwhile, Heek, injured and unable to fight back, could only look on with desperate eyes pleading for rescue as a razor-sharp shard of ice shot in from afar. Moving so fast the orc couldn't even react before its head was pierced clean through and destroyed instantly. And in shock, he cried out, asking why young Master Dale would come all this way for someone like him. Yet Dale offered no reply, instead dismounting calmly and stepping closer, approaching with steady composure as he reassured him in a warm tone that the Saxon family never abandons a loyal blade. As more orcs rushed toward Heek, forcing him to cry out again for help. One of them, face twisted in fury over its fallen kin, let out a savage roar, but Dale remained completely unshaken as he immediately activated the Shadow Blade technique, streams of energy surging out to envelop the creature, and with a faint smile, he murmured that it had been absorbed, as those energies rapidly drained the orc's strength, continuing without pause until its body began to collapse, breaking apart piece by piece as everything was consumed, leaving only its head before even that gave way, until nothing but a skeleton remained on the ground. With a triumphant laugh, Dale remarked that it was still lingering, then followed up by unleashing his ice ammunition technique once more, instantly obliterating what remained. after which he casually wiped away the blood and stated that it was finished, prompting Heek to speak in surprise, saying he could no longer move his leg, which caused Dale to blush slightly before cheerfully lifting him up and declaring success, then gently telling him to leave the rest to him and to Uncle Helmet. Helmet accepted immediately and gave the order for the cavalry to charge, and at once the soldiers surged forward, shouting for House Saxon and for young Master Dale as they pressed the attack. And some time later, back at the Saxon encampment, a report was delivered announcing that the mission to eliminate the orcs had been completed successfully. However, Alan's tone turned sharp as he summoned Dale and stated that he had something to ask, demanding to know why he had charged alone into enemy ranks and what reason he had for acting so recklessly. Under the reprimand, Dale grew visibly anxious, his body trembling as he wondered to himself why he was being scolded, while Alan pressed further, repeating the question of why he had thrown himself into danger alone, and Dale finally answered, explaining that his father had said the Saxon Knights would one day be under his command, and that he had only acted in a way he believed was worthy of that honor. Alan appeared somewhat satisfied by the answer, yet still judged it insufficient, stating bluntly that the reason was weak, which left Dale confused as he questioned how his father, known for valuing his knights so deeply, could act in such a way, prompting him to ask directly why he had stood by and watched a knight be killed. Alina responded by explaining that within the Northern Demon Lord's territory ruled by House Saxon, endless waves of monsters were a constant reality, and that the knights who stood on the front lines raised their swords not with the expectation of being saved, but to fight regardless. Dale, still unable to fully accept it, insisted that he had hoped his father would save a loyal knight, just as he himself had done, but Alan countered immediately, asking whether those who must think and act in the chaos of battle should rely on waiting for rescue, and how many would survive with such a mindset, emphasizing that the knights of their domain must continuously sharpen themselves to face ever-present danger, and that only when they reach their absolute limit would he personally intervene, because that was the burden and duty their house was meant to carry. Hearing this, Dale suddenly came to a realization, recognizing it as an undeniable truth he had once understood in a past life, but had somehow forgotten. Alan then placed a firm hand on his shoulder and acknowledged that acting according to his own will was worthy of praise, urging him not to lose that spirit, and Dale accepted the lesson, responding that he understood, as light from outside streamed in and fell over him like a halo while Alan drew the curtain aside and announced that it was time to return to the castle. Soon, the story of the young duke's heir charging alone into the orcs to rescue a single knight spread rapidly, becoming a favorite topic of gossip throughout the Empire, with some claiming he had single-handedly slain 1,000 orcs, a tale blending truth with exaggeration as it traveled like wildfire. Although Dale himself felt embarrassed by the attention, the incident reinvigorated the duchy's domain. A few days later, at the training grounds, the atmosphere was filled with excitement as voices called out in unison to welcome young Master Dale, which only made him flush with embarrassment as he insisted such a reception was unnecessary, while Helmet, amused, encouraged him to stand tall, and the gathered knights declared their determination to grow stronger for his future, answering together with firm resolve, leaving Dale puzzled by their enthusiasm until a voice suddenly called out from behind him to inform him that a guest from House Orhard had arrived. Dale responded with a polite smile and thanks, while Helmet asked if they should go meet them, prompting Dale to think about the significance of this encounter, as the guest represented the martial lord of House Orhard, its head Bartle, bearer of the Holy Sword, a man who had once been a great noble of the fallen nation of Teutonia, a kingdom that had met misfortune when the Empire waged war against it, leaving both the land and the legacy of the Holy Sword reduced to ashes. Dale noticed at once that Helmet's expression had shifted, likely stirred by memories of the Holy Sword that had once made him a knight, and the atmosphere suddenly felt suffocating, as if it were hard to breathe, when Alan spoke up without delay, remarking that they had arrived at just the right time, and asking if training had just concluded, to which Dale answered respectfully that it had, just as the steward entered to announce the arrival of their guests. A firm voice ordered that they be received with proper respect, and soon Vanessa Orhart entered alongside her daughter, prompting Dale to briefly wonder why they had come without attendance, as Vanessa bowed and introduced herself with formal courtesy, offering greetings to Duke Saxon, which were returned as she then gestured toward her daughter and introduced Charlotte Orhart. However, her husband's expression carried clear displeasure as he addressed his wife, and the tension in his tone caught Dale's attention, leaving him inwardly questioning what was going on. Charlotte reacted sharply, refusing to bow and questioning why she should show respect at all, drawing an immediate reprimand from Vanessa, though Alan remained composed and acknowledged that their journey must have been difficult before turning to Dale and instructing him to escort the young lady of House Clark around the castle, which he accepted at once, politely inviting her to accompany him. Yet before he could proceed, Charlotte's father abruptly intervened, his voice tightening as he warned Dale not to approach, then snapping with force for him not to touch her at all, leaving Dale completely frozen for several seconds, unable to understand what had just happened. while Alina also found Charlotte's attitude perplexing, though the girl herself maintained a defiant and heated expression. Vanessa, angered by the display, condemned the shamelessness of the Empire's nobles before turning sharply to Charlotte and demanding that she apologize to the young master immediately. But the scolding only irritated the girl further, causing her to turn away and leave, despite Dale gently calling out for her to wait. With a solemn tone, Vanessa then asked forgiveness for her daughter's rudeness, explaining that she was not usually like this, but had been deeply shaken by recent events, which drew Alina's concern as she asked what had happened. Vanessa revealed that not long ago, Count Brandenburg had been appointed as the new ruler of their territory, a man known as the Empire's Holy Knight, whose reputation was matched by the dark rumors surrounding him as the so-called Pig King, said to be seeking a talented heir by forcing himself upon gifted swordsmen, a fate from which even her underage daughter had barely escaped with her life. Though the trauma of that ordeal still lingered, driven by desperation, Vanessa pleaded for their help, admitting that as a fallen noble she lacked the power to protect her child, and begged them to take Charlotte in as a maid within House Saxon, believing it was the only way to ensure that man could never reach her again. Dale tried once more to call out to her, asking where she was headed, yet her father responded coldly that he did not care, while Dale wondered to himself why she was making her way toward the training grounds. Once there, Charlotte suddenly spoke in a gentler tone, asking if his hand was all right, and he answered lightly that it was fine and she need not worry, after which she grasped the hilt of her sword and acknowledged it with a quiet "Ud," while internally considering whether she should still hold resentment over what had happened earlier, concluding that despite her sharpness, she was still just a child. Without warning, she drew her blade from its sheath, tilting her head slightly as she declared that he should duel her, then frowned and ordered Dale of House Saxon to draw his sword, leaving him completely bewildered as he questioned why she was acting so arbitrarily, while Charlotte raised her weapon toward him with a cold expression and demanded that he prove himself. Dale remained composed and remarked that there must be a reason for this, prompting her to explain that she had heard the rumors about him, the so-called Prodigy who had slain 1,000 orcs alone to save a fallen knight, which only embarrassed him as he found himself at a loss for words. Charlotte then declared her intention outright, stating that she would defeat the man known across the Empire as unmatched, prove her own strength to the world, and demonstrate that she could protect her family from that man, which made Dale curious as he asked who she meant, and she answered without hesitation. Count Brandenburg, the Holy Swordsman. At that name, Dale clenched his teeth, recognizing it as someone he could never forget, the Imperial dog who had once betrayed him, and he had not expected to hear that name here, realizing in that instant that they shared a common goal and might have been allies. Yet before that, he concluded the girl needed to face reality. With that thought, he turned his back coldly and began to walk away, leaving Charlotte stunned, only to glance back at her with clear disdain as he dismissed her as nothing more than an unreasonable child, then drew his sword and told her to attack him with everything she had, which immediately ignited her anger as she snapped that she intended to do exactly that and launched a powerful strike without hesitation. Even so, to Dale, the attack still felt restrained, and he remained in place, defending with ease, prompting her to pull back and strike again, her expression firm and her gaze sharp with determination. While Dale showed a hint of surprise at her strength, as Charlotte herself realized she needed to respond instantly, adjusting by blocking with her wrist and channeling aura through her body into the oversized blade, much like a mage shaping spells through circles, as a knight gathers aura within the heart to push beyond human limits. Dale briefly acknowledged that she was indeed a true knight as she curled her lips into a fierce smile and drew back for another strike, unleashing an attack as swift as lightning. Yet even then, he managed to evade it just as he had before. The duel between them grew increasingly intense, and with a resolute expression, Charlotte believed that if it continued this way, she might eventually gain the advantage. Memories surfaced as she recalled how, by the time she was born, her father was already gone, yet every night her mother told her stories about him, reminding her that as the proud daughter of the Holy Sword, she must protect their family in his place. And even after their kingdom fell and their house was destroyed, her father's blade had never truly vanished. Her body tightened, sweat trailing down her face as frustration crept in, and she could not understand why she was unable to even touch him, anger rising as her relentless attacks continued without pause. Yet something still felt wrong, and despite charging forward again with all her strength and thrusting her sword directly at Dale, she still could not break through his defense, leaving her momentarily stunned as confusion flickered through her mind. In response, Dale moved with effortless control, lightly swinging his blade in a gentle counter that knocked her sword clean from her grasp, sending it spinning before embedding itself into the ground, while Charlotte stood there in disbelief, questioning whether she was truly the daughter of the Holy Sword at all, her voice tinged with disappointment as she asked why she could not win. Dale answered calmly that she was not the Holy Sword itself, and while her pride in being that man's daughter was not misplaced, the Charlotte standing before him now lacked the strength to protect her house from him, adding that the holy swordsman's power was 10 times greater than his own. Hearing this, Charlotte steadied herself and urgently demanded to know what she should do, what path she must take, and Dale responded in a quiet but firm voice, swearing in the name of House Saxon that he would support House Orhard until the day she became strong enough to defeat that man with her own hands, declaring that his family would stand as her shield. Confused, she questioned why he would do such a thing, and he explained gently that her sword deserved it, and that it would become a blade shared by both himself and House Saxon. Wiping away her tears in haste, Charlotte accepted with solemn resolve, declaring that she, Charlotte, swore upon a knight's honor, though it might sound like a childish promise, that she would uphold this vow, and that determination alone was enough to give it weight. That evening, within the Duke's office, it was decided at Miss Orhart's request that Charlotte would join House Saxon as a maid, which surprised Alan, who admitted he had not expected her to agree so readily, and asked Dale what had transpired between them, to which Dale answered honestly that they had made a promise, a vow that House Saxon would protect House Orhart in its name. Alan questioned whether he was invoking their family name out of mere pity, but Dale firmly denied it, and when asked what he hoped to gain from this, he revealed that Charlotte possessed the bloodline of the Holy Sword, marking her as someone of extraordinary talent. They had sworn it together, and Dale made his intent clear, stating that what he truly wanted was for the new Holy Sword to one day raise its blade for their family, a thought that seemed to satisfy Alan, who gave a quiet approval, while Dale reflected inwardly that sheltering the last remaining bloodline of the Holy Sword under their roof would be enough to deal Brandenburg a painful blow. At that same moment, far away in the old capital of Tumun, a furious shout rang out as a wine glass was hurled to the ground and shattered, and Brandenburg roared in anger, demanding to know if those arrogant fools had dared to act first, while a trembling soldier apologized, only to be met with a furious slam of his hand against the table as he cursed their incompetence, enraged that they had failed to capture a single girl. The soldier hastily explained that assassins had been dispatched but vanished before reaching House Saxon, adding their suspicion that Charlotte herself had eliminated them, which caused Brandenburg's eyes to narrow as a fierce expression overtook his face. He turned and strode away, dismissing them as useless, then paused with a hand resting on the table as his thoughts drifted briefly to the past, recalling with satisfaction the moment he had stabbed Dale in the back, before slowly running his hand along his sword and murmuring to it, addressing the Holy Sword to Randell as his beloved bride, and vowing to create the perfect heir for it at any cost. Immediately after, he ordered contact with the Thieves' Guild and commanded that agents be sent into the Duke's territory, a cunning smile forming as he declared that no matter the price, they were to bring Charlotte back to him. Meanwhile, as Charlotte settled into life within the ducal castle, she threw herself into rigorous maid training while also sparring with Dale every day. And under the blazing sun in the training yard, Helmut called out for them to be ready, with Dale responding confidently, while Charlotte stood opposite him, her gaze burning with determination. Helmut gave a calm smile as he signaled to start, and the two clashed instantly, their blades meeting as Dale's swordsmanship displayed remarkable precision and speed, while Charlotte remained fully focused, striving to parry his rapid succession of strikes despite the mounting pressure. Watching closely, Helmut wondered to himself whether this could even be called a child's spar, noting that Charlotte was not yet a knight. Yet the duel unfolded with sharp precision and relentless pace, until suddenly Dale's focus faltered as he reached for his cloak, pulling it up across his face in front of her, which caused Charlotte's eyes to sharpen as she prepared to attack at once. But just as their swords met again, Helmut intervened and halted the match. He praised them evenly, saying they had both done well, though Charlotte frowned and rejected the compliment, demanding to know where she had gone wrong, and Helmut answered deliberately by asking if she understood the most fundamental aspect of wielding a sword, prompting her to guess that it was the thrust, only for him to shake his head and correct her, explaining that the true core lay in stance and footwork, pointing out that young Master Dale had evaded her thrust and used that moment to close the distance. Helmut explained that at that moment she should have stepped back to search for another opening, because maintaining a thrusting stance while bending the arm only weakened the strike, and if the blade lacked stability, all accuracy would be lost, concluding bluntly that she needed to dismantle and rebuild her fundamentals from the ground up. Charlotte reacted with alarm, asking what he meant, and he continued calmly, saying he had been observing her for some time, and that both her stance and footwork were far too sloppy, which made her grimace as she admitted it was because she had never received proper instruction. Helmut responded that with him present, they would correct her flawed, thrusting posture, and her face flushed in embarrassment at the wording, repeating it under her breath, only for him to laugh and pat her head, teasing that he was joking and that she was simply too adorable, while Dale watched from the side, quietly considering how quickly she might improve under Helmut's guidance, knowing he was the greatest swordsman on the continent, and realizing he would have to train even harder to ensure she did not catch up to him. Turning his thoughts inward, Dale reflected on mana rings, understanding that their formation followed a similar principle. One had to sense the flow of mana within the heart, wait until it formed a steady current, and then shape that current into a complete ring. Though the process could take decades, Sophia asked with curiosity whether he had completed his second ring, and he confirmed that he had, explaining that in this world, a mana ring's rotation speed was measured in straws, with a typical one-ring mage reaching around 300 rotations per minute, while his own current state far exceeded that, with the first ring at 2,000 straws and the second at 2,400, noting that opening a new ring required at least 300, meaning he was already qualified to form a third. With 2 rings established, he decided to test their capabilities by enhancing basic rounds, strengthening the bonding between ice particles to increase both size and hardness, while simulating a large-caliber barrel to amplify rotational speed and firing rate. And at his fingertip, he shaped a magical sight for armor-piercing rounds as power surged violently, the condensed energy spinning and glowing intensely at its core before discharging forward and blasting a hole clean through the wall. Ahead, he muttered in astonishment that firing armor-piercing rounds had never felt so effortless, and Sophia applauded him with clear approval, calling him a quick learner, while he responded formally and with respect that it was all thanks to her teaching. From saving knights on the battlefield to now guiding his growth, her presence lingered in his thoughts, her overwhelming talent inspiring not fear, but a deeper sense of trust. Sophia then pulled him into an embrace, gently praising him as a disciple worth pride, which caused both of Dale's cheeks to flush brightly as he stiffened inwardly, thinking the closeness was a bit too much, and later, at dawn in the Duke's courtyard, he winced as he recalled how she had startled him, assuming she still saw him as a child, but quickly steeling himself, he pushed those thoughts aside, his expression hardening as he returned to his training. Without warning, a massive wall of ice surged upward in the center of the yard as power burst from Dale's palm in a brilliant flash, launching blocks of ice forward like bullets in rapid succession, forming spherical projectiles akin to condensed water rounds. Ice rounds, 2012 gauge, and as they struck, the crystalline structures detonated, releasing bursts of force. Standing firm, Dale controlled the flow and intercepted the incoming spheres, positioning himself behind an ice barrier with a faint smile as he remarked that next time, armor-piercing rounds should be used in that manner. At that moment, a voice called out from the distance, cutting through the air. It was Charlotte, her face damp with sweat as she approached, and asked if he was training there as well, to which Dale nodded and returned the question, prompting her to smile softly and explain that she was practicing the footwork Helmet had taught her. He then asked if she enjoyed swordsmanship, and she faltered briefly, her expression tightening before giving an uncertain response, leaving a short silence between them until she spoke again, apologizing for her earlier impulsiveness and admitting she had been overly rude to him, to which Dale calmly agreed, acknowledging that it had indeed been rude, though he added that he would let it pass this time, just once. Her mood brightened immediately as she asked if he truly meant it, and he confirmed with a nod, telling her not to remain so stiff anymore, which she accepted quietly, and soon the two of them rested against a tree in the cool air as Charlotte remarked on how pleasant the weather was, noting that even if she trained with her sword until dusk, her body would cool down quickly, which eased Dale as he admitted it was nice to meet someone who felt the same way. From a distance, Alina watched the two with a gentle smile, commenting on how quickly time had passed and how their son had already grown to this point, while Alan observed that the two seemed well matched, and Alina agreed, suggesting they should continue to watch over them, adding that what he needed now might already be falling into place, as a mother's role was to guide and support her son while encouraging him to face his shortcomings honestly. Not long afterward, on the outskirts of the ducal domain, townspeople bowed respectfully as Alina made her rounds, thanking her as she offered gentle reassurance and reminded them to take care of their health, moving through the slums where beggars and the homeless filled the streets, personally distributing aid each week by bringing food, necessities, and even helping arrange work for them. Observing this, Dale thought to himself that from now on, he and Charlotte would accompany his mother in these efforts. Nearby, Alan approached in haste, asking what was happening, when suddenly a poorly dressed boy clutched at Alina's sleeve and pleaded for help, crying desperately to Charlotte that his mother was dying, his voice breaking as he continued to beg. And as Charlotte rushed after him, Dale followed close behind, his thoughts sharpening as he sensed something deeply suspicious about the situation. They had been forced to leave the escort knights behind and dash into a maze of narrow alleys. And with no adults involved while the target was clearly only Charlotte, the situation was already suspicious enough, especially as a shadowy figure lingered atop a rooftop observing them while Dale ran below, immediately recognizing the man as someone from the Thieves' Guild, most likely dispatched by the Holy Swordsman, which confirmed his suspicion that Charlotte was the true target, though the approach felt overly blatant. The boy suddenly stopped and told him to wait while he called his mother, causing Charlotte to hesitate in confusion, only for another figure to step out with a sly smile, questioning how a noble child had wandered into such a dangerous place, and making it clear that their business was solely with the young lady, advising Dale to stay quiet and leave if he valued his safety, warning that meddling here would only get him hurt. Yet Dale answered without hesitation, declaring loudly that he, Dale, of House Saxon, had sworn to protect the girl of house or heart from men like them. Yin responded with a mocking chuckle, feigning admiration for such gallantry while remarking that perhaps it would be better for the boy to be roughed up a little for experience, as Charlotte turned back anxiously and whispered that she did not have her sword, prompting Dale to reassure her with a calm smile, telling her not to be afraid, as this was the perfect opportunity to test a new technique under the guise of self-defense. At once, Yan's subordinates rushed in from all directions, converging on Dale and Charlotte, but Dale reacted instantly, controlling his power and sweeping the entire group into its range, forcing Yin to shout in frustration as he ordered his men to move aside, while Dale noted with a faint smile that Yin had recognized the situation quickly, suggesting his rank was not low, and as a swirling vortex of dark, black-purple energy erupted from Dale, the attackers were dragged into it, unable to escape, all of it unfolding exactly as he had calculated. This was the Shadow Yin technique he had recently developed, which utilized 2 mana rings to transform illusions into a parasitic form that could act independently and convert its targets into undead. And as Yin watched, a flicker of fear crossed his face while his men were effortlessly subdued within the vortex, leaving him confused about what he was witnessing, until suddenly a massive figure appeared behind Dale, clutching its belly as it growled hungrily, its presence terrifying those trapped within the maelstrom as they realized they were being turned into something unnatural. Snapping out of it, Yin shouted furiously for someone to kill it at once, gritting his teeth as he declared that even the son of Duke Saxon would fall to a single strike, then planted his feet and launched himself forward with such speed that his movement became nearly impossible to track, a green glow streaming from his palm as he unleashed his poison darts, confident that no one could evade them within the confines of the alley. Yet Dale's dark maelstrom shell rose in response and intercepted the projectiles, stopping them completely. Yin suddenly clenched his teeth, seized his sword, and leapt down from above, only for the dark shell surrounding Dale to split apart at once, opening a narrow passage as streams of water spheres fired relentlessly toward him. Dual-barrel 2012 gauge rounds, rushing forward at extreme speed and piercing through his body as blood sprayed outward, while Charlotte remained hidden behind the wall, watching Dale anxiously as he struggled to stay upright, realizing that a single strike would not be enough to kill him, as his body seemed protected by unusually tough armor. Blood dripped from Yan's mouth as his eyes sharpened, and he muttered that it was not over yet. But before he could act further, the surging dark power tore through his already damaged body and split it apart, while the towering figure within the vortex continued its frenzy, driving its sharp claws into the trapped men as blood poured down like rain, its hunger unrelenting. Dale, expression cold, withdrew the dark energy and turned his attention to Charlotte, who sat curled in a corner, visibly shaken, prompting him to ask if she was all right, though she could only stammer in response. At that moment, the remaining attackers, having witnessed their comrades slaughtered, rushed forward in desperation, but as one of them stepped in, a green beam suddenly pierced through his immobilized ankle, causing him to scream in agony as he collapsed, writhing on the ground and begging for mercy, offering to reveal everything he knew. Dale responded in a firm tone, asking what information he had, and the man, trembling, insisted he would confess it all. Yet before he could continue, a water sphere shot forward and pierced straight between his eyes. Dale watched with an indifferent expression, thinking he would not be capturing that one either. And with that, the final member of the group was swiftly eliminated, leaving Charlotte to glance around nervously as she spoke, urging him to continue, then reflecting that this was the true face of the Saxon family, the same power that others feared, yet also the force that protected her. While Dale asked her directly, now that she had seen it up close, whether she was afraid. She admitted she was, a little, but said it did not matter because he had fought to protect her, reminding him that he had once knelt before her, and that from that moment she had resolved that if his family would stand as her shield, then one day she would raise her sword for him in return, thanking him for showing her what the future truly meant and declaring that she would continue to grow stronger each day. Her words left Dale momentarily stunned as his expression shifted, recalling that part of his decision to accept Charlotte had come from lingering regret tied to Bartle 24 years ago. Slowly, he extended his hand toward her with a gentle smile, realizing that it was only natural for Charlotte to choose to become his blade, and she responded with a bright, blushing smile of her own as she reached out to take it, her gesture carrying a deeper meaning that he could clearly understand, while at that same time, within Count Brandenburg's residence, the old man's face twisted with fury, his expression turning utterly grim. Damn it, I know summoning the Count is no simple matter, but I must call him to the Saxon ducal domain, Alan declared with a grave expression, issuing a formal summons that invoked the mutual respect and long-standing ties between their houses, making it clear that refusal would not be tolerated. Upon receiving it, the old man was thrown into a fury, fully aware that this was not a request, but the Black Duke's demand for accountability, something even a renowned holy swordsman could not defy. A few days later, within Duke Saxon's castle, Alan sat calmly and welcomed him with measured courtesy, stating that they were honored he had made the journey, while Brandenburg stood tense, locking his gaze onto Alan without wavering, as Alan continued that he had not expected such a prompt arrival and apologized for the modest reception. Brandenburg responded stiffly, placing a hand to his chest and insisting that nothing took priority over the Duke's summons, though his attention soon shifted toward Dale and Charlotte, his thoughts laced with resentment. Referencing the disturbance within the ducal domain, which had spread unease across the empire, especially due to the brazen attempt at kidnapping in broad daylight, Brandenburg claimed he already understood the reason for being called, yet denied any involvement, asserting that as a sword devoted to the emperor, he could not be tied to such disgraceful acts. But before he could continue, a surge of dark, black-purple energy shot toward him, forcing him to raise his sword in resistance as he struggled to comprehend the overwhelming force pressing against him. Behind him, two of his men began to wither under the pressure, their bodies deteriorating as parts of them seemed to burn away, prompting desperate cries for mercy as Brandenburg staggered back in shock, realizing that even the Knights of St. Magdalene would not have been able to withstand such power, his face paling as he took in the magic surrounding him, while Alan, unmoved, continued to release that terrifying dark energy, its presence ravaging the space itself. Brandenburg shouted in alarm, demanding to know what the Duke thought he was doing, warning him to understand the gravity of his actions. Yet Alan remained cold and composed, instructing him to listen carefully as Brandenburg clenched his teeth in fury, sensing there would be no second warning, fear creeping into his thoughts despite himself as he cursed inwardly, unable to believe the situation had escalated this far. Though the Black Duke clearly had his reasons, the pressure alone forced Brandenburg's knees to buckle, and Alan finally spoke with deliberate clarity, stating that he had called him here in the name of peace, but warning that if he ever dared to lay a hand on the children of House Saxon again, he would erase every trace of House Brandenburg from existence, ordering him to engrave those words into his heart. Then, as if nothing had happened, Alan dismissed him with calm courtesy, suggesting he rest and recover from his journey. Lowering his head, Brandenburg forced out words of gratitude, though he admitted that circumstances would not allow him to remain any longer within the Duke's domain, and Alan simply nodded in understanding, offering a final wish for a safe and uneventful return. Dale let out a faint, wicked smile as a thought crossed his mind, that what his father had just done to Count Brandenburg, one of the Emperor's most loyal retainers, would become the spark that would one day set the entire empire ablaze. For now it was only a small ember, but eventually it would ignite into a raging fire, and when that time came, their duty would be to sever the holy swordsman's head. Back in Duke Saxon's office, Alan calmly pulled away the covering cloth to reveal what lay beneath, prompting Sophia to hesitate as she asked what it was, only for Alan to explain that these were the corpses of the Thieves' Guild members who had attacked Dale. And at the sight of them, her face turned pale with shock and horror, realizing it was all connected to him, as the bodies lay mutilated, their limbs torn apart, riddled with holes, and their insides spilling out in a grotesque display. For the first time, Sophia found herself questioning her own teachings, while Alan spoke in a measured tone, pointing out that guiding Dale's overwhelming talent onto the correct path would require her judgment and insight, then formally offering her the position of chief counselor, making it clear that this role extended beyond that of a mere tutor and placed her directly under House Saxon's command. He continued by emphasizing how much Dale needed her, admitting that even he could not guide the boy alone, and that with her support, things could change. Sophia paused, weighing his words, before gathering her resolve and accepting, stating that understanding how the child perceived the world was now the most important task before her. Time passed, and within the grand, magnificent hall of the castle, Dale's 10th birthday arrived, far grander than the year before, as representatives of the Imperial faction were also in attendance this time, their presence impossible to ignore, and among them, one figure stood out, a young man with red hair who approached Dale directly, greeting him with a composed smile and introducing himself as Marquis Uris, expressing that it was an honor to meet him. Elsewhere in the hall, nobles admired the lavish spread, commenting on how the fruits and dishes suited House Saxon perfectly, and marveling at the splendor, even remarking in amusement that such grandeur was found in the northern lands, while others noted that bringing the ducal domain's influence into the imperial capital would have been unnecessary. Throughout it all, Dale stood quietly, listening to every word, his attention sharp as he observed the central nobles of the empire, the so-called imperial faction, who wielded immense influence in the emperor's name. Their presence at this banquet carried a clear message, an unspoken warning from the royal family that any insult toward the holy swordsman would not be tolerated, and the man chosen to deliver that message now stood before him. As Uris bowed politely once more, and addressed him directly, introducing himself again as Marquis Uris and stating that it was a pleasure to make his acquaintance. Dale recognized him immediately as the master of the Red Mage Tower, a man who pursued destructive flame within rigid order, whose faction was notorious throughout the Empire for its extreme belief that strength alone defined justice, never hesitating to enforce ambition through force. And he recalled how he himself had once been subjected to countless experimental alterations by that very tower. Uris, stroking his chin, spoke with interest, calling him a genius of House Saxon and mentioning the rumors that his magical talent surpassed all others in the Empire, even recounting how he was said to have defeated a horde of orcs alone to protect his family's knights, which drew a confident smile from the 9-year-old Dale as he returned the courtesy, politely wishing him an enjoyable evening. Despite the grandeur of the celebration, Dale inwardly found it tiresome, thinking that hosting such lavish birthdays each year was exhausting, and that he would much rather be training with Charlotte, though she was currently serving as Alina's maid, and he understood that if word spread about the daughter of the Holy Sword sparring with him, it might bring unnecessary trouble upon her. Just then, a sharp scream pierced the air behind him, followed by a harsh voice barking for someone to stay still, which caused Dale to frown as he immediately rushed toward the disturbance. There, he found Eve sobbing uncontrollably as she pleaded desperately, invoking House Saxon in her fear, while Petro berated her angrily, mocking her for daring to use the Duke's name and sneering that while everyone else was occupied celebrating the young master's birthday, they might as well indulge themselves instead, threatening her with a blade and forcing her back against the shrubs, ordering her to remain quiet as he restrained her. At that moment, Dale appeared behind him and demanded to know what he was doing, causing Petro to turn in alarm, stammering in fear upon recognizing him. Though he quickly attempted to recover, stepping back with a knife in hand and speaking crudely, asking whether the young master had ever experienced the pleasures of women, taunting him for his inexperience and even offering to instruct him personally, all while tightening his grip around Eve's neck. Dale observed him with a cold, steady gaze, concluding that the man was likely drunk, as Petro continued rambling about giving him a good time. But in the next instant, Dale summoned his magic, his voice calm as he reassured Eve not to worry, promising to get her out immediately, and in a world governed by strict hierarchy where no one would expect the one of highest standing to strike first, a sharp shard of ice shot forward without warning, piercing through Petro's ear. The man collapsed instantly, releasing Eve as he fell, while Dale stood unmoving, his expression cold and resolute, showing no intention of retreating. Even though standing against the Emperor's men was far from a wise move, he still raised his voice and demanded, "What do you think you're doing, young Master Dale? You're ordering me to kneel before you." Pro was stunned, unable to believe what he had just heard. "What?" Dale responded, his tone firm and voice raised, then repeated himself with unmistakable force. "Did you hear me?" as he pointed directly at the man's face, commanding him to kneel and apologize to Eve at once, declaring, as she herself had said, that she served their house and was a member of House Saxon. Pro ground his teeth, seething. "That Saxon brat." Then, forcing his composure, he said, "Young Master Dale, regrettably, today I stand here as the Emperor's representative. Insulting me to defend the honor of a mere servant is the same as insulting His Majesty." Dale answered without agitation, "Then let me ask you, does His Majesty take pleasure in a noble's servant being assaulted?" The man's expression twisted, while Petro, still on the ground, stammered in shock. "How dare you say something so absurd?" Dale's voice dropped into a growl as he pronounced each word with clarity. "This is my final warning." Uris, who had been observing everything, couldn't suppress a smile as he lowered himself to one knee, letting out an amused chuckle. "Now this is interesting." At that moment, Alan's voice cut through the tension as he barked, "Dale, what is happening here?" Dale answered without hesitation. "This man tried to assault a servant of House Saxon," then raised his voice further as he continued. "And for that, you behave insolently toward Pro." Alan gave a short nod. "Yes, Duke. The young master has overreacted." But Dale refused to yield, shouting back, "Did I tell you to stand up?" before continuing. "Guests from the imperial capital carry the duty of acting in His Majesty's name. Yet this man dared commit a disgraceful act, attempting to rape a servant, and in doing so, tarnish His Majesty's reputation. I cannot stand by and allow such shame to go unpunished." Yuri suddenly burst into laughter. Very well. A sharp one indeed. Everything you said is true. Just think about it. Someone sent to represent the Emperor stooping to something so vile with a terrified servant like Pro. As he spoke, a flicker of flame ignited in his palm, and Petro's face instantly lost all color. Overcome with fear, the wretch scrambled to his feet and bolted, screaming, "Spare me." In that instant, Yuri's presence turned chilling, his smile twisting into something cruel as a spiral of fire shot from his hand toward the fleeing Pro, engulfing him completely as flames consumed his body. "It hurts so hot," he screamed. Yuri's then spoke slowly to Dale. You are not wrong to eliminate vermin who dare insult the Empire. Protecting the royal family is my duty. I look forward to your future, young Master Dale. Dale's expression hardened as he returned a sharp gaze. And with that, the matter came to an end. The imperial party withdrew, and peace returned to House Saxon. After the banquet at the castle, the next morning arrived quietly, and Eve, the young maid, stood beside the bed with composed grace, gently saying, "It's time to get up." Dale, still heavy with sleep, replied in a slow voice, "Thank you for waking me," which caused her to blush faintly as she answered, "It's nothing." Sensing her hesitation, he asked, "Is there something you want to say?" Eve faltered for a moment before speaking. Thank you, sir. Serving the young master is my honor." Dale reflected inwardly, wondering if her hesitation came only from that line, thinking that despite having lived in two different worlds, this feeling still seemed unfamiliar, and that he would need time to grow accustomed to it. His expression softened, and with a bright smile he said, "Thank you." As the moment passed, the conversation shifted, and Alan spoke in a solemn tone. "Eve is the eldest daughter of House Saxon. I understand the burden carried by that name, and I will make full use of it for as long as the Empire endures." Then, studying Dale carefully, he added, "You're clever, Dale, but your behavior has been strange lately. Your expression stays too calm. Why do you speak this way?" Dale answered at an unhurried pace. If the otherworldly hero and the holy sword Bartle had not perished together in that battle, then the next place the hero's blade would have been directed toward would be the ducal territory of Saxon. Alan was visibly taken aback by this, immediately responding, "That statement is blasphemous," before pressing him again with a stern gaze. "How can you be so certain?" Dale's shift in demeanor stemmed from knowledge he carried from a previous life, where he had learned of the Empire's scheme against House Saxon. The Empire had cast aside the hero, fearing that once the restraints on that golden gift were broken, the hound they had used for hunting would turn uncontrollable. Even though the otherworldly hero had defeated the Demon King, the Empire had failed to purge the evil lingering within the Demon King's domain, and instead issued reckless decrees, declaring that land royal territory, forcing their family into sacrifice, and even granting that cursed land to his father. If the darkness there remained uncleansed, then their blood would continue to be spilled, and beyond that, both inside the Empire and across the northern border, House Saxon was already seen as a tainted family. Just as the Empire had discarded the hero, they would eventually attempt to remove threats from within, targeting those among their own ranks who might one day become dangerous. Alan, troubled, asked again. They abandoned the hero, but Dale cut in, clarifying, "This is only a conclusion I reached by analyzing the records I've read. Logically, nothing else explains it as well. Officially, the hero died honorably after the battle alongside the holy sword Bartle, which is understandable, since very few people know the truth behind the hero's death." After hearing this, Alan spoke with a heavy tone. "If your hypothesis is correct, then the Empire is nothing more than a giant seeking to suppress all the smaller nations." He fell silent, fixing his gaze directly on him as the weight of the moment settled. The boy's intellect was far beyond his years. "So," Alan asked at last, "what do you think House Saxon should do?" Dale answered in a measured tone, "House Saxon cannot coexist with the Empire." Then his expression abruptly darkened as he stressed his next words. "So your current stance, father, is also unacceptable. We must destroy the Empire." The air inside the study turned suffocating as Dale growled, "Do you understand what I'm saying?" Yet he quickly followed with calm restraint. "I'm not suggesting we raise an army and march to war immediately." After a brief pause, he added, "In 10 years. Alan echoed in surprise. 10 years. Dale explained steadily. "At present, resistance movements across the continent are already pushing for independence, and even vassals like my father, Duke Saxon, fear the Empire will one day turn its blade against them. The economy is deteriorating, banditry is spreading day by day, and although the Seven Continents Unification Treaty has ended, the aftermath of the war continues to worsen. By that time, we must have built enough strength to defend our house against the Empire. We will back the resistance in the regions, and I have laid out a plan to bring down the Empire." He continued presenting his strategy until the sun sank behind the grand castle, then finally paused and asked, "What do you think, father?" For a brief moment, Alan only gave a faint smile and said, "Nothing," before breaking into hearty laughter. "Your talent truly has no limits. I'm certain you see a vision beyond mine. You are indeed my son. From this day forward, you will no longer be just the eldest son of a duke, nor merely a 10-year-old child. I will recognize you as my heir. You will lead House Saxon." Dale was taken aback, but Alan spoke gently. "As head of this house, I will listen to your counsel and value it." Dale smiled to himself, thinking that he had waited a long time for this moment, when he would possess enough power to move the authority of House Saxon with his own hands. Alan continued with a smile, "Do not hesitate, Dale. What will you do for our house?" Dale replied, "You said you would treat me as an equal, didn't you, father?" Then Then allow me to take the magical trial in the necropolis. The magical trial was a competition used to rank mages, where challengers faced the guardians of the magic tower. Defeating stronger guardians raised one's rank, the most powerful earning the title of tower chief, and the very top being granted the title of master of the magic tower. Alan asked again, "Do you truly intend to go to such a dangerous place, where you could lose your life?" Dale answered, "It's still too early. I haven't completed the third circle yet. Almost there, sir." Hearing this, Alan could not hide his concern. Normally, reaching the third circle requires being in one's teens. Even for you, advancing from the second to the third is no easy feat, Alan said. Yet Dale's resolve did not waver as he replied firmly that this choice was not only for himself, but for House Saxon as well. Surprised, Alan asked why, and Dale carefully explained that if he could prove his ability through the tower trial, it would solidify his position as heir, elevate his father's standing, and earn him enough recognition to silence the rumors. Alan looked at him gently and asked, "Is that the reason you wish to enter the tower trial?" To which Dale answered with unwavering confidence, "Yes." Alan gave a slow nod. "Very well. I will entrust this decision to you." Excitement lit up Dale's face as he responded, "Thank you, Father. I will prove it to you." A few days later, they arrived at the vast necropolis, where a crowd had already gathered at the city gates to receive them. The carriage of Duke Saxon came to a halt, and as they stepped down, the servants bowed deeply, honored to welcome the Black Duke. Standing beside him, Dale wore a troubled expression, thinking to himself, "Did I push things too far again?" Around them, whispers spread in hushed excitement. "Look, it's Duke Saxon and young Master Dale. Haha, I heard he's an unprecedented magical prodigy in the Empire. Is that true? But he doesn't look well today, does he? I'm telling you, his swordsmanship is said to rival the knights of the ducal house." Felix scoffed, curling his lip in disdain. "How absurd," he muttered, while another voice added, "Velik, the top of the academy, is the one destined to win this tower trial." Someone else chimed in mockingly, "That noble looks so frail, he'd collapse from the slightest touch." At that moment, Eris appeared and bowed respectfully. "May I present the tower master?" Alan greeted her warmly. "It's been a long time, Eris." She smiled and replied, "It is an honor to serve you, young Master Dale." Then continued, "Eris is the chief steward of the tower, responsible for all administrative matters in my absence." Alan turned to Dale and said, "During the trials, she will assist you." And Dale nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, Father." With renewed energy, Dale stepped forward, clearly eager for her guidance, while Ares gestured ahead and said, "This way, young Master. There are 59 graduates already waiting. You will all be participating in the trial together." As the doors swung open before him, a vast hall filled with countless participants came into view. These were the competitors who would contend in the tower trial. Ares addressed them all in a clear voice. "Greetings to everyone present. I am Ares, Tower Master and Chief Administrator. I will now explain the first round of the Necabalizer Black Magic Tower trial. Please check the pendant around your neck, the life chain pendant. This trial will be a survival match, a contest measured by life points. Each pendant contains a magical shield to protect its bearer, and each of you begins with 1 life point. When you strike an opponent by controlling the living shard across this battlefield, their pendant will activate its shield and then shatter, which means elimination. The one who lands a valid hit will gain 1 life point on their own pendant, and any contestant who reaches 3 points will advance to the next floor. Lastly, the use of magical devices is strictly forbidden. Anyone caught will be disqualified immediately. That is the entirety of the rules," Ares concluded, making it clear this was a swift method to eliminate the weak. At that moment, someone's gaze sharpened, and Felix suddenly shouted, "That monster! He's so young, yet already a third-rank mage. I told you we should take him down first." Tom hesitated and awkwardly asked whether it was even allowed to attack him, but Felix reassured him, "Don't worry. From the moment we stepped in here, we became opponents." Dale smiled to himself, thinking that Felix sounded overly confident and wondering whether his strength would truly match his words. Around him, the gathered graduates began casting spells and converging on his position. The trial had begun. Felix swung his hand, channeling his magic as he summoned undead that materialized before him, seized their weapons, and rushed toward where Dale stood. One large undead leapt down from above in an attempt to crush him, but Dale swiftly raised a dark barrier, absorbing the impact. The others were caught off guard by what followed, as behind Dale, a massive undead suddenly appeared, far larger than the rest, so sudden that no one even realized when he had summoned it. The towering creature planted itself firmly and released a deafening roar, and as its power spread, Velik watched in shock as his undead froze in place. "This is water magic," he realized. The giant creature then lunged forward, its claws sharp and deadly. "Don't tell me he's a dual-element mage," Velik thought, and because his undead had been frozen, Dale's summoned creature was able to destroy them in a single blow. Enraged, Velik shouted, How dare you lay a hand on my army of the deathless? Meanwhile, the giant undead wrapped its arm protectively around Dale, who let out a small laugh and said, "It's pointless. I've reinforced them with ice armor." As Dale continued directing his undead in relentless combat, Velik pointed at him and protested. "Using water magic isn't against the rules, is it? We're only supposed to use necromancy and undead control spells. Everything else is prohibited." Dale replied calmly, "Yes, but there's no rule that says I can't enhance the deathless with ice magic." Then, after a brief pause, he added, "If the trial hasn't been stopped, it would seem I'm in the right." Velik showed no intention of backing down as he barked orders. "You too. Hold off those deathless and focus your attacks on him." More undead poured out under his command, overwhelming the battlefield with sheer numbers, and for the first time, Dale's expression shifted. On second thought, he murmured, "Using old spells is also prohibited." Watching carefully as each undead moved into strike, he realized there was only one path left, and with sudden speed, he broke through them all effortlessly. Dale showed no fear now, only absolute confidence as he surged forward. In the blink of an eye, he slipped past an incoming strike from the undead, seized the sword mid-swing, caught it cleanly, and tore it from its wielder's grasp. Then with his free hand drove a powerful punch into their arms before immediately taking hold of the massive weapon for himself. Planting his feet, he swung the blade in a fierce counterattack, cutting through them with force. Tom panicked. "Impossible. My deathless soldiers were cut down so easily." Velik stared in disbelief. "That sword, it's abnormal." He had reforged the bones to strengthen the blade's durability, and now a purple glow spread across it as the undead slammed the weapon into the ground to begin their assault. Dale reacted instantly, leaping away from the impact zone and rising into the air, his expression filled with battle-hardened confidence as he brought the sword down and felled the undead with a single strike. Velik's face twisted. Even my final deathless was defeated, a mage who handles a sword like that. Before he could recover, Dale had already wiped out the rest in an instant and stepped toward him. Velik faltered, his voice shaking as he pleaded, "Please, young Master Dale, I surrender." Dale only smiled with sharp excitement. "Come on, it's not like you'll actually die, so what's there to be afraid of?" The moment he finished speaking, he struck Velik on the head with the flat of the blade, leaving him reeling as he clutched the swelling and muttered, "Monster!" Above them, voices erupted in cheers as the results were announced. "The results are in. Young Master Dale has cleared the trial alone with 60 life points." Dale lifted his gaze proudly, thinking as he watched, this is only the beginning. A monstrous figure raised its magic high, signaling the next challenge. The second-tier tower trial required defeating the guardian known as the Flesh Golem, a task that survivors from the first floor would normally handle together. But that tradition had already been broken, as Dale had eliminated every other participant himself. The rules had also changed. Unlike before, any school of magic could now be used, though artifacts remained forbidden. Dale considered it briefly. That's more than enough. This is the perfect chance to test the limits of the third circle. The golem struck the ground with a devastating punch, sending the earth bursting outward, then paused for several seconds, as if expecting the dust to settle over its victory. A triumphant air surrounding it, as though Dale had already been crushed. But Dale was its unforeseen opponent. His arm became fully coated in solid darkness through his magic, and when the dust cleared, the golem stood frozen while he remained upright at the center of the destruction, completely unharmed. With a faint, satisfied smile, Dale cast his dark magic again and accelerated straight toward the golem's core. Outside, Alan watched the scene with keen interest, while Ares clicked her tongue in admiration. The young master's magic, it truly is unusual. Why would he choose to immobilize it instead of destroying it outright? Dale quietly observed as the golem's body began to slip away from the mortal realm, recalling that in his previous life, when dealing with creatures like this, a method that combined precision with overwhelming firepower had been referred to as biochemical warfare. As he withdrew his mana, he raised a hand to cover his nose and let out a faint sneer. How foul. It made him wonder whether anyone present truly understood what they were witnessing, because the grotesque mechanics of biochemical warfare were now being replicated through dark magic. That same day, Dale cleared the level 10 examination, setting an entirely new record, and was granted 4 days of rest before facing the 11th trial. Meanwhile, in order to recover from the slaughter on the first floor, a rerun trial was authorized for the remaining 59 participants, naturally, excluding Dale himself. Later that night, after the trial had ended, Dale concealed himself beneath a fountain when suddenly a voice called out to him from behind. "Dale," the tone filled with joy. "Master Sophia taught me everything." Sophia gave a satisfied nod, and hearing that made him feel a sense of pride. Yet in the very next moment, Dale froze as if something had caught in his throat before abruptly asking, "Master Sophia, will you go on a date with me?" She was so startled that she repeated the word. A date? Clearly flustered, while Dale had already made his proposal beneath the festival lights lining the street. Let's go. With a helpless sigh, Sophia gave in. All right then, let's go. Inwardly, she wondered if calling it a date wasn't entirely incorrect, though she couldn't help thinking, goodness, perhaps Dale misunderstood what that means. Yet Dale's thoughts went elsewhere entirely, wondering to himself, is this what people call hidden, wicked intent beneath the Neuralizer festival? All around them, people bustled with celebration, tucked into lively corners of the night, and Sophia turned to him and asked gently, the trials were harsh. You must be exhausted. Dale shook his head. I'm fine. Besides, there's still a few days before the next one. She smiled warmly. I see, that's good. As their conversation trailed off, an unexpected silence settled between them, the atmosphere growing oddly still until Dale, trying to ease it, shifted the topic. The moon looks beautiful tonight, doesn't it? Sophia lifted her gaze to the sky and agreed, and though he let out a quiet, almost bored sigh as if unsure what to say next, the silence that followed felt strangely comfortable. It had always been like this with Sophia, perhaps because she had trusted him from the very beginning. He found himself wanting to draw closer to her little by little. A few days later, just before reaching the third round, Dale finally grasped what it meant to confront his inner world, but the strain pushed him to the brink as blood began to run from his nose. Pinching it tightly, he steeled himself with resolve. If he wanted to surpass his limits, he had to force the mana overflowing from the second circle beyond its bounds, because only by enduring the violent rampage of that power could he truly stabilize and claim the third circle. Interlocking magic circles slowly unfolded, revealing themselves one after another, and in that moment, a silver sword surged up from deep within Dale's heart. He fixed his gaze on it in silence, contemplative, and with that black blade in hand, he suddenly found himself standing beneath a sky filled with falling snow. He looked around within this space, searching endlessly for an answer, when Sophia's voice echoed back to him. When you calm yourself completely, the inner world will open. Lowering his head, he grasped her meaning. So this is it, the inner world, the realm of my own consciousness. There was nothing here, only pure emptiness stretching in every direction. And within that empty expanse, Master Sophia appeared, extending her hand toward him, as though she alone had brought light into his world. The thought stirred something in him, and before he could stop himself, the words escaped. Master, I like you. Sophia blinked in disbelief and tried to correct what she thought she had heard. What did you just say? Dale straightened, puffing out his chest as he repeated firmly. I said I like you, Master. She responded with a gentle smile, still seeing him as a child, then bent down and pulled him into a warm embrace. Is that so? She said softly, her voice deep with affection. I like you very much too. It was not the response Dale had anticipated, yet he accepted it nonetheless. Thank you, Master. Living two lives does have its advantages. A few days later, a quiet morning settled over Dale's manor, and inside the tower during the level 11 trial, he found himself sulking inwardly, muttering that there had been no real progress with Sophia. She likely viewed everything as nothing more than childish affection from the 11-year-old. Shaking off the thought, he forced his focus back to the test. Ares stepped forward and announced that the format would now be one-on-one battles, with only the victor advancing to level 12. His opponent stood before him holding a spellbook, offering a formal greeting. It's an honor to face you, young Master Dale, but don't expect me to go easy just because you're a child. He was Albert Rosenheim, a third circle master. Unlike before, the 11th trial permitted the use of all magic and artifacts, meaning even the life chain pendant could no longer guarantee survival. The restrictions have been lifted. Dale's thoughts sharpened. I don't need to hold back. I'll crush him immediately and make an example of him. Distance and power will decide this. Before the referee could even finish speaking, the first move was already underway, and the match began in that instant. Albert launched a deadly opening strike that forced Dale onto the defensive, sneering as he pressed the attack. I'm not like those academy rookies you've been fighting. Your streak ends here. With a wave of magic, he conjured multiple arrows in the air, each one locking onto Dale. These are called shadow arrows, he added, irritation flickering across his face as he continued his taunt. Let's see how you block this. And before he had even finished speaking, every arrow shot forward at once, streaking toward Dale. He kept weaving through the barrage, dodging strike after strike until he slipped clear of the danger zone. Yet anger burned in him, because Albert had clearly cheated, launching an attack even a second before the signal should have counted as a foul. But the judges made no move to intervene, watching instead with interest in his abilities. Damn merit system, Dale muttered inwardly, before concluding bitterly, this is exactly why I hate mages. As the relentless assault continued, Albert began chanting to summon his constructs. Oh, you who have sworn to serve me, for eternity, servants from a darkness deeper than blood. Night. The grotesque incantation made Dale want to shove him into a pit. Disgusting, what kind of creepy spell is that? Still, he couldn't deny it was far stronger than what ordinary rookies could manage. Dale pushed forward through the ranks of summoned minions, while Albert casually smoothed his hair, already acting as though victory was his. How long do you plan to keep dodging? He taunted. How do you expect to defeat me like that? The lackeys surged ahead, all of them locking onto Dale as their sole target, leaving him no room to remain on the defensive. At that moment, Dale's magic stirred, and in an instant, he forced all of Albert's minions back to where they had come from. The power he had been concealing finally erupted. The bodies of the lackeys stiffened, then burst apart violently as a chain of explosions rippled outward, chaos consuming everything in its path. Without hesitation, Albert declared, "Today, I am the winner, young Master Dale." But the confidence vanished from his face, replaced by sudden panic. Wait, where did he go? As he frantically searched, a shadow rose silently behind him. Looking for me? Dale was already there. Albert sneered in an attempt to mask his fear, mocking the ambush even as tension crept into his voice. But Dale's presence was wrapped in necromancy, and the moment he realized it, fear surfaced in Albert's eyes. Still, he tried to steady himself. Defeating me won't be that easy. From beneath his feet, shadowy forms began to writhe and groan. Hungry. So hungry, can we eat? Let's eat. Let's eat. They whispered, their voices overlapping as they pleaded, drawn by the faint, unsettling smile on Dale's face. Feed us. The instant they surged upward, they lunged to devour, not to excess, but with terrifying precision, sending chills through every student watching as pitiful screams echoed across the arena. They nearly consumed every fragment of Albert's essence, their hunger growing more frenzied, their excitement more apparent, while he begged desperately for his life. Dale, however, was not entirely without restraint. Seeing this, he gave the order for them to withdraw. The outcome was already decided. The loudspeaker rang out, announcing that the winner of this round was Dale. He placed a hand over his chest, closed his eyes briefly, and murmured something under his breath. And, as the other contestants looked on, they trembled uncontrollably, their faces drained of color as they wondered what would come next. Who wants to proceed to the second round? No one stepped forward. No one was willing to face Dale any longer. I surrender. I just want to live, someone admitted, and Dale let a faint smile appear as everything unfolded exactly in his favor. From the third round onward, there was no one left in the tower capable of matching him. Aside from the first round, every victory came as a complete landslide. As he advanced, Dale continued refining and stabilizing the 3 circles of magic while defeating each guardian in turn, and it was not until he reached level 20 that a truly formidable opponent finally emerged, the Headless Knight, known as the Relentless Cavalryman. Even then, a voice declared, "Even you, young Master Dale, will go no further." Dale simply raised his hand, magic flowing outward from it as he replied, "If everything goes too smoothly, it becomes dull." His pale eyes opened wide, as though something within him had awakened, and a dense current of magic began to press down against the night itself, tightening the atmosphere and drawing unease from everyone watching. "What's happening?" came murmurs from below, as for reasons no one could understand. The night itself seemed to bow before Dale. "Look!" someone shouted, and the entire audience froze in shock. The Headless Knight had dropped to its knees. What none of them could have known was that within Dale's inner world, the rules were entirely different. The knight, with solemn respect, presented its sword as if awaiting judgment. Dale did not hesitate. He gave a single order for it to end its own existence. The battle concluded instantly, without resistance. Dale offered the fallen knight a faint, almost amused smile. "So loyal that you abandoned your duty as a protector." But in the next moment, his expression shifted as he realized things were not so simple. Oh no. Looking up toward the stands, he saw the crowd frozen stiff, as if turned to stone. He had clearly gone too far. Well, shock is only natural, he reasoned. A summoned creation betraying its master and pledging loyalty to me proves my power rivals a strike from the Black Tower. But I never meant to push it this far. Don't overthink it. With that, Dale turned away. He had already demonstrated enough. It was time to leave. Behind him, confused whispers spread. Where is he going? Is that the exit? Why is he leaving already? But Dale remained unmoved, reminding himself that while he could continue climbing, there were boundaries he should not cross. Beyond this point lay something even monsters feared, a realm no one truly understood. And so, his trial came to an end. Outside, all the students stood lined up in perfect order, and within the tower master had already arrived. The entire Black Tower stood in formation like a grand procession, as nobles and tower captains pledged their loyalty, and every mage present showed respect to both father and son. Because of Dale's overwhelming performance, the Northern Domain once again united under the banner of the Duke. A few days later, within the Empire's Northern Duchy, the Knights of Duke Saxon unleashed their full strength, striking as one to wipe out an entire swarm of monsters in a single decisive blow. They were nearly done with the operation, and as the knights pressed their attack, they raised their voices in unison, shouting slogans in honor of the young lord and for House Saxon, celebrating Dale's successful completion of the trial tower. House Saxon had formally appointed him as the commander of the extermination squad, and wherever that unit advanced, monsters were eradicated without exception. A responsibility no ordinary 10-year-old would ever be given, yet not a single person questioned Dale's ability to lead. In this way, the heir of the Black Duke steadily began bringing unity to the north. A few days later, early in the morning at his manor, Dale stood upright and delivered his report. "My Lord Duke, we have slain 145 orcs." Alan immediately cut to the key concern. "Cavalry casualties. According to your report, 3 lightly injured. No deaths?" Dale answered plainly, "No," then added, "This outcome was entirely due to the axes and blades." When the report concluded, Alan could not help but commend him. "Well done." At once, Helmut stepped forward, unable to hold back his pride. "Duke, young Master Dale has truly grown accustomed to commanding large cavalry units." Dale scratched his head modestly and deflected the praise. "It's all thanks to Sir Helmut's instruction." His thoughts drifted back with a sense of excitement, recalling how Uncle Helmut had trained him in swordsmanship, tactics, and the art of war, placing all his hopes on him. At this pace, it would not be long before the young master could lead full territorial wars. Dale felt that anticipation as well, yet he restrained himself. Territorial war. I'm looking forward to what comes next. Not long after, Charlotte stepped onto the field, swinging her sword as if in real combat, with Dale as her opponent. She unleashed a series of powerful spinning strikes, each one aimed with force, but he evaded them cleanly, then slipped behind her in a single motion, catching her off guard. In the next instant, Charlotte reacted just in time, raising her blade to block his thrust, and the two moved across the field in a continuous exchange, neither giving ground. At one point, Charlotte came close to landing a decisive hit, and Dale acknowledged it with a calm smile. "You've improved a lot." Charlotte frowned, clearly irritated, and refused to accept the compliment, knowing she still could not match him. Dale laughed lightly. "Am I teasing you too much?" She turned away, unwilling to respond, and it was no wonder. He was now a third circle mage who had cleared the 20th level of the tower, and ever since, people constantly praised young Master Dale this and that. "Doesn't it ever get tiring?" she muttered. Seeing her like that, Dale softened his tone and tried to reassure her. "Don't worry, you'll grow stronger too." Charlotte's face flushed at his words, while Dale reflected inwardly that, for someone only 10 years old, she was already remarkable by any standard. Though shy by nature, she still made an effort to carry herself with quiet generosity. "Hey, don't treat me like a child," Charlotte protested, only for Dale to respond plainly, "But you are a child." She shot back immediately, "So are you." And as he tried to insist, "Charlotte, I'm grown up, you know." She waved her hand dismissively. "Ah, fine, forget it." Not long after, their match came to a swift end. Soon, Dale sat across from Helmut, who carefully arranged the pieces for their lesson, laying out the board as he began explaining the focus of the day. The tactic that had caught Dale's attention, the hammer and anvil approach used in battle when cavalry is deployed along one or both flanks. Dale spoke first, already grasping the principle. "The key is for the cavalry to break through the enemy's flank and then encircle them." Helmut nodded in approval. "Exactly. It's called the hammer and anvil because it mirrors placing metal on an anvil and striking it with a hammer. This strategy depends heavily on the strength of the cavalry." Dale stroked his chin thoughtfully, considering that such a method only truly functioned with heavy cavalry, noting how, even across different worlds, the fundamentals of warfare remained strikingly similar. Then, as if recalling something important, he spoke again. "Ah, that's right. How is Charlotte's training progressing?" Helmut paused, reflecting. "While it cannot compare to yours, her improvement has still been exceptional. The young lady has built a solid foundation in swordsmanship, and soon she will grasp both the house techniques and the Saxon sword arts. However, there is one concern." Dale anticipated it immediately. "The compatibility between her sword style and ours, right?" Helmut gave a small nod. Mages refined mana through inner rings within the heart, while knights cultivated theirs through class-based transformation techniques. Mages erected mana towers to embody their philosophy, whereas knights formed legions to preserve and pass down their swordsmanship. Among these traditions, the black cavalry of their region stood out, resembling unstoppable war machines that charged forward like chariots, with the Night Crow cavalry serving as a prime example of overwhelming the battlefield through sheer force. "The issue," Helmut continued, "is that Charlotte's sword style emphasizes speed and elegance, favoring swift and fluid movements. With such natural talent, she might one day reach the lowest rank among the 7 greatsword masters, but she would never stand at the very top." A technique both powerful and graceful came to mind, the style once wielded by the foremost of the 7 greatsword masters, a position her father had once held. For a brief moment, Dale's thoughts drifted, and he suddenly spoke. "The flower sword." Helmut understood at once, his expression dimming. If only that art still existed. He went on to explain how that secret technique had vanished along with the fall of the knightly kingdom. Lost to time. Dale looked down at the knight piece on the board, his gaze lingering with quiet regret. Was it truly gone from this world? From that point on, his days became even more relentless, as he pushed himself to balance monster hunting with his studies. And with each passing day, his reputation continued to grow. Now it was time to reveal the results of his training. When Alan heard the sudden report, he blurted out in shock, "What?" As news arrived that the neighboring territory under Baron Bach had declared war over the Caesar copper mine, the messenger confirmed, "Yes, sir." Dale, puzzled, rubbed his chin. In this world, borders between lands were often unclear, yet for a low-ranking noble to challenge one of higher standing was almost unheard of. Continuing his report, he drew a document from his coat. "If we refuse to hand it over and accept the challenge, Count Brandenburg will side with the Baron," he explained, then added, "And this letter promises that, in exchange for a share of the mine's profits, the Order of St. Magdalena's Knights will be dispatched." The moment they heard this, both father and son understood the situation, and Dale clenched his teeth in anger. So that's how they want to play. He had not forgotten the humiliation of that day. Fine, then we'll make them pay in full. At the same time, his thoughts turned cold. Count Brandenburg. So you've decided on this kind of game. In his mind, he pictured the old man kneeling from that day, a figure reduced and humiliated, surely consumed ever since by thoughts of revenge against the Black Duke. The image of his withered, rag-like face lingered. A direct territorial war would be far too difficult to initiate. So instead, he had chosen a border region, an area where intervention would be complicated and disputes harder to resolve cleanly. A truly despicable coward. Dale stepped forward without hesitation. "Father, I will personally lead this battle alongside the Knights of House Saxon." But Alan immediately shut him down. "No." His gaze shifted to his son as he continued. "It is still too early for you to take command. Do not speak so lightly. War against humans is entirely different from subjugated monsters." Those words struck deeply. Elena lowered her head slightly and spoke with calm resolve. "Baron Jimbel, please rest assured. I will protect your mind." The Baron responded with clear gratitude, offering his thanks, but Dale was left disheartened. He withdrew, frustration weighing on him as he muttered to himself, "I thought I could do better than anyone. Then why won't they trust me?" Helmut stepped in to console him. "Young master, please don't take the Duke's decision too harshly," he said, offering steady reassurance. "You must be disappointed, but the Duke surely has his reasons." Then, shifting the mood, he added, "In any case, I prepared something for you." He brought out a board and placed it before Dale. "Would you like to try a match with me?" Dale looked at it, puzzled. "This looks very similar to chess, though it seems to go by a different name here." Helmut smiled. "So, the young master is already familiar with it. This is a war game, a simulation of real battles. The rules are quite complex, but mastering it can be extremely beneficial, especially if we play together while discussing strategy and the art of war." Before he could finish, Dale had already snatched up the board, hugging it with excitement as he dashed off, leaving Helmut standing there, momentarily stunned. "Young master, where are you going?" Helmut called out, but Dale had already begun dragging the war game board along as he pushed forward with his proposal. Alan watched him with visible impatience, then spoke bluntly. "If you win this match, I will allow you to participate in the territorial war." There was a trace of exasperation in his voice as he added, "Even after everything I've said, you still refuse to change your mind." Dale did not waver. "I understand that war is not merely a clash of strength, but a deeper contest of strategy," he said firmly. "Please judge me through this game." Helmut stepped in, somewhat awkwardly. "Forgive me, my lord. I will persuade the young master." But Alan cut him off. "No need. Proceed. If you win, I will grant your request." Hearing that, Dale's face lit up with excitement. "Thank you, father, for trusting me," he replied quickly, only for Alan to add, "However, if you lose, you will abandon any thought of taking part in this battle." The game began at once, father and son facing each other across the board, and as the match unfolded under Helmut's watchful eye, astonishment gradually took hold of him. "Oh my," he murmured, staring at the pieces as the outcome became undeniable. "On this board, victory and defeat are already decided. The win belongs to you." He glanced toward Alan in disbelief. Even though the Duke had granted Dale clear advantages in troop numbers and terrain, Dale had still secured victory with a 2-1 margin. Dale smiled brightly. "Then father will honor his promise, correct?" Alan could only let out a quiet sigh of resignation before asking, "Since when did you learn to play this game?" Dale answered without hesitation, "I came across a rulebook in the library a few years ago and started studying it." "Of course, that's a lie," he admitted inwardly. "If I told the truth, they'd only see me as even more strange." Alan rose to his feet. "A promise once made must be upheld," he declared. "In the name of House Saxon, I entrust you with command of the knights in the coming battle." Helmut could hardly accept what he was hearing. "My lord, this is..." Alan's expression hardened as he addressed his son directly. No matter how much I expect from you, the honor of House Saxon comes first. Failure is absolutely unacceptable. His sharp gaze locked onto Dale. I will ask you one final time. Can you truly bear the full responsibility of this battle? Dale met that gaze without hesitation, his eyes filled with unwavering confidence. Yes, please trust me. I will prove that I can succeed. A faint, approving smile appeared on Alan's face. Very well. Return only after you have demonstrated the results of your training. Sometime later, at Malberg Castle under Count Brandenburg's domain, angry shouts echoed through the halls. Have you been wasting your time drinking and fooling around in the slums again? The old man, Philip, roared in fury. I've heard that the young master of House Saxon himself will be leading the knights. What exactly are you doing? The old man demanded, his voice sharp with anger, while Philip stood before him, swaying unsteadily, still drunk. Yet Philip showed no concern. There's no need to worry, father, he said with misplaced confidence. Our opponent is just a 10-year-old boy. Allow me and your knights to crush that arrogant brat from House Saxon. The more he spoke, the darker Brandenburg's expression became, until at last he slammed his hand down on the table with a thunderous crack. You called him a 10-year-old? He barked. Philip flinched, stunned. Why, yes, sir, he stammered. That arrogant Saxon brat, you say? Brandenburg continued, his voice rising. Yes, a monster. Even if you lived 100 years, the old man cut in furiously, you still wouldn't be worthy of touching his collar. The force of his words crushed Philip, driving him to collapse onto the floor as Brandenburg glared down at him in disgust. You worthless insect, defeated by a 10-year-old. Then, with bitter regret, he muttered, I should have secured Charlotte for myself much earlier. After a moment, Brandenburg spoke again, issuing his command. For this battle, I will entrust you with leadership of the knights. Philip's face lit up instantly. Yes, I understand, sir, he exclaimed, only to be met with another harsh rebuke. What are you so pleased about? Brandenburg snapped. You will have no real role on the battlefield. You clearly fail to grasp my meaning. His tone turned final as he corrected himself. The entire campaign will be commanded by Milvis. You will serve in name only. At his order, Milvis stepped forward at once and dragged Philip away, ignoring his struggles as he cried out, Father. Behind them, the old man seethed. Damn it. If it were up to me, I would take command personally, but I cannot go all out against a mere child. Was this your plan from the beginning, Duke Saxon? Elsewhere, Dale had already secured what he wanted and was in high spirits. A few days later, at Greenbelt Castle, Baron Greenbelt stood waiting anxiously until the sound of approaching hooves signaled their arrival. Soldiers called out in unison. It is an honor to welcome young Master Dale of House Saxon. You must be weary from your long journey. Yet behind their formal words, their true thoughts were far less respectful. Good heavens, he's just a child. Can he even wield a sword? They call him a genius. Let's see for ourselves. The Baron stepped forward to greet him personally. With the young master here, I feel greatly reassured. Dale responded with equal politeness. Thank you, Baron Greenbelt. Despite his composed exterior, the Baron's thoughts were troubled. I never expected them to truly send a 10-year-old. Even with the Black Cavalry at his side, the boy seemed far too inexperienced to command an entire force. Still maintaining proper courtesy, he gestured toward the castle. First, please join us for a welcoming banquet prepared in your honor. But Dale immediately declined. No, we don't have time to waste. At those words, the Baron's face turned pale. Excuse me, what do you mean by that? The Baron asked, only to freeze as Dale had already drawn his sword and leveled it straight at him. Dale spoke without hesitation. First, I want to evaluate the strength of your forces. Among those under your command, who is the strongest? The tip of his blade remained pressed forward as he repeated, more sharply. I'll ask again, among your men, who is the strongest? Before the Baron could respond, a voice cut in. That would be me, young master. A burly knight stepped forward, his tone filled with confidence. A man who can defeat me hasn't been born yet. He looked at Dale with open contempt, convinced the boy relied on nothing but his family name while daring to carry his sword. I'll give you a proper beating. Dale read the man's prejudice instantly, and, in response, he slowly raised his own blade. It seems all of you doubt my ability, he said in a low, challenging voice. A battle of this importance wasn't even discussed, yet it has been entrusted entirely to a mere 10-year-old. With that, he drove the tip of his sword into the stone floor beneath him. Then I suppose I have my doubts as well, about the competence of your troops, and about the Duke who commands them. The simplest way to settle this is with steel. His tone turned sharper as he added with cutting sarcasm. But from what I see, the finest knight the Baron prides himself on is nothing more than a drunk. Even if I hadn't doubted you before, you've already proven it yourselves. Or do you plan to borrow your courage from alcohol? The red-haired knight's temper ignited instantly. Drawing his sword in a flash, he answered, Very well, young master. His voice rang with resolve as he declared, I, Harbuck, stake my honor as a knight to prove the worth of the Baron's house. They moved to an open space, facing each other, while Dale's expression remained calm and confident. "You've surely heard of my swordsmanship," he said. Harbuck responded with a sneer. "I know enough. Some strange style of yours. Odd, really. Where's your confidence come from? What supports it?" With that, he raised his blade. "I'm coming." In the next instant, he lunged forward like a flash, and Dale met him head-on, bringing his guard up as their swords clashed with a sharp, ringing strike. Harbuck pressed forward, unleashing blow after blow, yet found himself struggling against the steady composure behind Dale's faint smile. As the exchange continued, Dale quietly evaluated him. There was no aura infused in a Harbuck's blade. Only high-ranking knights could wield an aura blade. Still, seeing that his opponent was fighting with full intent, Dale decided to respond in kind, beginning to channel mana into his own strikes. A powerful surge of mana erupted from Dale, the sheer force of enough to shake Harbuck where he stood, and in the next instant, that concentrated stream drove forward in a relentless assault. Harbuck swung his blade to cut it down, but for every layer he broke, another followed immediately behind. "Damn it! It won't stop," he cursed, struggling under the pressure. "That blasted relic threw me off." Meanwhile, Dale simply stood there, channeling his mana and watching the man fight against it, his expression bordering on boredom as he assessed him. His strength isn't anything remarkable. Then, suddenly, Dale's eyes widened. The red-haired knight, unable to keep up any longer, collapsed, feigning injury as he fell. The Baron rushed forward at once. "Sir Harbuck, are you all right?" "Sir Harbuck." Dale blinked, genuinely caught off guard. He fell that easily. The Baron turned toward him with accusation in his eyes. "Young Master Dale, what is the meaning of this? A crucial battle is approaching, and already one of my veteran knights has lost his ability to fight." Those words ignited something cold in Dale. "Baron Greenbelt," he said sharply, "do you truly not understand your own situation?" His tone turned openly disdainful. "With strength like that, it will be House Saxon alone that struggles in this war. Do you intend to sit back in comfort while others fight for you?" The Baron was left speechless. That's... Dale cut him off. "Is this truly the finest knight you take pride in?" Raising his sword, he continued. "House Saxon does not hesitate to stand as a shield for those loyal to it. But that does not grant you the right to neglect your own responsibilities." Shame spread across the Knights of Greenbelt at those words. "Therefore," Dale declared, "until this battle begins, the Knights of the Duke will act as your sword." His gaze hardened as he gave his ultimatum. "Now choose. Follow me, or lose everything." At once, every knight dropped to their knees, bowing deeply before him as their voices rose together. "We swear absolute loyalty." Far away, at the Duke's residence, Alina wept uncontrollably, while Alan stood beside her, offering quiet reassurance. "You worry too much," he said gently. "That child, he exceeds anything we could have imagined." A faint smile crossed his face as he continued. "When Dale grows older, the things he will witness may surpass even my understanding. One day, he will stand as a master of this world." If only Dale could hear those words now. At that very moment, he was practically tearing his hair out in frustration, overwhelmed by a completely different realization. "I really am just a frog at the bottom of a well. The world outside is filled with incompetence." The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. That so-called holy sword must have known exactly what kind of situation this was when assigning Duke Greenbelt. If that's the case, then I'll act on my own terms. The following day, within the Baron's domain, Harbuck struggled under a heavy burden, dragging a massive stone across the ground until his strength gave out, and he collapsed onto the grass. "Please, sir, stop," he gasped, completely spent. All around him, knights lay scattered across the ground, completely exhausted, yet the reprimands did not stop. "Already collapsed like this?" The scolding continued. Watching for distance, Dale rose to his feet, his expression cold. "And you call yourselves Knights of the North?" The red-haired man tried to defend himself. "No, I'm a wounded veteran." Dale cut him off immediately. "How long have you been at it to start complaining already?" His voice carried firm authority as he issued his order. "Train the Baron's knights thoroughly, starting with physical conditioning. Not a single one of them meets the required standard." "Yes, understood," a subordinate replied. Dale did not stop there. "Also, send a messenger to Baron Parker's domain. Inform them that I intend to propose negotiations." The knight beside him hesitated, repeating, "Negotiations?" "Yes," Dale answered simply. But his intentions were already set. "It's not as if I plan to accept some humiliating compromise before the battle begins. There's someone I want to meet face to face." The meeting was arranged at the border between the two baronial territories, and inside the negotiation tent, Dale was already seated, waiting. "At most, we have a few weeks," he calculated. The Knights of St. Magdalena are engaged in a long continental campaign, and with their strained supply lines, they're likely to make the first move. And Baron Parker's knight forces are not to be underestimated either. A voice broke his thoughts. "Lord Philip has arrived." Dale showed no surprise. Just as expected, they sent those two. His gaze settled on the man entering. and he thought coldly, a hollow puppet, Commander Philip. It was obvious he had been carefully presented for appearance's sake. Then Dale's attention shifted to the figure behind him. Lord Milvas, the real commander of this campaign. Dale spoke first. Greetings, Lord Philip. Philip responded with a forced smile, though his tone was sharp. So, you finally want to negotiate? You've been acting bold until now. What happened? Afraid now that a real battle is approaching, you brat? Dale remained completely unfazed. Let's get to the point. Why did you agree to this negotiation? Philip opened his mouth, eager to boast, but Dale cut him off mid-breath. I wasn't asking you. Stop staring blankly. What? I'm not speaking to the puppet placed at the front of this war, Dale said flatly. I'm addressing the real commander, standing behind you. His eyes locked onto the man in question. Lord Milvas of the Sword Watch. Philip's expression shattered. What did you just say? Dale did not even look at him. Now answer me. Are you truly the one in command? If not, then why would a holy sword entrust an entire battlefield to someone without a shred of ability? The words struck deep, hitting Philip's pride directly, and before he could explode, Milvas stepped in quickly. Lord Philip, do not be provoked by his words. He forced himself to suppress the surge of anger toward that damned brat, while Malavs, thinking in private, knew full well that Count Brandenburg's view of Philip as an embarrassment was a secret shared by only a select few, which made it all the more baffling. How in the world had this kid uncovered it? Dale pressed forward with the negotiation, his words cutting cleanly, asking how it felt to know that even his esteemed father placed no trust in him, prompting Malavs to cry out in urgency that the negotiation was over, declaring, Lord Philip, we have no reason to remain here any longer. Let us return at once. Even as his body trembled with anger, he struggled to contain. Dale, however, had no intention of letting them leave so easily, continuing with sharp disdain as he questioned whether Philip even needed permission to speak, mocking how he bowed and took orders from someone beneath him, each word layering insult upon insult, as he declared him no better than a slave and asked if this was truly the bearing expected of the eldest son of a marquis, comparing him to a dog bound by a leash to its master. Philip hissed in fury at the words a dog on a leash, while Mills attempted to stop him. Yet Lord Philip Dante listened only briefly before falling into sudden silence. And on the enemy side, unrest began to ripple as internal discord surfaced. Seizing the moment, Dale added that at this rate he truly could not tell whether Philip was a puppet of the Holy Sword or merely a puppet of Lord Mills. And while the others descended in argument, Dale had already achieved what he wanted. His entire strategy from the outset had been to fracture the enemy's chain of command, never to genuinely negotiate. He then ordered Lord Bale to step outside for a moment, the knight bowing and responding, At your command, Lord Dale. And once the knight had withdrawn, Dale spoke again with unmistakable sarcasm, asking if they could now speak privately, just the two of them, while noting that the true senior commander responsible for the battlefield was present. Philip ground his teeth, anger boiling over as he stormed out, while Malavs, flustered, called after him. Lord Philip then barked that they should discuss this, addressing Lord Mills, as Philip, filled with indignation, shot back. Did you not hear what the Supreme Commander, said? Malav stepped forward as well. Yet Lord Philip only grew louder, shouting angrily that dealing with that Saxon brat was his responsibility, prompting Mills to touch his face anxiously and mutter that this was bad, that he had completely fallen for it. Well then, as a knight, I must obey orders. With that, Dale moved straight to the point, thanking Lord Philip and reiterating that, as he had said before, this meeting had been requested purely for negotiation, to which Philip retorted, You mean you have something that can persuade me? Dale confirmed that he did, proposing that if the Knights of St. Magdalena withdrew from the battle at once, then Saxon would provide all the provisions necessary for their army's journey home. Words that immediately provoked Philip. What? He shouted in anger, demanding to know if Dale truly dared to call the negotiation, only for Dale to answer calmly, Yes, his tone easing as he added an apology if his earlier remarks had caused offense, yet immediately urging him once more to withdraw his forces before delivering a firm, unyielding warning that if he refused, his army would be wiped out, hundreds of knights captured, the reputation of the Holy Sword dragged through the mud, and his own name disgraced, concluding that this was his final chance to preserve even a fragment of dignity. Those words rendered Philip momentarily speechless, but he quickly pointed at Dale and exposed his intent, saying Lord Malavs had been right, and that Dale had planned to mock them from the very beginning. Though Dale remained completely composed, and simply remarked what a pity it was, repeating that this was the final opportunity. Philip flinched and demanded, What did you say? To which Dale replied with casual menace, guaranteeing that when the battle was lost, the one to bear the blame would not be Lord Malavs, the commander, but the Marquis's eldest incompetent son. The remark struck directly at Philip's sorest point, yet he forced himself to endure it, telling Dale not to speak nonsense as he struggled to reclaim his dignity, insisting that the sneering would not last long, and that he would soon prove himself before everyone present. while Dale, saying nothing, inwardly wished that Philip would cling to that confidence for as long as possible. Thus, the negotiation collapsed. Sometime later, in the Green Belt Barrens, Malav stood at a distance observing the enemy's movements as reconnaissance reported that House Saxon's knights had begun to mobilize, causing him to frown inwardly as he recalled that child of House Saxon. Those eyes, that composure, and remained extremely wary. Another report repeated that their knights were on the move, and Malav's again reflected on the boy's aura, his gaze, and his calm demeanor, growing even more cautious, recognizing that, although he was only 10 years old, he was not an opponent to be underestimated. Even so, Malav's concluded that this was their chance while the boy was still only 10, and drawing his sword, he declared, "Take him down and end his growth," then roared that they would teach that insolent brat what silence meant. On the other side, a report arrived as well. "Lord Dale, the enemy's main force has begun to move. You're still preparing to meet them." Dale acknowledged the report, mounted his horse, and raised his sword to rally his men, calling out, "O swords of House Saxon, your time has come," prompting them all to answer in unison as they lifted their blades. And he continued, "Today, show them blood worthy of that name." The bugle rang out, and both armies surged forward into the charge as Malav's and Philip spurred their horses ahead, with Malav's leading the 1st Cavalry Regiment while silently forming his strategy, knowing the key to victory lay in restraining House Saxon's Black Knight Regiment. Yet under the present conditions, he still could not properly assess the true strength of the Black Knight's firepower. To prevent any unforeseen disruption, they decided Prince Philip must remain positioned at the center of the formation rather than the front line, while Baron Parker's forces would take the left flank to hold back the Green Belt Cavalry. With that arrangement set, Milver advanced confidently, repeating his intent as the elite Brandenburg troops under his command moved to strike the flank of House Saxon's Black Knight Regiment, pressing forward without hesitation as he urgently issued orders. Knowing this chance could not be allowed to slip away, a soldier charged ahead with sword raised for the Marquis's house, and in the next instant 2 blades collided violently on the battlefield as the soldiers behind them surged forward in unison, when suddenly Dale appeared as if from nowhere, driving his horse onward while declaring that it would not go the way they expected. At the sight of him, the Marquis's troops let out a breath of relief and shouted with excitement, Young Master Dale has personally taken the front line," while Dale immediately commanded them to hold firm, ordering them not to retreat and to fight to the very end. Leading House Saxon's forces, Dale charged straight through and crushed the Marquis's troops, while Milver, observing from a distance, quickly assessed the situation and realized that from the very beginning Dale had intended to use the main force to determine the outcome, even going so far as to use himself as bait. No ordinary tactic. Yet Milver responded with a sinister grin, thinking this was exactly the scenario he had hoped for, and without delay, he spurred his horse forward to intensify the assault. For Magdalena, the troops shouted in the name of the Marquis of Brandenburg, while Dale's forces roared in response, commanding that no one be allowed near the young master as all units charged, and with both sides committing fully, the armies collided in a fierce clash, a burst of mana erupting at the moment of impact as Milver drove forward and issued sharp orders to strike fast and secure victory quickly, calling for the 1st Cavalry Regiment to follow him as he roared that they would bring down the young master and end the battle, urging them to prove the worth of their elite title as he cut through enemy soldiers in a relentless slaughter. In the midst of the chaos, an enemy soldier suddenly ambushed Milver, a spear thrust nearly reaching him, but he reacted instantly, cutting the attacker down and continuing his rampage in a fury until, after the brief massacre, he came to an abrupt halt, a flicker of unease crossing his mind as he questioned what was happening, wondering if something was off. How could they possibly be overwhelming the enemy's elite force so easily? And why were the Black Raven Knights, famed as destroyers of the battlefield, being pushed back with such little resistance? Then, as a Black Knight called out orders to retreat and reform their lines, Milver's unease deepened into suspicion, a strange, unsettling feeling taking hold as he questioned whether this truly was the feared Black Cavalry he had expected. And at that very moment a rider galloped up in haste to deliver a report, calling out urgently, "Report. Commander of the Knights, report." Baron Parker, who was holding the left flank, was barely managing to keep the line intact, and when the report reached Malav's, he was horrified, exclaiming in disbelief as he learned that the entire left side was being swept away, leaving them stunned as the question spread. How could the so-called fools of the Green Belt be wielding aura? Another dispatch arrived, and Philip panicked as the message was delivered. Young Master Philip was requesting reinforcements for the left flank under Baron Parker's command, while the soldiers, now visibly shaken, reported that the family knights of House Saxon were breaking straight through Parker's lines, something they found impossible to accept, questioning how Aura Knights could have reached that position at all, and turning to him urgently to ask what he intended to do. In that moment, Philip recalled Dale's words, that in the end, All the blame would fall on the Marquis's useless eldest son, and grinding his teeth, he swore he would not allow things to unfold as that brat intended. Just then, another dispatch came in, informing him that Lord Milver was merging the center and rear cavalry into Baron Parker's left flank to reinforce the defense. But Philip, already furious and losing all composure, snapped and barked for silence before issuing his own orders, commanding all rear cavalry to gather at his side as he declared they would break through the right flank instead. Consumed by anger to the point of madness, he insisted that before the left flank could collapse, he would personally annihilate that damn brat, while at the same time Malavs received word that the knight commander was leading the rear cavalry in that very direction, leaving him shaken as he realized what was happening and cursed under his breath, thinking he had clearly ordered him to reinforce the left flank, only for that damned brat to act otherwise. Malavs quickly calculated the situation, recognizing that the right flank already held the advantage over the enemy's weaker left, and that sending additional troops that would only overcrowd the formation and reduce its flexibility, making it harder to maneuver. The reasoning was clear, yet ignoring an ally's urgent call for aid while remaining passive in such a position was a severe misjudgment, and at this rate, the left flank would be completely broken, leaving their forces vulnerable to encirclement. A rider stepped forward to urge immediate withdrawal, calling out for the commander to retreat at once. But Milver refused, declaring, "No, not yet," as he turned back to observe the battlefield and caught sight of Dale advancing, realizing that the battle was far from decided, and in his eyes, what others might see as victory was something he intended to crush outright. In a single motion, he raised his sword high and issued an order to the entire force, calling upon the 1st Cavalry Regiment as he declared that there was only one path forward, prompting the soldiers to respond eagerly, begging for the command to be given, urging him to lead them as they raised their swords and swore in the name of Saint Magdalena, praying that their pure blades be blessed, that the goddess Sistina would protect them, and that the love and mercy of the sister goddesses would remain with them, while Malavs, his gaze burning with killing intent, roared out his command. "From this moment on, we break through the enemy's line. Take the enemy commander's head," he declared, raising his sword high and calling for them to follow, and the army answered as one, surging forward in a massive wave while a thunder of hooves and a resounding battle cry for Saint Magdalena rose from behind, loud enough to draw Dale's attention. Dale smiled faintly, thinking that they were only now giving chase, reflecting that anyone fighting on the front lines inevitably has their perspective narrowed, as the pressure and urgency of War Cloud judgment, and perhaps even Lord Malavs could not escape that burden. As he recognized the move Dale was about to execute, Malavs blurted out in alarm and began casting magic, but Dale responded instantly by invoking the Ice Bolt technique, sneering as he remarked, "What? First time seeing magic?" And before the words had even settled, he released the arrow in his hand, which shot forward and struck a horse directly, dropping it on the spot. The display left Malav stunned. Bringing down a charging horse with such precision was extraordinary, and while the projectile magic itself was impressive, it was clear that without exceptional technique and refined skill, such a feat could not even be replicated. Dale, fully composed, swept his hand back and issued another command, calling out, "Rise, O walls of ice," and the moment his words fell, a towering barrier of ice erupted in front of Malav's troops, completely sealing their path, prompting a soldier to shout that the road ahead had been entirely blocked. Seizing that instant, Dale turned and signaled his forces, and at once the entire army launched a counterattack, surging forward at his call as orders rang out to ensure no blade reached the young master, urging them to give their lives to shield him, and one after another, soldiers fell in the effort. Malavs, now clutching his head in fury, realized the truth. They had been completely trapped, and their enemy's objective had never been to kill him, but to protect their commander while buying time. Worse still, Philip had made the gravest possible mistake, as his actions had caused the central infantry mass to shift toward the right flank, grotesquely warping their entire formation. Cursing in rage, Malavs concluded there was only one option left, and without hesitation, he swung his sword and charged straight into the ice wall, shattering it before advancing to face Dale directly, shouting that it would end here and that he would personally send him off. As the blade came down, Dale's expression did not waver, remaining calm and confident. Then blood suddenly sprayed into the air. By dusk, Malav's core forces had been completely defeated, with many taken prisoner, and as Dale looked toward them, he let out a quiet sigh and thought to himself that their overconfidence in the power of an Aura Knight had not changed, recognizing that the combat doctrine built by the Magdalena Order could, at times, become its most fatal weakness. Because in my past life, the prison warden who oversaw me had been the very holy sword who led that order, whether I wished it or not. I came to know everything about the Knights of St. Magdalena, as clearly as if it were laid out in the palm of my hand. From behind, a report arrived. "Young Master Dale, the Knights of Baron Greenbelt have broken through the left flank, and the left commander, Baron Parker, has been captured, a development that did not exceed Milva's expectations, though he still ground his teeth and cursed under his breath, blaming that idiot Philip. Dale stepped forward and remarked that it seemed he did not trust young Master Philip very much, to which Malavs replied in a weary tone that this had been a trap set from the very beginning to lure them in, while Dale continued evenly that the battlefield was always chaotic and impossible to predict, and that being led to ruin through a chain of disorderly events ultimately stemmed from one's own foolishness. With quiet confidence, Dale then declared that, in accordance with the great traditions of the Empire, he would grant mercy to those who beg for their lives with a few coins, and asked plainly if they would beg for mercy, prompting a soldier to shout angrily that they should not be mocked, and that he would rather die than beg. Dale's expression turned amused as he replied, "Oh, really? Then go ahead and die," snapping his fingers as a magical bolt shot forward and pierced straight through the soldier's chest. He then turned his gaze to Lord Malavs and asked what he intended to do, and after a brief moment of thought, Malavs lowered his head, astonishing the soldiers behind him as he addressed Dale with a deferential "my lord," while inwardly resolving that he could not afford to die here and had to warn the knights that this man was truly dangerous. He ordered his men to kneel, instructing them that they would surrender according to imperial tradition and request fair treatment as prisoners, a choice that drew a note of surprise from Dale, who remarked that they would even kneel to beg for their lives, while privately concluding that further provocation would serve no purpose. That thought, however, was abruptly cut short as Dale suddenly and cheerfully gave a new command: "Kill them all for me." Even the knights of the Black Raven cavalry froze for a moment, holding their breath at such an order, since by imperial custom, the ransoming of captured knights was commonplace. Yet Dale's tone did not waver in the slightest. One after another, his soldiers carried out the command, sending the captives to their deaths without hesitation. For to the knights of House Saxon, Dale's orders stood above all else, and on that battlefield, one final man rushed headlong toward his own end. Malavs clenched his teeth, cursing that vile wretch as he suddenly sprang up and shouted that he would not fall so easily. But before he could do anything further, a spear thrust forward from behind. The spear drove straight through his chest, and Malavs collapsed helplessly to the ground as Dale murmured quietly, asking if he remembered his death, the strange words startling him, while Dale, almost cheerfully, recalled that night, saying he remembered Malavs' face being there when his commander stabbed a dagger into his back, and that he had been present as well, before asking once more, addressing him as a young knight, whether he remembered his death or not. Realization struck, and Malavs cried out in fear, insisting it was impossible, that Dale had somehow survived and returned from that. But before he could continue, Dale cut him off and unleashed black magic again and again, piercing his body countless times as his expression twisted into something faintly unhinged. Nearby, a female soldier swung her blade with force, striking her opponent and sending him staggering backward in pain, while Philip remained seated on his horse, his face filled with terror as he watched his forces being eliminated one after another. By the time he fully grasped the situation, it had already become a lost cause. Surveying the battlefield, Philip saw that the right cavalry wing had been destroyed, that Lord Malavs and all his knights were dead, and as the grim reality of what lay ahead set in, panic overtook him, his hands clutching his head as he realized the left flank had long since collapsed and the Black Cavalry were already encircling headquarters, prompting him to spit out a furious curse. Thoughts of Dale only made him more agitated, that mocking smile and those eyes repeatedly surfacing in his mind, refusing to leave him, until a knight behind him shouted urgently for him to make a decision, while another at his side called out anxiously. Yet Philip, overwhelmed, rambled that they could not lose like this, leaving the brown-haired knight confused and the blonde one equally bewildered as they questioned what he had just said. In a frenzy, Philip pointed his sword at them and shouted that all troops were to fight to the last, and that no one was to retreat, declaring that their order of knights must never kneel. And when the blonde knight tried to object, warning that they would be wiped out, Philip snapped back furiously, demanding to know if he dared defy the Supreme Commander's orders, before screaming for a final charge. Behind him, the knights cried out helplessly, calling to him, but Philip turned toward the purple-haired knight and shouted, barking orders to stop him and protect him, gripping his weapon tightly as he raised it overhead, preparing to strike while muttering that if he had known this would be the end, he would have drunk more. The knight held on more tightly, looking at Philip as he said he would rather die in bed than on the battlefield. As afternoon gave way, Dale stood in silence amid the victorious cheers of the surrounding knights, and someone spoke up, remarking that from beginning to end, everything had unfolded exactly as young Master Dale had planned, addressing him with clear admiration. Without warning, Philip dropped to his knees and shouted to be let go, collapsing as another voice remarked that he truly seemed to hate surrendering, which only made Philip snarl in frustration as he insisted that even in victory, they would rather break than accept defeat. Dale, wearing an almost innocent expression, answered that such words sounded impressive for someone who had fled to save his own life, prompting Philip to pound his chest and shout that as the commander of this battle he had a duty to survive. Dale responded calmly, asking if that was so, then lifted his sword and slowly drew it free, remarking that since the battle was already over, there was no longer any need for him to live, which immediately made Philip sense the danger and cry out for him to wait, before hastily pointing and declaring that he would accept the challenge, claiming he would gladly agree to a duel that would decide the fate of the battlefield, just as Dale of House Saxon demanded. Bale, clearly irritated, muttered about the nonsense Philip was spouting, but Dale dismissed the concern with a casual wave, saying there was no need to worry, and accepted without hesitation, stating simply that he agreed to the challenge. At those words, Philip's fearful expression twisted into something calculating, and without wasting a moment, he lunged straight at Dale, having spotted what he believed was an opening. A smug smile spread across his face as he thought he had anticipated this outcome. Yet Dale met him with complete calm, and as Philip hurled himself forward with a curse, he was suddenly sent flying backward, a streak of purple light clinging to his hand and filling him with terror as he clutched his arm in agony, writhing on the ground. Desperation replaced all pretense as Philip begged for help and pleaded for his life. But hearing those cries, Dale could only watch with cold disdain, a faint sneer forming as he observed him struggle and scream, remarking that in the end, he had failed to preserve even a shred of dignity, and that this noisy battle would conclude with nothing more than a pitiful scream. By the following day, crowds had gathered, trumpets sounding as people celebrated, voices rising in unison to announce that young Master Dale had returned victorious, while a man standing at a distance smiled and told his companion that he had heard Dale successfully executed a perfect encirclement to annihilate the Knights of St. Magdalena, prompting the other to eagerly add that the number of enemy dead was beyond counting. At that moment, a figure cloaked in black appeared behind them and interjected that it was not something to celebrate, questioning whether so much bloodshed should be praised, then calmly removing his hood and cloak as he revealed a gentle smile and asked whether the gods truly desired the death of so many, his expression kind as he noted that although the tip of that child's sword now pointed at his enemies, he himself was Cardinal Nikolai of the Sistina Sisterhood. Nikolai spoke with quiet certainty, warning that a time would come when that boy would strike without hesitation, even against his own allies. At that moment, the doors of the audience chamber swung open before Dale and Bale, and as they stepped inside, Dale suddenly froze, his eyes widening at the sound of a voice calling out "brother," only for him to blurt out in shock, "Lies," as a little girl ran toward him with joy, calling "Brother Dale." He embraced her, gently patting her head as he asked if she had missed him, and she answered with a bright smile that she had missed him very much. Helmet let out a warm chuckle and congratulated him on his first victory, addressing him as young Master Dale, and Dale returned the smile, offering his thanks to Uncle Helmet. Soon after, he took Liza's hand and walked further inside, passing calmly by Sophia and Charlotte as he moved ahead, before approaching Alina and Alan and lowering himself to one knee before them. With pride and formality, his hand placed over his heart, he introduced himself as Dale of House Saxon and officially reported the victory, prompting Alan to gently praise him for leading it so well, while Dale responded with humility, saying the victory belonged to the sword of House Saxon, then glancing toward Bale as he added his thanks for the guidance he had received. Alina smiled softly and remarked that he must be exhausted after returning straight from battle, urging him to rest and recover first, and Dale answered obediently, thanking his mother before lifting his gaze with a quiet smile toward Alina and Alan seated above. Standing there with Liz, he looked at them with a sense of warmth and thought to himself about the Saxon ducal castle, realizing how long it had been and how much it truly felt like coming home. At the same time, far away, Brandenburg clenched his fists and ground his teeth in fury as he glared at the two wounded knights before him, demanding to know where Philip was and why only they had returned. The black-haired knight trembled as he explained that Lord Milva's and the entire Knights of St. Magdalena, including the Aura Knights, had been killed, and that House Saxon had captured young Master Philip along with a few attendants, now demanding an enormous ransom. Brandenburg initially replied with chilling calm that he understood, but in the next instant erupted in rage, shouting that they had lost so completely and still dared to come back alive, then coldly asking whether they were prepared to pay the price for desertion. The remaining knights, overcome with fear, wept and begged for mercy, admitting they had no honor left. Unmoved, Brandenburg ordered them thrown into the dungeons, declaring he would make them beg for death itself. And as the two cried out in terror, his fury remained unrestrained. The battle of that day came to be known as the Black and White Retaliation, its details growing increasingly exaggerated as it spread, and from those retellings, the image of Dale as a heroic figure began to take shape. From that day forward, whenever enemies collapsed in tears and begged for mercy, Dale came to be known as the Black Noble, a man who granted none, and as time passed under that heavy reputation, he reached the age of 11. A voice addressed him, noting that he was turning 11 this year, and that there was a gift to be given, as Alan spoke gently, explaining that at the upcoming official birthday ceremony, he would bestow upon him the title of Viscount within the Saxon ducal domain. Hearing this, Dale was left stunned, momentarily speechless as the weight of it settled in, imagining himself standing at his father's side, understanding that a Viscount held the authority to act as a lord's representative, and realizing that his father had truly kept his promise to treat him as an equal head of the household. With genuine happiness, Dale expressed his gratitude, thanking his father, then quickly added that although it was sudden, there was something he wished to do as the Duke's representative, prompting Alan to ask what it was, to which Dale answered directly that people were already saying the Black Noble had shown ruthless brutality in that battle, sparing no prisoners. He explained calmly that because knights who fought under the faith of the Goddess Church had become victims of his actions, the Church would likely take offense. Yet he smiled with quiet confidence as he stated that for this reason, he intended to make a pilgrimage to the papal domain of Sistina, where he would personally face the weight of the ill repute he had sown. Alan frowned deeply and fell into silence for a long moment, before finally speaking with visible confusion, saying he could not understand, as fear was an invaluable asset that nothing could replace, and yet Dale intended to cast aside that notoriety merely to gain favor with the Church. But Dale stood firm, replying that it was a power worth trading for. Seeing his resolve, Alan began to grasp his thinking and asked him plainly if he had other motives, and Dale, without hesitation, admitted that he did, briefly and vaguely outlining a plan, stating only that he intended to present them with an offer they could not refuse, while keeping one crucial thought to himself, that he would also take hold of the forbidden grimoires. A few days earlier, during the third watch of the night, Dale had been asleep when his breathing suddenly grew strained, his chest tightening as sweat soaked his body, and a low voice whispered into his ear, asking if he remembered, repeating the question of whether he remembered his death, as a skeletal figure loomed over him, lifting him up with blazing eyes fixed upon him. Half conscious, Dale murmured that he remembered their deaths, and the moment he finished speaking, the skeleton delivered a single warning. Remember death, memento mori, before lunging straight toward his heart, leaving him writhing in agony as he coughed up blood. The experience felt utterly real, yet it had been nothing more than a dream. Jolting awake in terror, he threw off the covers and sat upright, gasping for air as Dale clutched his chest, questioning whether that nightmare, the abyss of thought and the unseen skeleton, had truly existed. That pitch-dark mental landscape forced open to reach the third circle, the place where good and evil coexist in balance, and where a mage's control and discipline over the inner world both begin and end, the very destination Dale had been pursuing. After lingering in thought for some time, he slowly tightened his fist, a bitter reflection surfacing as he found it almost ridiculous that he had endured loneliness and nightmares because of that very world, calling it an unbearable disgrace as he stared blankly at his clenched hand before making a firm vow. He was still far too weak, and if he wanted complete mastery over his own mind, he would need far greater power. Just as a knight is accompanied by a sword, an exceptional mage must stand beside a grimoire, and that conviction was exactly what drove Dale to carry out his plan today. At dawn the following morning, the carriage rolled away, leaving the grand castle far behind as it headed straight into the depths of the forest, a place that appeared ordinary at a glance, yet concealed countless mysteries within. Once serving as the boundary between Baron Greenbelt's lands and Baron Parker's domain, the site of the Black and White battle, and a dividing line between the Empire's northern frontier and the central region beyond Duke Saxon's influence. At that very moment, as the carriage rattled forward, several bandits began pursuing from behind, for Baron Parker, defeated by Dale, had been left with only one path, turned to banditry. The scar-faced leader barked, ordering the rear archer to fire, and 4 sharp arrows shot forward, landing precisely in front of the carriage to block its path, startling the 2 horses into a wild panic as the bandits advanced to inspect them. One of the men shouted arrogantly, "How dare you pass through Baron Parker's domain without permission?" While Dale, looking at the scheming figures before him, responded in a cold tone, "What do you want?" To which the man answered brazenly, "It's only natural to pay a toll when entering a noble's territory." Dale replied calmly, "I understand. As it happens, I prepared a small sum to pay the toll." And upon hearing this, the scar-faced leader broke into a satisfied smile, praising him. "Not bad. Looks like you know how to behave," before assigning 2 of his subordinates to check the purse. When they opened it, they were met with a heap of gleaming gold coins, prompting one of them to laugh in delight at such a generous toll, and with the agreement reached, the scar-faced leader and his men stepped aside, allowing the carriage to pass. Grinning widely, the man put on a show of generosity as he said, "All right, out of respect for your sincerity, I'll make an exception and let you pass," while another chimed in with a mocking half-joke, "Come by again next time." And with that, the carriage rattled forward once more as the bandits stood watching it leave, each wearing a knowing, sly smile. The carriage continued deeper into the forest in seeming peace, But suddenly a man standing atop a cliff above them shouted down, "Stop the carriage." It was the same group of bandits, only now joined by another figure. And from the way the others greeted him with fawning respect, both Bale and Dale could roughly guess who he was, especially as the bandits called out, "Baron Parker of the Timberlands. Show respect before the Baron." Standing high above with arms crossed, Parker looked down domineeringly and demanded, "Do you dare pass through my domain without paying a toll?" Hearing this, Bale questioned him, repeating, "A toll?" before calmly appealing to reason and the law, explaining, "We already paid that to your subordinate. Collecting a toll twice within the same domain is illegal." Yet the bandits, shameless and bold, immediately denied it, scoffing, "Paid? What nonsense are you spouting in broad daylight?" As they continued without a hint of embarrassment, acting arrogantly self-righteous while adding, "We've only just met, remember? We're the ones who uphold imperial law more than anyone." At that point, Parker spoke again, abandoning reason entirely as he issued a loud threat. "If you value your lives, hand over everything now," while the man beside him seized a moment to flatter him, boasting, "Yes, this is the survivor of the famous black and white battle, the veteran warrior, Baron Parker." Hearing those words, Dale showed no fear at all and instead burst in a loud laughter, leaving the group stunned as one of them even muttered in confusion, "What?" And then, in full view, Dale pulled back his hood and cloak to reveal his face, sneering as he mocked, "A veteran warrior. How very different from how I remember you." The instant Parker saw his face, he froze stiff, and when Bale also removed his hat, panic overtook him as he cried out, "Could it be young Master Dale?" recoiling in fear as he shoved his soldiers forward to shield him, though despite his terror he forced himself to shout, "Don't panic. There are only two of them. Just two. We'll win this fight," before immediately issuing orders to the troops on both cliffs and the archers, "Aim and fire." Meanwhile, Bale and Dale remained completely unfazed, watching calmly as Bale respectfully said, "Please give the command, young Master Dale." To which Dale replied coolly, "Very well. The performance ends here." And at that, Parker, barely holding himself together as he tried to appear fierce, pointed at them and screamed his final order, "Kill them all. Fire!" came the command, and the soldiers instantly complied, lifting their bows in unison as a volley of arrows shot toward Dale. Yet he did not so much as flinch. With a smooth, effortless motion, Bale swung his blade and split every incoming arrow cleanly in two, forming an impenetrable shield as he said coldly, "At your command," before fixing his gaze on the soldiers, causing the bowmen to freeze, one of them stammering, "Aim, aim." But before the order could be completed, Bale had already surged forward, striking with sudden force. And as the man saw his own arm severed, he screamed in agony, "My hand, my hand." Bale lifted his head indifferently and looked past him, and wherever he advanced, men collapsed, the once arrogant soldiers now reduced to desperate pleas of "Please, have mercy." While witnessing this, Parker began to tremble uncontrollably, muttering in disbelief, "This can't be," before dropping to his knees before Dale and Bale, begging frantically, "Young master, please spare me. I swear I will be absolutely loyal," even invoking the goddesses in his plea for mercy. Yet Dale merely scoffed, and with faint mockery asked, "Why should I do that?" causing Parker's face to drain of color as he seemed to grasp his fate, teetering on the edge of collapse. Dale had already passed through countless marauding nobles and knights, crossing the heart of the continent and enduring long stretches of time within these deep forests. And weeks later, he and Bale moved together across a clear blue river, Bale slowing the boat as he said, "We've finally arrived, young master." And before them stood a grand and opulent palace, which Bale briefly introduced as the papal domain of China, the Star City, Pucel. Dale's expression did not change, though inwardly he thought, with cold dismissal, that calling it the Star City was absurd. Despite the stated purpose of pilgrimage, he knew this journey was closer to a judgment, and at that thought, Nikolai's face surfaced in his mind. Standing before the gates of the signed papal city, Dale and Bale entered together, and upon reaching the central hall, both knelt to perform the proper ritual before Nikolai, offering their respects as the cardinal greeted them with a gentle smile. Nikolai Machia, the cardinal pontiff, while Dale slightly lifted his head, his eyes sharpening as he observed a white mage of 6 circles and one of the 12 holders of the holy office at the very pinnacle of the goddess church. Seated upon his chair, Nikolai smiled as he spoke. "I heard that the battle that day shed a great deal of blood, my lord." And upon hearing this, Dale immediately responded, "The sacrifice of the brothers of St. Magdalena is truly regrettable, and the outcome of the great black and white war is also deeply lamentable," lowering his head as he spoke, his voice carrying a tone of remorse. "My misjudgment led to needless sacrifices, so I have come to atone for the sins of that bloodline." Dale continued, and hearing these insincere words, Bale was left stunned, staring at him in disbelief as memories surfaced of the same boy's cruel and arrogant conduct during that battle, when he had deliberately concealed both his strength and identity before coming straight to the papal domain under the guise of a pilgrimage. Nikolai regarded Dale with a look of sympathy, hoping such apparent sincerity would not be wasted as he spoke. Dale of House Saxon, son of the Lord of the Dark Mage Tower, rumored to be the Empire's greatest genius. Is that correct? And as he studied Dale's solemn expression, he wondered privately whether the brutality of the battlefield had given rise to some form of guilt, reminding himself that no matter how exceptional, Dale was still only an 11-year-old child. Outwardly, Nikolai maintained a gentle smile, yet inwardly he was filled with satisfaction. That is good. The goddess's mercy is ever open and equal to all. My lord, there is no sin in this world that cannot be cleansed, Nikolai said, while Dale lowered his head in silence. And after a brief pause, he suddenly spoke again, prompting Nikolai to respond with a casual shrug. You said there is no sin that cannot be washed away. Yes, of course, Nikolai affirmed, but Dale pressed further with a faint sneer, making Nikolai hesitate for a moment as Dale continued. Then you betrayed the goddess's nation to the Empire, forcing Nikolai into a strained smile as he tried to pass it off as an excessive joke from a child. Dale, however, looked at him with open contempt, causing Bale at his side to flinch in unease, while Dale went on, recalling how, just before the church was forcibly annexed by the Empire, it was said that 12 cardinal bishops had urged the previous pope to accept annexation, yet the pope had firmly refused despite their persistent persuasion. Cardinal Nikolai had been present at the time, and even as the pope rejected the Empire's treaty to the very end, he was suddenly stabbed from behind. Before he could react, while the traitors stood by coldly, watching his body fall, and through the betrayal of the White Mage Tower and those same cardinal bishops, the pope had ultimately been eliminated by the Empire's agents. Standing tall, Dale's voice rang out like thunder as he demanded, Has the goddess forgiven your eminence for the crime of betraying the homeland? And at those words, Nikolai's teeth clenched as he stared at Dale with fury, his glare sharp enough to devour him whole. You claim you wish to atone? Nikolai erupted, his power surging forth as he roared. How dare that mouth speak such forbidden truths? Do you think the goddess's compassion will stand on your side? Ridiculous. Yet despite the overwhelming pressure, Dale did not waver, replying coldly, Do you think killing one representative of the duchy can bury this matter? And even under that crushing force, he continued steadily, The Duke did not come here to pursue the church's stain. What we seek is nothing more than a small price in exchange for silence. Dale said, though his thoughts ran in the opposite direction, knowing full well it was all a fabrication, as Duke Saxon had no awareness of what was unfolding here. Nikolai could no longer preserve his dignified facade, his expression twisting with anger. Yet in the end he shut his eyes and forced himself to regain composure, the oppressive power gradually receding as the space settled back into stillness. Seeing this, Dale's lips curled into a faint, satisfied smile, and when Nikolai finally asked, What do you want? In a lighter tone than expected, Dale answered without hesitation, I've heard there is a secret library beneath the Apostles' basement that holds the church's forbidden books, then stated his demand with quiet confidence, Allow me to read it. At the lowest level of that so-called hell library lay the most dreadful grimoire in existence, sleeping in the depths, while the basement itself was thick with dust and known as the Black Mountain Yang Book Repository. Taking a lantern, Dale began his slow descent down the steps, permitted to enter alone, as Nikolai had made his conditions clear beforehand. Whatever occurred within that hell, the church would not interfere, and only a single grimoire could be taken, nothing more. Dale met Nikolai's gaze seriously and replied with firm resolve. In return, I will swear eternal silence regarding the church's stain. As the heir of the black-colored duke, I swear upon the honor of House Saxon. And after those words, the two clasped hands beneath the statue of the goddess Gish, sealing their pact as magical chains manifested and coiled around their hands, binding them. I will take both our hearts as guarantors, the vow declared, and once the pact was complete, their hearts were locked together under its power, thus forming an oath between Dale and the cardinal through the magic of Gish, the pride of the White Mage Tower. Back in the present, Dale descended the stairs calmly, his mind turning over the implications. There was no longer any room for doubt, for if the cardinal were to break the contract, Gish would detonate his heart, though to Dale, it was not such an immense secret to guard. Stopping before the massive door of the library, the true gate of hell, he stepped forward and raised his lantern, illuminating the words carved across its surface. Abandon all hope, ye who enter here. As his fingertip brushed against the door, he paused briefly and lifted his gaze, and at once the door swung open as a powerful gust burst outward. Unfazed, Dale looked inside and stepped forward without hesitation, entering a place that bore the name of Hell for good reason, where countless shelves stretched out before him, filled with thousands upon thousands of neatly arranged grimoires. As Dale moved forward, lost in thought, he came to a realization. This place was no true library, but a massive prison disguised as one, where these forbidden books were nothing less than unstable treasures capable of unleashing disaster. A faint unease ran through him. Yet just as a renowned knight cannot abandon his blade, a mage cannot deny the significance of a grimoire, and no matter how dangerous or flawed it might be, the urge to claim a powerful one is something every mage understands. He halted abruptly, senses sharpening as he lifted his gaze, only to see four corpses advancing toward him. Are these the guardians of this place? He wondered, noting their bloodshot eyes fixed on him. And with a trace of disdain, he thought how those who preached the light ended up commanding corpses, no different from the Black Mage Tower. In the next instant, they lunged with blinding speed, swords raised to strike, but Dale's darkness surged forth at once, shooting straight toward them as he began casting spells with complete confidence. Knowing there was no one here to witness him, and no reason to restrain himself, the power burst outward, piercing cleanly through their bodies as haunting projectiles, and he watched calmly as the corpses collapsed across the ground, finding the freedom of not hiding his strength genuinely exhilarating. Without pause, he drew a knife and cut into his own hand, letting blood spill onto the cold stone floor as he said, "Now to finish what must be done." And as the drops fell, he declared, "I, Dale of House Saxon," continuing as the rightful descendant of the lineage that carries the immortal Duke's blood, clenching his hand to force the flow as he called out, "O Black Mountain Yang, ruler of 1,000 beasts of the forest, fulfill the pact made with the Shadow Clan and appear before me." At that moment, a voice echoed, halting him, "Blood carries immense power," and instantly, countless chaotic voices rose around him as he stood listening in silence. "Fresh mage's blood longs to bind with us. Come here, child. I will grant you power," until Dale finally looked up in irritation and said, "Back off. That child belongs to me." The space around him shifted, transforming into a realm drenched in blood, with corpses scattered beneath his feet, the air thick with hatred, killing intent, and the stench of slaughter. And as Dale observed it, he wondered, is this the world inside the book? When suddenly a figure appeared behind him, its voice alluring as it whispered, "Swear a pact with me, and I will slaughter all your enemies." Startled, Dale spun around to face the demon as it continued, "I will open a feast of blood upon the corpses of those who stand in your way, promising once more, I will kill every one of your enemies." Its words dripping with temptation as it offered that sweet, dangerous bargain. "I will hold a feast atop the corpses and seize the blood of anyone who dares oppose you," the demon declared, while Dale remained silent, calmly surveying his surroundings as he took in the scene, and concluded, "This is the mindscape of a grimoire, the Massacre Grimoire." From what he knew, this grimoire contained the very essence of the most vicious blood magic, the pure embodiment of mass slaughter, its power and worth fully living up to its name beyond measure. Yet despite that, Dale simply gave a cold, "Withdraw. You are not what I'm looking for." The demon erupted in madness, screaming, "How dare you refuse me?" before pressing further. "Do you think you can leave this place alive?" But Dale only sneered and replied, "Nothing is impossible." And the moment his words fell, a tide of dark energy surged around him as he revealed, "This is merely a world within a book. Your world cannot invade mine." Then with a hollow smile added, "But my world is different." The demon sensed it at once, an anomaly, one world consuming another, and could hardly comprehend it. For his own domain was the mindscape of a ruthless war criminal who had cast a forbidden spell of great destruction, a realm belonging to a Sixth Circle High Mage. So how could it be forced back so easily? Unwilling to accept it, he struggled as the realization set in. Why was he being devoured by the world of a mere brat? At the same time, Dale spoke with chilling pride. "The number of people your master killed is nothing compared to me in the past. I can't even remember all the cities," emphasizing that it was simply because he had slaughtered too many. And in a rage, the demon raised his axe and swung it straight at him, snarling, "Do you think I'll be devoured without a fight?" Yet before the blade could even reach Dale, his body was ripped apart into fragments. His eyes widened in disbelief, unable to grasp his fate as he cried out unwillingly, "Impossible!" While Dale paused only briefly to offer a silent moment of acknowledgement for the one who had fallen at his feet. Then, as the surrounding space began to fracture, he murmured softly, "So, you're returning." The instant he was brought back to that familiar place, a small doll-like girl called out, "Big brother," hesitating before asking, "Did you call me?" And then adding gently, "Nice to meet you. I've been very lonely lately," before shyly suggesting, "Will you play with me?" And even pouting as she complained, "It's so cold and boring here." From what Dale understood, the Black Mountain Yang Grimoire was the forbidden text written by Frederick, the immortal Duke, in his pursuit of truth beyond death, a process that had required the sacrifice of his own young daughter. And so Dale concluded that this was why the grimoire's avatar appeared as a little girl, though he was certain she was not truly the Duke's real child. "So," Dale said at last, "make a pact with me, daughter of the Black Mountain Yang." and the girl agreed without hesitation, smiling brightly as she replied, "All right, then show me your world." To which Dale answered with quiet satisfaction, "Very well." As the vision unfolded, the girl gazed at the falling snow and exclaimed in delight, "Is this your world? It's so beautiful," then added playfully, "I really like you, you know." Though her expression soon faltered, and at that same moment, from a distance, Nikolai and his subordinates appeared, their faces drained of color as they stared ahead in shock, asking, "What are those things?" While panic spread among them, someone muttering, "Young Master Dale. Who would have thought that brat actually obtained that book?" Seeing them, Dale gave a polite bow and said, "Your Eminence, Cardinal Nikolai, what brings you here?" While Nikolai stammered, "I was just," only for Dale to cut in, reciting a clause from their pact regarding events within hell, that the pact maker bears no responsibility, before curling his lips into a sneer as he added, "You seem uneasy. Apparently the Gish covenant alone wasn't enough to reassure you, was it?" And then, without restraint, he exposed the truth. "You came all this way to eliminate me. But this is a world of darkness," pressing further with open mockery. "You've chosen the wrong place for a light-aligned mage." Nikolai hurried to explain, "I was only extremely worried for you." But before he could continue, the girl interrupted, tugging at Dale as she asked, "Big brother, can I eat those things?" And Dale, smiling faintly, replied teasingly, "If you get a stomachache, I'm not responsible." To which she answered with delight, "Yes, wonderful." Her excitement obvious, as she added that it had been a long time since she had eaten her fill. Meanwhile, Nikolai panicked, beginning to pray urgently, "In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit," then murmuring, "Lord, have mercy on us. Grant us your compassion," before declaring with solemn fervor, "May the Lord will it. May the mercy and charity of the goddesses be with us," calling upon divine light to shield them, praising it as he sought the destruction of what he called a minion of Satan. Seeing the formation take shape, Dale realized this would not be simple, as angelic figures prepared to strike at both him and the girl, and he moved swiftly, evading their assaults while watching the deadly arcs of their blades, immediately launching a counterattack with his haunting projectiles. When the attacks missed, Nikolai clicked his tongue in anger and snapped, "Damn, you dodge well," before adding with smug pride, "Truly fitting for my angels." Then continuing, "Even if he's a prodigy, he's only reached the third circle. The Black Mountain Yang Grimoire cannot draw out its full power through him." At the same time, Nikolai pressed forward, praising the Lord as he began murmuring incantations, the sound causing both Dale and the girl to clutch their heads in pain, until the girl snapped in irritation, "Noisy, noisy, it's too noisy." And then, fully manifesting, she shouted sharply, "Be quiet," prompting the seraphim to respond at once. "Good. The tentacle has been severed." One of them declared judgment, pronouncing, "Now suffer judgment, you fallen one." But in the very instant he reveled in those words, a tentacle pierced straight through him, and the others were struck down in the same brutal manner. As the chaos unfolded, someone asked anxiously, "Are you all right?" While the seraphim continued murmuring in broken repetition, "Praise the Lord, praise the Lord, praise him," their voices spiraling out of control as their mouths moved endlessly, chanting, "Praise the Lord, praise the Lord, praise the Lord," until Nikolai stared in disbelief and muttered, "Praise the Lord, impossible. How can this be?" A grim, demonic voice coiled around the soldiers, whispering, "Praise, praise," and their faces turned pale as their bodies convulsed under piercing pain, breath growing shallow as they clutched at their heads and chests, the chant continuing even as their flesh seemed to peel away, gore streaming freely. Kyther watched them twist and scream, her excitement mounting as she laughed wildly, saying, "Oh my, it's been so long, that scent," before guiding a jet-black tentacle toward one of them and wrapping it tightly around his neck, her laughter inhuman and grotesque as she murmured, "We must savor it slowly, very slowly, to match its worth," only releasing him after he had bled out and descended, at which point the tentacles withdrew. Nikolai stood frozen, sweat chilling his skin as he gripped his crucifix like a final hope, and in that moment he understood far too much. The being before him, devouring angelic flesh, the summoner, the darkness. This was no mere 11-year-old child, not something that could be described as the Duke's prodigy or the Empire's greatest genius. And as that realization took hold, he looked at Dale and instinctively stepped back in fear, finally recognizing that the one standing before him was in truth a child of a demon. With no escape left, Nikolai collapsed, casting aside his crucifix, and only then did Dale speak, slow and composed. "The parties to the pact bear no responsibility for what occurs here." Those were your words, weren't they? Yet Nikolai, no longer able to think clearly, could only beg over and over, "I want to live, please." And although he had not given the answer Dale wanted, Dale did not show anger, instead asking calmly, "Do you truly wish to live? In return, what can you offer me?" Seizing upon the chance, Nikolai, still shaken, answered hurriedly and with desperate sincerity. Anything. Wealth. I will give you my riches and my titles. If you wish, even the ecclesiastical power I command, glancing nervously at Dale before quickly adding more. Whatever you ask, I will give everything I have. And after hearing it all, Dale let out a soft chuckle before saying, almost casually, sounds agreeable. Hearing that, Nikolai, cautiously clinging to hope, asked, which part do you accept? But Dale simply extended his hand, causing Nikolai to flinch inwardly as Dale smiled with casual ease and answered, everything you have. Nikolai stammered in alarm, as if to protest, surely you don't mean. Yet before he could finish, Dale continued without hesitation, perhaps we should rewrite the contract. And at those words, Nikolai froze completely, struck into silence, as the Gish enforced absolute obedience through the covenant, leaving him unable to resist. At that moment, Kyther smiled brightly and called out sweetly, Big Brother. Then, standing before Dale, said happily, playing with Big Brother is so much fun, before adding with a cheerful nod, I really like your world, so I'll wait right here, okay? Then suddenly tilting her head as she stared at him and asked, aren't you afraid of me? To which Dale replied immediately, not afraid. And Kyther simply responded softly, oh. Neither spoke for a moment, and Dale lowered his gaze in thought, recognizing that her existence was far too dangerous to summon lightly, recalling the earlier battle as his concern deepened. This was power he could not yet fully control, something not meant to be used recklessly, but reserved as a hidden weapon for decisive moments. Kyther, meanwhile, cheerfully spun her tentacles and drifted closer, asking, will I get to play with you like this again? And Dale answered with certainty, of course, we'll meet again, which made her visibly happier as she exclaimed, that's a relief, before he firmly added, promise me you'll play with me freely again, prompting Kyther to murmur obediently, briefly, I'll look forward to seeing you again, after which she vanished in an instant. Dale found himself back in the familiar bookroom, where he stood quietly for a moment before allowing a faint smile to form, the chaos of that hellish space having ended just like that, and as arranged, the head of House Saxon later received a formal apology from Cardinal Nikolai. Dale approached Nikolai slowly, and with no choice left, Nikolai carried out the rites required for him, even going so far as to establish a formal ecclesiastical ceremony as a gesture of goodwill between the Saxon house and the church, an unprecedented act. On the journey back to the duchy, Dale was no longer traveling as a hidden pilgrim, and for that reason, no one dared oppose the Black Science sword, and once the ceremony concluded, Dale wore a satisfied smile. Several months later, at the training grounds, Charlotte stood quietly, gazing at the sword in her hands with a thoughtful expression, when Helmut approached her with a serious demeanor and said, then let us begin, young lady. To which Charlotte responded firmly, yes, sir, and in the next moment, she slipped into complete focus, closing her eyes as a powerful aura began to rise from her entire body. The energy continued to swell as Charlotte lifted the sword in her hand, its presence steady and resolute, and then a voice rang out, ready, prompting those gathered around to erupt into loud cheers of encouragement, while Helma, unable to hold back, praised her openly. Amazing, young lady. At your age, you've already reached a perfected sorcerer's state. At that very moment, Dale appeared as if from nowhere and called out, Charlotte of the Orharts, offering no unnecessary preamble as he introduced himself and moved directly to his purpose. I, Dale of House Saxon, ask you, by the honor of your Legion house, and for all that you must protect, do you swear to take the oath as a knight? Charlotte grew silent, pausing to think for a few seconds before driving the tip of her sword firmly into the ground, then kneeling with one hand pressed to her chest as she answered solemnly, I do swear. And in response, Dale drew the sword free and placed it upon her shoulder, continuing, do you vow not to waver for personal gain, to protect the weak, and to punish evil? To which Charlotte replied once more, I do swear. With that, Dale declared, in the name of Saxon, here and now, I dub Charlotte a knight of my order. And once the ritual concluded, Charlotte rose with a faint smile as the two began walking side by side, until Dale suddenly turned to her and asked, is this truly all right? And Charlotte simply murmured, before admitting quietly, I like the Saxon family sword. That very blade is what made me who I am now. Hearing this, and recalling her relentless training, Dale reflected that she had chosen the Saxon greatsword through sheer will rather than taking up a rapier, concluding that she was far from clumsy with it, and perhaps he had underestimated her talent. A slight, crooked smile forming as he glanced at her. He then spoke of recent developments. Charlotte, intelligence reports say that large orc legions are gathering beyond the Dark Lord's territory. It seems the orc battlefield commander is leading the army directly. Father has personally summoned the forces of the duchy and the northern lords, and I will be joining the battle as well. And Charlotte listened intently to every word, her focus unwavering. But when Dale added, in that battle, I want you to remain by my side, She showed a brief flicker of surprise, and, as he continued, as my knight, until the very end, Charlotte fell silent again for a few seconds, offering no immediate reply, until she looked at his serious expression and answered with firm resolve, "Yes, I understand. I will become the sword that protects my liege," placing her hand over her heart as though renewing her oath, then stating clearly, "My blade will be raised for you alone, from beginning to end." Dale responded with nothing more than a faint smile, saying no further words. Inside a sealed meeting chamber, Alan listened in silence as the man beside him reported, "We've detected a large-scale, southward movement of orc legions from the Dark Lands, the northern stronghold of the Dark Lord." Then, unable to hide his concern, the man asked, could the great migration of the demonic tribes be beginning again? And those present immediately tensed, one of them voicing unease. "It seems likely. Long ago, when the heroes of the Imperial Army launched their campaign against the Dark Lord, many believed peace had finally returned. Yet in truth, that invasion had only been part of a greater movement. The demonic tribes pushing southward in search of survival from the barren wastelands, an event later known as the Barbarian Invasions. And now, it seemed that history might be repeating itself. After a heavy silence, Alan finally spoke. "I've already issued orders to summon the Northern Lords, the Black Mages, and all knightly domains under our command." Then added, unable to conceal the worry in his expression, "This will be a battlefield unlike anything we've seen before." And in the next moment, he turned and called out, "Dale," prompting Dale to look over as Alan declared solemnly, "Now is the time to teach you how to use soul-summoning techniques on the battlefield." Dale's expression showed a hint of surprise. Yet that very afternoon he made his way into the workshop within the Black Duke's underground forge, where, standing before Alan, he began his first lesson on applying necromantic arts in combat. Alan spoke plainly, "Dale, what do you think distinguishes a Death Knight from a Revenant?" And when Dale answered, Alan pressed his lips together before asking again, "Then tell me, what separates a knight from a soldier?" To which Dale, after a brief pause, replied, "I believe it's a difference in martial strength." But Alan shook his head, saying it was only half correct. Turning toward a bed where a body lay, Alan continued, "Raw power alone is not enough to make someone a knight." And when Dale, still uncertain, asked, "Then is it whether one possesses a sword or a—" Alan responded, "Exactly," before gesturing for Dale to look more closely at the figure on the bed. Hesitating, Dale asked, "This person is—" And Alan confirmed, "Yes, a knight who fell during the recent Black and White War." Then explained, when he was knighted, he swore that even in death, his body would serve House Saxon. And with a snap of his fingers, a stream of black energy surged from the corpse. As Alan watched, the knight's body slowly rose into a sitting position, and he said, "When alive, the higher a knight's aura level," continuing as the figure stirred before them, "the greater the potential to become a powerful Death Knight," leaving Dale staring in astonishment at the sight of the risen knight. Alan said, "Whether living or dead, you must remember, they remain knights of unyielding honor," then turned and gestured, "Come with me." And when he added, "There is something I want to show you," Dale pressed his lips together before silently following as the two descended deeper underground. They continued downward without a word, Dale glancing around as he wondered just how far they were going, until Alan tilted his head slightly and asked, "Do you know of the progenitor of House Saxon, the immortal Duke Frederick?" And upon hearing that name, Dale reflected inwardly, "If it is the immortal Duke Frederick, then his grimoire now rests within my heart," before answering aloud, "I only know what I've read in books and what my father has told me." Alan spoke evenly. He was a monster who pursued truth. And as they walked, he continued, explaining that Frederick had not hesitated to sacrifice even his own daughter, then added that what he was about to reveal was both what Frederick had once sought and the burden House Saxon still carried, the lingering darkness of a past era. Passing through a purple gate, Alan said, "Only those of the true Saxon bloodline may enter here." And as they stepped through, Dale's eyes widened in shock at the sight before him, a full battalion of knights, prompting him to mutter, "What is this?" While Alan moved to stand before them and explained that the method of controlling the dead without a constant supply of mana had been a breakthrough first achieved by the immortal Duke, and that successive heads of House Saxon had continued to develop it. Turning his gaze to Dale, Alan went on, "We are building an army of the dead, the Death Order," and at those words, a chill ran through Dale as he realized, "I am also inheriting the will of the immortal Duke," his teeth grinding as everything began to fall into place. He recalled Alan's earlier words, the image of proving one's will through action, and clenched his fist, understanding now why House Saxon had cut itself off from the outside world, and why the Black Duke emphasized morality even while wielding dark power, all of it meant to safeguard this very force. And as he lifted his head to look at Alan, his first reaction was revulsion, a sense of hypocrisy he could not ignore. Alan raised his hand toward the assembled knights and declared, "This is our darkness, and this darkness is the shield that protects us, while Dale bit down on his lip, remaining silent, until Alan finally asked him, "Are you prepared to accept this darkness?" Dale placed a hand over his chest, where his heart was bound in black mana, and after a brief silence, he answered, "I understood that from the very beginning," then furrowed his brow and stated firmly, "I, Dale of House Saxon, am willing to accept it." Dale thought bitterly that no matter how illegitimate or corrupt such power might be, he himself, under the pretense of being a son, was still a hypocrite, nurturing that very strength for the sake of revenge. Many days later, deep within the catacombs, Dale raised his hand toward the body of a fallen knight and began channeling black mana into it, the energy flowing steadily as the corpse stirred and slowly rose to its feet. The knight drew his sword, planted its tip firmly into the ground, then suddenly lifted it and began slashing through the air in rapid succession. Alan watched and praised. "The concentration of pure mana is unbelievably high," and Dale, glancing up, replied, "Because I'm studying under the best master," before turning his gaze back to the knight, which had now dropped to one knee, and adding, "But I still can't command a Death Knight without continuously supplying mana like the Knights of the Death Order." Alan let out a quiet sigh and said, "It's still too early for you to learn that," explaining further, "What we're teaching you now is only how to apply necromancy on the battlefield." Then raising his hand as he continued, "You need to focus your cultivation in preparation for the coming war." At once, mana shot towards several beds nearby, and the golems resting upon them began to rise as the energy filled them, their forms animating before they surged forward toward the knight standing before Dale. Yet before they could strike, a blade pierced straight through one golem's flank, and the knight rose, sweeping its sword in a wide arc that shattered the remaining golems instantly. Dale then cut off the flow of mana, allowing the knight to fall still, while Alan murmured in admiration, "It's astonishing. Death Knights raised by necromancers are not all the same," reflecting that while commanding the dead was the duty of a necromancer, many of those corpses had never wielded a sword in life. Yet the swordsmanship Dale had just demonstrated had reached a level surpassing even that of the living Raven Knight's techniques, leaving him to wonder what kind of talent this child truly possessed. Nearby, Sophia lowered her head, lost in thought as she watched Dale train, silently questioning, "What is this?" as an unfamiliar feeling stirred within her, and recalling his earlier words, "I like you very much, miss." She reflected on how he had once seemed faintly naive, yet through the world he revealed, she had glimpsed something deeper. Bowing her head, she thought of the bitter cold, the unimaginable darkness, and the hidden longing within him, clear beyond doubt, the yearning of someone who truly desired love. At that moment, Dale sent mana surging through a large tree, and Sophia remarked, "Your control over water magic has improved a great deal," to which Dale smiled and replied, "Yes, because I promised to become a son my father can be proud of," prompting her to exclaim, "What determination!" Yet when Dale said nothing in return, Sophia noticed the change and asked, "But your expression looks troubled. What is it?" Sophia asked. After a brief hesitation, Dale lowered his gaze and said softly, "Mississippi." Then, with clear concern in his voice, he asked whether she would still like him, if she ever saw his uglier side. "One day, when I accept the darker parts of my family, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed by what I become." In response, Sophia gently placed a hand against his face and lifted his head, and as Dale looked up and saw the sorrow in her expression, he murmured, "Miss," while she met his eyes and said, "An elf's life is very long. Even later, when you have grown into a true man, I will likely remain much the same as I am now," then lowered her head slightly, wondering to herself why she cared so deeply for this child. Memories surfaced of the rumors circulating among the people, of the Black Young Lord's overwhelming victory in the Black and White War, and the complete annihilation of his enemies. And though the Empire praised Dale's brilliance, they also whispered about the darker implications. And as Sophia turned her gaze aside, she realized she could not take simple joy in it. Recalling his presence on the battlefield, that merciless reaping, she knew he possessed the ability to alter the course of history. Yet she did not want him to walk a path defined by slaughter. Lifting her head again, Sophia smiled gently and said, "Until the day you come to understand your true feelings, I will remain by your side." Then added, "Not as your teacher," and to Dale's surprise, she continued, "but as a woman, promising softly, so that you won't have to be alone." And immediately after, she flushed with embarrassment and turned her face away. After a moment to compose herself, she faced him again and said, "Now, let's begin the lesson." But before she could continue, Dale suddenly stepped forward and embraced her, saying, "Thank you, miss." Then, blushing, adding, "I really like you, Sophia." And hearing this, she smiled faintly and replied, "Then wait for me, all right?" To which she answered gently, "All right." In that moment, Dale entrusted himself to a warmth that eased both loneliness and the lingering cold within his heart, and it became a promise from those childhood days that would not be forgotten. Some time later, the knights were summoned, gathering before the manor as they awaited orders to confront the mass migration of the demon tribes, with the northern lords assembling within the ducal domain, and a man stepped forward, calling out, "Wilhelm of House Joel," before kneeling in salute and declaring, "I bring 30 knights, 100 heavy infantry, and 400 foot soldiers, seeking an audience with your grace." Alan and Dale sat at their seats as the leading knights bowed one after another, continuing their introductions. Kenneth of House Valdeburg, as both minor and mid-tier lords gathered under the command of the Grand Lord, Duke Saxon, and Wilhelm spoke again, adding, "Our eldest son, Bate, is also present." Among those gathered were, of course, ambitious nobles eager to win the Duke's favor, and Dale sat at the head as Bate stepped forward to make his pledge, declaring, "As my father has said, I stand ready to give my life for the Duke," while Dale, watching quietly, thought to himself that all of them were essentially pleading, "Take care of my son," even as they competed to list their children's accomplishments. At the feast, conversations flowed endlessly, for even with a great battle approaching, aristocratic socializing remained an essential ritual for the Grand Lord, as gathering loyal subordinates and securing their devotion was a duty that could not be neglected. One by one, the northern nobles and their heirs approached, bowing deeply before Dale, fully aware of whom they needed to impress at such a moment. And a knight clad in red armor stepped forward, saluting as he said, "Hail, Black Young Lord." With determination burning in his eyes, Bate raised his voice and proclaimed, "I, Bate, eldest son of House Jewel, will stand beside the young lord and prove my valor on the battlefield." And hearing this, Dale hesitated slightly, thinking that these people were, in their own way, dependable. Soon after, a young lady hurried over, addressing him eagerly. "Young Master Dale, you are even more majestic than the rumors," continuing with open admiration. "I never imagined you would be so composed, and so handsome," prompting Dale to sigh inwardly, finding the constant attention as draining as politics itself. At that moment, a knight with purple hair stepped forward and called out, "Young Master Dale," then spoke plainly, "I have heard that despite your youth, your martial skill rivals that of seasoned knights. I wish to witness your ability with my own eyes." And immediately, someone nearby reacted in shock, exclaiming, "Yans, you insolent fool! How dare you speak so disrespectfully to the young master?" As a man moved to rise and seize Yans, Dale stopped him with a gesture, then stepped forward himself to face the kneeling knight and asked, "Are you the second young master of Baron Kenneth, Lord Yans?" To which Yans answered, "Yes," and Dale continued, "You wish to see my martial skill for yourself?" Yans recalled the title often attributed to Dale, the Empire's #1 genius, and spoke carefully, acknowledging that Dale possessed overwhelming talent in both swordsmanship and magic, that at such a young age he had led the Black and White Battalion to victory and turned the Knights of St. Magdalena into a sea of blood, then bowed his head and said, "I do not doubt the young master's abilities. I only consider you a martial prodigy standing before me." Before explaining, "I merely wish to learn a few exchanges through your sword." The older knight standing behind him immediately rebuked him harshly, shouting, "You wretch! How dare you show such disrespect to the young master? Leave at once." Yet Dale let out a faint, cold laugh and instead asked, "Second young master of the Kenneth family, Lord Yans, I have heard that you command a company of 100 mercenaries. Is that true?" Dale asked, then continued, "You left a train as a wandering knight and built that company from nothing." And as he spoke, he reflected inwardly. Mercenaries, HM? Considering how, as a baron's second son bound by succession laws, inheriting the domain would be nearly impossible, meaning Yans had chosen a gamble to prove himself. Yet without support, how could a lone wandering knight truly gather a force of 100 men? A faint, knowing smile touched Dale's lips as he thought such a person might be useful, and so he replied without hesitation, "Very well. I accept your challenge." Moments later, the two stood facing each other within the great hall, while Alan watched from a raised seat, observing closely as the duel between Dale and the Kenneth heir began, a confrontation that offered an opportunity to establish standing before the coming war. Yan slowly drew his sword, and there was no reason for the Black Duke's heir to refuse. Yet before the clash began, Dale spoke, "You do know that my sword is not like ordinary blades, don't you?" As mana gathered within his shadow, and Yans answered steadily, "Yes. I've heard of the young master's shadow sword," prompting Dale to say, "Then use your aura," adding with a slight smile, "Use your full strength against me. This is an order." Yans tightened his grip on his weapon and replied, "Understood." And in the next instant, mana surged outward, filling the entire hall as Dale watched him take his stance, calmly assessing. He has not yet reached the level of manifesting an aura blade. Though even so, he noted with quiet approval that Yans's control over mana was precise and refined. At once, Dale's shadow stirred, and he thought, "Very well. Then so will I," as a black blade rose from the darkness at his feet, and Yans, seeing it form as Dale grasped it, was struck with astonishment. So that is the Black Young Lord's sword. His lips pressing together as tension mounted. Charge, Dale ordered, and the moment the word left his mouth, Yan surged forward, thrusting straight toward him. But Dale shifted slightly to the side, evading the strike with ease before lifting his gaze and meeting him head-on, their swords crossing in a silent clash. Yan's moved again, raising his blade high before bringing it down with force. Yet Dale calmly met it with the black sword, parrying without strain, and as they broke apart and stepped back, Yan stared at him and thought, Black Young Lord, you are not like me. You were born with everything, then clenched his teeth and made a silent vow. I will prove it, that someone with nothing can defeat someone who has everything. With that resolve, Yans rushed forward again, driving his blade toward Dale, who tilted his body to the left to avoid the thrust, only for Yans to immediately redirect his attack, swinging once more before raising his sword high, a realization flashing through his mind. There's an opening, and with that, his blade came crashing down toward Dale with full force. The duel began as Sir Yans, the mercenary captain, stepped in first, swinging his sword in a powerful, committed slash, his face set with determination as he poured all his strength into the opening strike. Yet Dale Saxon, heir of House Saxon, evaded it effortlessly, the blade cutting through the air within inches of him before missing entirely. The moment Yans lost his momentum, Dale moved without delay, counterattacking as darkness surged upward from beneath his feet and blasted Yans backward, while spears of shadow erupted from the ground in rapid succession, forcing him to retreat and create distance. And standing at the center of those dark weapons, Dale merely smirked, the flow of the fight clearly resting in his control. Then, in one fluid motion, Dale leapt into the air, preparing an assault from above as tendrils of darkness rained down, leaving Yans with no choice but to raise his sword and block. Though he managed to stop one of the shadow spears, he found himself driven completely onto the defensive. Dale spoke calmly, acknowledging his opponent's ability as befitting a mercenary captain, and calling Yans a worthy adversary who had forced him to reveal his strength. Yet the condescension in those words only stoked Yans's anger, his teeth grinding as he struggled to accept that a mere child would speak to him that way. Enraged, Yan shouted that Dale would regret underestimating him and brought his sword down with force. But the clash rang out sharply as Dale parried the blow with a single hand, his strength far surpassing anything Yans had imagined. And as the scene unfolded, the Northern Lords watching from a distance were left stunned. One woman smiling faintly while the man beside her praised the young heir's composure as something on an entirely different level. Amazement spread among them all at the power displayed by an 11-year-old, while Yan stepped back and issued another challenge, urging Dale to evade his next strike as well. But this time, Dale did not move, standing still as his Shadowforged blades intercepted the attack on their own, effortlessly knocking Yans aside. In that instant, Yans understood. He was being completely dominated, as if he were nothing more than a child at play. And worse, he realized that from the very beginning, the true audience had not been him, but the lords and their heirs observing the match. I cannot be toyed with like this, he roared inwardly, refusing to accept the reality before him. With a final cry, he hurled himself forward, pouring every last ounce of strength into a desperate attack, forcing his body to move faster as he rejected the overwhelming gap between them. Unwilling to admit that years of relentless effort could amount to nothing before what the world called genius, a talent so absolute it seemed like the embodiment of injustice itself. Yet even as he fought, the truth settled in. Further resistance was meaningless, the distance between them simply too vast, and at last, utterly defeated, Yans dropped to one knee, planting his sword in the ground as a bitter expression crossed his face, his voice low with despair as he admitted he no longer knew how to overcome the boy. Lifting his head, he looked straight at Dale and declared, "This is my defeat." As the duel ended, Dale reflected on his own strength, wondering if it was the Black Goat grimoire that had made his demonic heart so powerful, for he had not expected to defeat someone wielding a full aura so decisively. And throughout the battle, he had felt as though the world itself had slowed around him. Now, the dark sword felt like an extension of his own body, its black blades moving like tendrils under his control. And within him, a mysterious feminine spirit appeared, smiling quietly. He thought to himself that the match with Sir Yans had allowed him to sense the changes in his power. Yet he also knew he needed to set a clear example for everyone watching. And with that in mind, he snapped his fingers, causing a barrage of razor-sharp shadow blades to materialize instantly, all aimed directly at Yans, leaving him frozen in shock. An unseen pressure pressed down upon Yans, forcing his body to buckle as he struggled just to remain upright, while Dale stepped forward, looked down at him, and raised his voice, asking if anyone else wished to challenge him, sweeping his gaze across the entire hall as if daring anyone who doubted his name to step forward. His voice, though youthful, carried unquestionable authority, echoing through the chamber, yet no one answered. To conclude the display, Dale swung his sword, unleashing a powerful slash that tore through the marble floor itself, And before that overwhelming force, Yan's mercenary company dropped to their knees as one, shouting their vow of loyalty to the air, while Dale simply smiled, satisfied, knowing his plan had succeeded. In that moment, he recalled something his father, Duke Saxon, often said, that fear is what secures loyalty, and the scene before him proved those words completely true. That night, while the lords and nobles celebrated, in another corner, Yans and his men quietly left the banquet, and one of his soldiers approached with concern, asking about their captain, but Yans only tilted his head back and drained a bottle of wine, cursing the world itself, while his comrade remarked that he looked terrible. With bitterness, Yans replied that no matter how many times he swung his sword, he could not even touch the boy, so how could he possibly be fine? And as the others fell silent and listened, he mocked himself for once believing that a man's worth was not determined at birth, but could be changed through effort, ridiculing that belief as nothing more than a hollow lie. Facing a genius like the Dark Prince, he felt as though he had crashed against an unbreakable wall, and the more anger built within him, the more he chose to cast those thoughts aside, instead inviting his men to drink, and they agreed readily, saying that nothing in life surpassed wine. Under the falling snow, Yans and his soldiers gathered around a fire, drinking together as they tried to bury the humiliation of their defeat. Yans drank heavily, grumbling about the sight of noble ladies crowding around an 11-year-old boy, and when a curious soldier asked what they were like, he sneered that women who flattered themselves for a child's favor were nothing but disgusting, prompting the others to burst into laughter as they agreed that the nobility had no sense of shame, the mood growing louder and rougher as they traded insults, insisting that without their titles, nobles were no different from anyone else. On the battlefield, there was nothing special about them. Yan scoffed again, wondering aloud whether that brat even knew how to deal with women, and one of the soldiers replied with a grin that, in the end, he was still a man, captain. But before the thought could settle, a youthful voice suddenly spoke from right behind him. "Oh, is that so?" And Dale Saxon had already appeared without anyone noticing, startling Yan so badly he nearly jumped, while the mercenaries scrambled to their feet in alarm. Yan stammered, asking when he had arrived, but without answering, Dale casually sat down beside him, the simple act freezing him in place, then picked up a bottle, smiling as he said, "Don't sit there so stiff. Have a drink," leaving Yans able to respond with nothing more than a tense, uncertain yes. Dale then asked abruptly whether Yans felt the world was cursed and caught off guard. Yans quickly denied it, yet Dale continued regardless, stating that the world was inherently unfair and absurd, a place where people could not truly decide their own fate, then went on, "Given innate talent and one's circumstances, is there any fate we can truly choose for ourselves?" Leaving Yan struggling to answer, as he insisted weakly that there was. Dale lightly patted his shoulder and, with a faint smile, told him not to blame himself too much, because in this world, destinies that could be changed by one's own hands simply did not exist, and those words struck Yans deeply, causing him to laugh bitterly as a sense of relief surfaced, covering his face as he admitted that the air was right, that no matter how hard he had tried, there had never truly been a chance from the beginning. Once Yans's mind had loosened, Dale moved to his true purpose, addressing him directly, "Sir Yans, second son of Baron Kenneth, I like you," then adding that he liked both him and his mercenary company, before presenting an unexpected offer. "Will you wield your sword for House Saxon under my command?" And the proposal left Yans utterly stunned, able to do nothing but exclaim in disbelief. "What?" By the light of the campfire, Dale laid out a path that Yans had never imagined, offering that he and his men join House Saxon's banner, promising they would be trained by his knights before the coming battle, and further explaining that they would be taught everything, from swordsmanship to the fundamentals of aura, step by step. Zeke could scarcely believe what he was hearing. Training under the legendary Night Raven Knights sounded like something beyond reach, almost impossible, and to him, Dale had been the one who revealed just how cruel and unfair this world truly was. Yet now that same boy was offering an opportunity no one would even dare to imagine. Struggling to process it, Zeke stammered and asked why Dale would go so far for him. Dale met his gaze directly, a faint, enigmatic smile on his lips as he answered simply that he happened to need someone like him, concluding without embellishment that this was just how things were. He was there, and that was how the world worked. And those words left Zeke stunned, as if everything he had believed until now was shifting. He had always thought the world was fundamentally unjust, yet standing before Dale, even that sense of injustice seemed to fade, overwhelmed by the boy's presence, a force of character so strong it drew others in and compelled them to follow. Some time later, within the grand mansion of House Saxon, inside the council chamber of Saxon Castle, Duke Alan Saxon, head of the house, demanded a report on the battlefield's condition, and a general stepped forward to explain that a vast mountain range separated the Demon King's territory from the Duke's lands, with fortresses densely constructed along the passes where knights were engaged in fierce fighting to hold their ground. The latest reports indicated that the defensive forces of the Winter Watch had begun withdrawing from the fortress on the Ninth Mountain together with the Northern Lords, and the general added that before retreating, they had burned all supplies that could not be carried away. Hearing this, Duke Alan nodded, confirming that everything was proceeding according to plan, which was to withdraw in stages, drawing the enemy deeper until they grew exhausted near the upper reaches of the Saxon River, where they would then intercept and destroy the main force as it attempted to cross. Another general suggested that the time had come to deploy the field army, and Duke Alan immediately ordered the lords to prepare for mobilization, prompting the commanders to rise and accept the command before departing one by one. Once the chamber had cleared, Duke Alan asked Dale to remain, stating that there was a matter he wished to discuss privately, and then announced that he would be placing the mobile strike force of the Night Raven Knights under Dale's command, entrusting him with a responsibility of immense significance. He continued, explaining that when large-scale battles erupted across both fronts, Dale would lead this elite unit, and added further that Miss Sophia would serve as his support, a statement that caught Dale off guard, as he questioned it aloud, knowing that the Blue Tower traditionally did not involve itself in secular wars, only for his father to reply that Sophia had already been appointed as House Saxon's chief advisor. He added that a war against demons could hardly be called a mere secular conflict. Yet Dale remained uncertain about why his mentor would choose to take part, and so he asked his father directly whether this had been Sophia's own decision, to which Duke Alan replied curtly with a single word, yes. Placing complete trust in his son, Duke Alan reminded him that he had already proven his capability by winning the black and white battle, expressing confidence that he would perform just as well this time, and Dale, clenching his fist with resolve in his eyes, accepted the mission, though he added that he had one more request. Duke Alan looked at him expectantly, signaling for him to continue, and Dale made an unexpected demand. He wanted Charlotte, the Holy Sword Youth, assigned to his unit, intending to keep her as a trump card under his direct command. Charlotte lifted her helm, her golden hair carefully braided and secured, marking her acceptance of this new role, and clad in polished black armor. She stood firm, her gaze fixed on the distant snow-covered mountains, her posture that of a true knight prepared for whatever lay ahead. Watching her from behind, Dale murmured quietly to himself that she truly did appear dependable, a faint smile of pride forming as he thought that she would accompany the renowned Black Prince across the world. He nodded slightly, agreeing with his own thought, realizing that Charlotte now carried herself as a proper knight, no longer merely a girl. And for a brief moment, the image of his formidable father surfaced in his mind, recalling the harsh teachings that had shaped him into who he was. Returning to the present, Dale turned to Charlotte and suggested they make a promise. And though the sudden proposal caught her off guard, the promise itself was simple. 2 words, don't die. Charlotte was left completely bewildered, immediately objecting as she insisted that risking her life for her liege was the duty of knight. Yet Dale asked her in return whether she truly understood what that duty meant, and she fell silent, waiting for his answer. He declared firmly that a knight's true duty was never to betray the trust placed in them by their lord. Then, with a sincere expression, added that he did not want her to die, because the trust he placed in her was tied to her life itself, emphasizing that this was not a battlefield where she was meant to lose it. Hearing those words, Charlotte's cheeks flushed as her heart stirred, and she solemnly vowed to engrave them deep within her, while Dale, satisfied, allowed a small smile to form. The promise had been made. Some time later, the sound of hooves rang out as the army began its march. To counter the Orc armies advancing south, the main force led by Duke Saxon himself had already set out on the campaign, while separately Dale, accompanied by Sir Vale, Charlotte's escort knight, and Sophia, personally led the Night Raven Knights cavalry strike force upstream along the Saxon River, positioned several miles from the Duke's central camp. Mounted on his horse, Dale remained sharply focused, aware that the first battle under his command was about to begin, and in this moment, Sophia was no longer merely his teacher, but an advisor, a crucial part of his command structure. At dawn that day, along the upper reaches of the Saxon River, the current flowed swiftly beneath the fading moonlight as the strike force established its camp in preparation for the decisive engagement. And under that pale light, Sophia stood quietly at the river's edge, her gaze fixed on the waters as though sensing something unseen. Dale approached from behind and called out, "Miss Sophia," and she turned at once to answer him, though now their roles had shifted. He stood as her commander, and noticing that he had not rested, she asked whether he was unable to sleep, the air between them carrying a subtle tension before the battle. Dale did not linger on small talk and instead asked directly why she had accepted his father's offer, to which Sophia responded with a gentle yet enigmatic smile, saying she was simply fulfilling her duty, while recalling her earlier promise that she would always remain by his side, a remark that caught Dale off guard as if he had nearly forgotten it. A faint smile crossed his face as he quietly offered a sincere thanks, their connection clearly deeper than that of teacher and student. But in the next instant, Sophia sensed a sudden disturbance, an abnormal surge of energy, and flinched, recognizing it as an omen of something ominous. Without hesitation, Dale immediately shouted orders for the entire strike force to prepare for battle and advance toward the river crossing. And when they reached the cliff overlooking it, the sight below stunned him. The orcs had already arrived, far earlier than anticipated. Grinding his teeth, Dale realized that the orcs had made the first move, completely disrupting his planned ambush. And at that moment, Surveil rushed toward him, calling out urgently as Dale turned to see the tension written across his face, ready to receive orders as he nearly shouted for command. A cold, decisive light flashed in Dale's eyes as he quickly assessed the battlefield. Thousands of orcs were forcing a crossing at the river, a natural stronghold, revealing the desperation of their situation. And without delay, he issued his commands. Surveil would lead 4 cavalry battalions in a direct assault to eliminate the orc vanguard before they could secure a foothold, while Dale himself would take command of the remaining 2 battalions and strike at their rear. Surveil stood straight and accepted the orders without the slightest hesitation, and in the next moment, the battle exploded in emotion as archers stationed along the riverbank shouted urgent warnings while the orc forces surged forward like a raging storm. A commander roared for the archers to loose their arrows, swearing that the monsters would never reach the shore. And, at his command, fire! A dense volley filled the air, raining down upon the orcs struggling through the river, piercing their bodies as blood spread across the water in crimson streaks. Yet even so, they continued forward in a frenzy, undeterred. At the same time, Dale's cavalry thundered across the terrain, sweeping wide as they moved to strike the enemy's rear, and, as he led them, Dale thought to himself, hold on a little longer. Surveil, knowing that the success of his entire strategy depended on whether Surveil could maintain the front line. Unbeknownst to them, as the cavalry passed, a cloaked figure hidden among the shadows watched silently from behind a boulder, crimson eyes glowing with a sinister gleam as a faint, unsettling smile formed. Every movement Dale made was being observed. High atop the cliff, a sharp command rang out as archers clad in black cloaks raised their bows in perfect unison, preparing a preemptive strike, and without delay, another storm of arrows descended, while below, the wolf-mounted orc hordes charged forward, unaware of the trap closing around them. Even under the relentless barrage, the orcs advanced with reckless speed, weaving through the incoming arrows, refusing to allow the defenders even a moment to regroup. The one war wolf lost its footing and, along with its rider, plunged violently into the rushing current. Amid the chaos, a single orc broke through the arrow storm, its wolf leaping upward toward the archer's position. In an instant, it tore into one of them, ripping him apart as blood sprayed across the ground, and with that breach, the defensive line began to falter. One by one, more orcs forced their way across the bridge, and a soldier cried out in despair as he witnessed a comrade fall, while the orc commander, eyes blazing, roared triumphantly that they had broken through and were advancing straight for the crossing. Yet the soldiers of the Saxon clan did not retreat, swearing to hold their ground to the very end, determined to drive the orcs back from the bridge no matter the cost. And at that critical moment, from behind the enemy, the heavy cavalry of House Saxon surged into view, charging directly into the battlefield. Dale Saxon, the young heir, had already anticipated this development, reasoning that after such a long march, the enemy's rear would be vulnerable, and his strategy unfolded exactly as planned. While Surveil's unit held the orcs at the front, Dale had maneuvered his forces along the shallow waters to strike the exposed flank. At the front, Surveil, burdened with the task of holding the line, could do nothing but grit his teeth and urge his men to endure just a little longer, even as the battle intensified and another soldier fell amid cries of pain and desperation. The orc commander towered over the battlefield, raising his massive axe as he advanced on 2 soldiers cornered with nowhere to retreat. Yet that moment was exactly what the defenders had been waiting for, and as one soldier shouted the signal, a violent explosion tore through the orc rear, throwing their ranks into confusion before they could react. Through that chaos, Dale Saxon led the cavalry charge like a storm, and the instant he saw Surveil, still holding the line, he called out his name, prompting Surveil to immediately rally the troops under his command, pressing forward in perfect coordination with Dale's assault. With the authority of a knight, Surveil declared that the enemy had been isolated and ordered the soldiers to tighten the encirclement. Then came the final command, no mercy, and the slaughter began, as the orcs found themselves trapped between 2 crushing forces with no path of escape, while Dale, calm amid the carnage, surveyed the battlefield as a violet aura enveloped both him and his warhorse, signaling the activation of a powerful technique. Shadow Bullet. He cast, and condensed darkness shot forward at terrifying speed, piercing through the orcs and cutting them down before they could even react. And witnessing such overwhelming strength, the soldiers erupted in cheers, pride surging within them at having such a formidable leader fighting at their side. Yet the danger had not passed, as a massive orc suddenly emerged behind Dale, swinging its weapon directly at him. But Dale remained composed, evading the strike with minimal movement as an armored knight rushed in, driving his sword deep into the creature's flank and drawing a roar of pain. Dale smiled with quiet confidence, telling the knight to leave it to him. And at that moment, Sophia appeared, frost-laden energy flowing from her hands as she prepared to lend her support, while Dale issued immediate orders, warning that any delay would allow the orcs to regroup and escape the encirclement. The battle pressed on relentlessly as Sir Vale charged across the field, cutting down enemies without hesitation and carving a path through the chaos. While Dale's forces began a controlled withdrawal according to plan, the orcs pursuing in a frenzy from behind. Soon, a soldier reported an alarm that the orc riders were turning back, seemingly having realized the trap, and without a moment's hesitation, Dale ordered a full retreat, prompting the Night Raven cavalry to pivot sharply and gallop out of the forest, leaving the pursuing orcs behind. Throughout it all, Dale's expression remained steady, confident that their objective had been accomplished, as total victory in every clash was unnecessary. His true aim had been to draw the enemy far enough that reinforcements could not reach them in time, setting the stage for their eventual destruction. Once he judged the distance sufficient, Dale brought his forces to a halt. But then he suddenly froze, sensing that something ahead was not right. And at the same moment, the pursuing orcs also came to an abrupt stop, as if they too had detected the presence of another looming threat. From the shadows, a lone rider emerged. Not an orc, but a human mounted upon a horse. And as the cloaked figure raised his hand, a mass of blazing fire began to gather within his palm, swirling with terrifying intensity. Sophia was the first to recognize the danger, her expression shifting instantly as horror filled her face, and she turned sharply, shouting a warning for Dale to be careful. Yet Dale stood momentarily frozen, unable to process what he was witnessing. Without wasting even a second, Sophia acted, casting her spell as a surge of cold enveloped both her and her mount, and with a forceful strike of her staff against the ground, a towering wall of ice erupted upward, forming instantly to block both their retreat and the enemy's advance. The rider, however, showed no concern, simply lifting his hand toward the barrier as he prepared his attack, a smug sneer crossing his face as he gathered all his power into a single spell. And then, with overwhelming force, he hurled a massive fireball that tore through the air with searing heat. It collided with the ice wall in a deafening clash, producing a shrill, grinding sound as fire and frost met, but the flames proved far too powerful. The ice began to crack and melt under the pressure before shattering apart entirely. The wall collapsed, and the raging fire surged forward, swallowing a fleeing rider whole as his screams echoed briefly before falling silent, leaving behind only a blackened silhouette that soon crumbled into nothing, the sheer ferocity of the flames leaving no trace, not even bone. Dale stared in shock, realizing that this magic annihilated everything in its path, and in that instant, he began to suspect who their enemy truly was, immediately shouting orders for the formation to scatter so they would not all be destroyed at once, warning that their attackers were the Purge Knights of the Magic Tower, the infamous Fire Mages. These Purge Knights were battle mages raised for a singular purpose, to incinerate the enemies of the Empire under the authority of the Red Magic Tower. And Sophia, her voice tense, remarked that the appearance of a Red Tower mage in this place was highly unusual, while Dale responded bitterly that they had come specifically for him. Sophia immediately ordered the soldiers not to halt and not to cluster together, and Dale spurred his horse forward, leading the unit as they attempted to escape the range of the mage's attacks. His teeth clenched as he recognized this as the worst possible scenario. Facing such overwhelmingly powerful fire mages head-on would be nothing short of suicide. Yet if they spread out too far, the pursuing orc riders would simply hunt them down one by one, leaving them trapped in a deadly dilemma with no clear escape. And in that desperate moment, Dale considered a final option, the power he had always kept hidden. "Dismount, Dale." Sophia's voice suddenly cut through his thoughts, pulling him back as he turned to see her looking at him with unwavering determination, as though she had already made her decision. Sophia spoke firmly, saying she would fulfill her duty as a teacher by staying behind to buy time for him and the others. And though Dale remained silent for a brief moment, his gaze soon hardened as he made his own decision, not to retreat, but to stand and fight. Leaping from his horse, he landed with resolve and refused to abandon her, turning immediately to the soldiers as he ordered the remaining cavalry to continue the mission, then assigning Charlotte with clear instructions to ride ahead and inform her father of the situation. Yet she hesitated, her voice trembling as she insisted that her duty was to protect him. Dale's tone sharpened as he reminded her that this was her lord's command, telling her not to worry about him, and that once she mounted, she must not stop for any reason. And though tears welled in her eyes, Charlotte swallowed them and nodded in silent acceptance. Seeing that she understood, Dale allowed himself a faint, relieved smile and said, "All right." Without delay, Charlotte and the remaining knights turned their horses and galloped away, leaving Dale and Sophia alone to face the advancing enemy. And as the sound of hooves faded, Dale exhaled deeply before turning to her, remarking that there was no longer any path left for escape. Sophia asked whether he intended to run, and Dale answered with a small smile and unwavering certainty. No, declaring that he would never abandon his teacher. And so the two stood side by side, facing the approaching fire mages whose red eyes burned through the darkness. Dale let out a long breath, murmuring that there was truly nowhere left to flee, then glanced at her with a faintly playful expression as if testing her resolve. But Sophia responded simply, no, her voice steady, and then with a soft smile she added that there was no way she could abandon her own student. Raising her hand, she gathered a stream of icy blue mana as power surged violently around her, thanking Dale for placing his trust in her. And at that moment, the ground trembled as the wolf-riding orc raiders arrived, charging toward them with savage momentum. Without hesitation, Sophia aimed the growing orb of frozen energy at the oncoming horde, chanting as glittering ice crystals formed within her palm, and with a single command, freeze everything. A massive wave of ice surged outward across the battlefield, instantly encasing the entire orc cavalry and their war wolves in solid frost. Watching from afar, the two Red Tower mages could not conceal their anger, clearly not expecting her to freeze such a vast area. And Sophia spoke coldly, declaring herself an elder of the Blue Tower and a Sixth Circle mage, warning that if they sought conflict, they would have to be prepared to face her power. She challenged them directly, questioning why the Red Magic Tower would cooperate with savages. Yet the only response she received was silence, until one of the pair finally spoke with open contempt, declaring that to them, the two before them were nothing more than targets meant to be burned away. With that, both Red Tower mages raised their hands at the same time and unleashed a massive fireball, shouting, "Offer your end to the Red." And as the blazing attack surged forward, Sophia remained completely composed, meeting it head-on with her ice magic as the opposing forces collided in a violent explosion, the impact rippling across the battlefield. Because she held the enemy mages in check, the flow of the battle shifted, and Dale immediately seized the opening, shouting orders to the Saxon knights that the enemy's strike had been neutralized, pointing forward as he commanded them to raise their lances in advance. And, at his signal, the entire force charged. The Saxon cavalry surged like a storm, crashing into the remaining orcs and cutting them down without mercy, the battlefield erupting into chaos as the knights pressed their advantage, overwhelming what little resistance remained. Elsewhere, Duke Saxon stood before a group of young mages, addressing them with a grave expression as he warned that what lay ahead was no ordinary fight, but a battlefield where the stench of blood mixed with chaos, fear, and despair, and he instructed them not to become fixated on victory or defeat, but instead to allow that chaos and death to temper them. He continued, telling them to carry their fear without ever submitting to it, that every death they witnessed today would serve as the cost required to forge them into something greater tomorrow. And then, with stern authority, he ordered the mages of Saxon to advance and engrave the deaths of this day into their eyes, turning them into the strength that would shape the future. After delivering his command, the Duke called out to the woman standing beside him, and she responded at once, addressing him as Tower Master, upon which he instructed Ares that the time had come to lead the children to the crossroads, and she bowed respectfully in acceptance. At that very moment, a mounted knight arrived in panic, calling out for Duke Saxon. It was Dame Charlotte, breathless and visibly shaken as she reported that the young master was in danger, then turning immediately to issue her own command, sending the entire Nightcrow cavalry surging forward. As they charged, one of the Red Tower mages reacted instantly, preparing a massive fireball to block their advance. And seeing the scale of the attack, Dale realized they would not be able to break through and shouted as much. But Sophia had already moved, raising a towering wall of ice that halted the fireball completely, shielding the cavalry from its destruction. Dale glanced at the towering wall of ice and thought that while it blocked the cavalry's advance, it was still preferable to letting them suffer unnecessary losses. And with that decision made, he resolved it was time to strike back, planning to use the shattered fragments of the barrier to form countless ice spikes aimed at the enemy. At his command, thousands of ice shards rose into the air, transforming into a storm of razor-sharp spikes that rained down toward the Red Tower mage. Yet before they could strike, a curtain of flames surged up to meet them, melting every shard into nothing. And Dale clicked his tongue in irritation as he realized the attack had achieved nothing. He quickly understood that the fiery armor surrounding them was not merely defensive. Its power had already allowed them to endure Sophia's earlier assault. Yet even as this realization formed, the Nightcrow cavalry pressed forward, declaring that the enemy's flames would end here, only for one of the mages to unleash a burst of fire that sent the entire charge flying, overwhelming them completely and preventing any approach. With the cavalry neutralized, the Purge Knights turned their focus fully toward their true target, Lady Sophia, and as Dale prepared to rush forward, she reached out to stop him, sensing the surge of dark energy rising within him. But she could not hold him back as he broke free, unleashing that power and charging directly at one of the mages. The attack struck with sudden force, bringing the mage down, and Dale stood over him, demanding coldly to know their true purpose. Yet the man only curled his lip and asked why they were targeting him, offering no answer, as he instead spoke of a terrifying future, declaring that soon the entire world would be drowned in a sea of fire, laughing madly as he proclaimed that from those flames, they would rise again. As he spoke, his body began to radiate immense heat, and Dale froze, beginning to understand the truth. The mage's entire form ignited, and in that instant, Dale realized that the armor's true purpose was not protection at all, but a self-destructive mechanism meant to burn its wearer to death. Sophia called out his name in alarm, and Dale turned, shouting for her to run, but the Purge Knight only grinned viciously, declaring it was already too late. And in the final moment, Sophia shoved Dale away as he cried out in farewell. Then the mage detonated. A catastrophic burst of magic erupted outward, flattening everything in its path as the ground shook violently and flames spread across the battlefield, leaving devastation in its wake. And when at last the dust began to settle, the once-fought ground had been reduced to a blazing ruin. Dale struggled to push himself upright, his body aching as he looked around in a daze. And then his eyes found Sophia lying motionless nearby, prompting him to rush to her side in alarm. But as he checked her, he saw that a thin layer of ice armor still encased her body. And with that realization, he understood. She was safe. Dale recalled that just before the explosion, Sophia had covered him with a layer of ice armor, sparing him from a fatal wound. Yet because she had chosen to shield him, she had taken the full force of the blast herself. And as he looked around, a grim realization struck him. The Nightcrow Knights had also been caught in the explosion, all of them lying fallen. The remaining Purge Knight spotted that Dale was still alive and let out a harsh laugh, declaring that the young master would be his. But as he rushed in to strike, a lethal glint flashed in Dale's eyes, and he roared, "Die!" before effortlessly evading the incoming blow and, in a single motion, swinging his sword wreathed in dark energy to sever the mage's arms. Without granting him any chance to recover, Dale followed through mercilessly, his gaze burning with hatred as darkness surged outward, hurling the final Purge Knight away and finishing him. And as he rose to his feet, he stated coldly, "That's two." Rage surged within him as he reminded himself of everything he had endured. The relentless days of torment and re-education, without a single moment of rest. And with eyes blazing, he warned the remaining enemies that none of them would escape, vowing to repay the suffering he had endured many times over. The battlefield had become a ruin, littered with corpses and engulfed in flames. And amidst the devastation, Sophia lay wounded and motionless, her once composed figure now fragile, forcing herself to rise despite the pain as she stared in shock at the scene before her, unable to believe that the proud Saxon knights had been reduced to lifeless bodies. At the center of it all, Dale Saxon moved like a wraith, cutting through the Purge Knights with relentless fury, his sword flashing as he pressed forward, determined to make them pay. His entire form cloaked in a violet-black aura as he charged and struck down another foe, becoming a harbinger of death that spread terror among his enemies. Watching him, the leader of the Purifiers curled his lips into a cold, calculating smile, clearly plotting something as the battle raged, and suddenly, another violent explosion erupted, smoke and fire billowing outward as the mad mages attempted a suicidal attack, seeking to drag Dale down with them into destruction. Through the drifting ash, the silhouette of a dark steed emerged, striking against the bleak backdrop, the oppressive scene weighing heavily on anyone who witnessed it. While Sophia stood frozen, watching the Saxon knights, she had tried to protect collapse within the sea of flames, her heart filled with anguish as she could do nothing but look on. The Purge Knights laughed loudly, mocking the ideals of nobility, treating death itself as the highest form of glory, utterly fearless in the face of their own destruction. Yet in the next instant, that twisted certainty shattered as a sword suddenly drove straight through one of their backs. Dale Saxon struck back at the precise moment, seizing the opening while his enemies were lost in their frenzy. And as he did, he began to activate his wraith transformation, a pitch-black aura surging outward, until he became a merciless shadow moving across the battlefield to reap lives without hesitation. Seeing that their suicidal tactic had failed, the Purge Knights abandoned subtlety and chose to swarm him instead, determined to overwhelm the young man through sheer numbers, no matter the cost. Yet the strain was evident. After repeatedly drawing upon the extreme power of the wraith, Dale's body faltered, and he collapsed amid the wreckage, breathing heavily as exhaustion threatened to overtake him. Even so, the enemy showed no mercy, continuing their relentless assault as Dale forced himself to rise, gripping his sword once more to defend himself, and with a sharp, decisive stroke he unleashed a cutting wave that sent the charging attackers flying back as though they weighed nothing at all. Though fatigue weighed on him, his eyes remained cold and piercing, filled with a terrifying clarity, even as the dark power he wielded tore at him from within, inflicting unbearable pain that he endured without faltering, refusing to be broken by the fanaticism before him. The leader of the Purifiers watched in stunned disbelief, Unable to accept that Dale still had the strength to resist, unease creeping into his thoughts as he recognized the young man's unyielding will. And then, in a violent surge, black energy erupted from Dale's blade as he counterattacked with overwhelming force. The Purge Knights screamed as that darkness consumed them, their bodies swallowed by the destructive aura spreading outward. And soon another massive explosion shook the battlefield, erasing all remaining traces of life until the entire area was reduced to nothing but ash and ruin. Even then, the Purifier's leader sneered, dismissing everything as absurd, his arrogance unshaken despite the annihilation of his comrades, as he mocked Dale, calling him the embodiment of burning hatred, deliberately provoking him in an attempt to break his composure. He went further, declaring that Dale Saxon had utterly failed in his duty to protect the knights, gesturing toward the devastation around them, as if his accusation carried weight, then laughed with cruel delight, insisting that Dale would never be able to kill him, his confidence bordering on madness. Pointing toward the scattered corpses, he questioned whether this outcome could truly be called victory, his words igniting a frenzied response from those who remained, as the Purge Knights howled like lunatics, proclaiming that even if the Dark Magic Tower decreed death, they would not fear it, willingly offering their own bodies in devotion to their twisted ideal. One of them suddenly lunged forward, preparing to trigger a final suicidal detonation aimed directly at Dale. And for a brief instant, Dale stood still, stunned by their reckless disregard for life, unable to fathom how easily they could cast themselves away, as the man shouted a fervent pledge of loyalty to the Empire while channeling fire magic into his own body. A catastrophic explosion was on the verge of engulfing the battlefield, and in the next instant, a staggering blast erupted directly before Dale, the shockwave tearing through everything in its path and hurling debris outward as dust swallowed his small figure entirely. Yet as the smoke slowly cleared, Dale Saxon stood revealed once more, his expression filled with disbelief, for some overwhelming force had intervened and halted the destruction, leaving him unharmed, while the Purifier's leader also stared in stunned confusion, unable to comprehend what had just occurred. By all logic, Dale should have died. Yet there he stood, untouched. From the darkness behind them, a towering figure and a warhorse emerged, their presence alone dominating the battlefield with undeniable authority. And it was Duke Noir, Dale Saxon's father, arriving with solemn composure as the very air seemed to freeze under the crushing weight of his killing intent. With a cold voice, Duke Noir asked whether any of them truly wished to die, and the question alone sent a chill through the fanatics, as he continued, stating that true courage did not lie in the willingness to die, but in the resolve to live, his words carrying a harsh and unyielding philosophy. The Purifiers, enraged, rejected his claim as nonsense and charged forward, determined to prove that dying for their ideals was the highest honor. But another explosion followed, this time unleashed by Duke Noir's dark magic, as he made it clear that he would not grant them such an easy end. The leader of the Purifiers realized with horror that even their final plan had failed, a growing sense of dread creeping into his mind as Duke Noir advanced, his looming presence overwhelming, and with chilling indifference, he asked whether they still failed to grasp the harsh reality before them, declaring bluntly that he would not permit them to die. To him, death was a privilege they did not deserve, and he stated that no such path existed for them here, as grotesque purple mana gathered in his hand, forming the basis of a forbidden spell, and with deliberate clarity, he cast it. Curse. Loathsome fusion. At once, the curse descended upon the remaining Purifiers, twisting their bodies as if they were melting wax, their forms warping grotesquely as they screamed in unbearable agony and terror, while a pitch-black energy enveloped them, writhing and howling as it fused them together. Duke Noir watched the scene with a cold, emotionless gaze, for to him, forcing them to continue living in such a state was far more cruel than granting them death. And before long, a monstrous mass took shape, a grotesque fusion of flesh, with faces and limbs writhing together in endless suffering. He showed no concern for their motives, whether they had betrayed him or allied with the orcs, for in his view, those who cast aside their own lives forfeited the right to speak of morality, and so he condemned them to exist forever within that abomination. It was a cruel price for traitors, an existence worse than death, imposed by his will. The scene shifted back to Dale Saxon, who stood vigil beside a fallen Saxon knight, the red-haired warrior struggling to breathe as he whispered his final words to his young lord, weakly pleading that even in death, they be allowed to continue the Nightcrow Order's mission on the battlefield. Dale listened in silence, his eyes heavy with sorrow as he bore witness to the final testament of his loyal comrade, and with quiet resolve, he vowed that neither he nor the House of Saxon would ever forget the devotion shown by this brave knight, not for as long as they lived. The knight's hand fell limp, his life finally fading on the cold and ravaged field after a brutal struggle, and Dale remained motionless before the body, unable to move. From behind, Duke Noir stepped forward, observing both the devastation of the battlefield and the grief weighing upon his son, remarking that the casualties in this battle had been far too great, and Dale lowered his head, accepting responsibility without offering any excuse. He asked if Dale was tormenting himself as a commander, and Dale admitted that he had led the Saxon cavalry down a path of death, wishing bitterly that he had ordered a retreat sooner to prevent such loss. Yet Duke Noir's expression remained cold as he told him not to be overly harsh on himself, explaining that in war, sacrifice could not be avoided, no matter the skill of the one in command. He questioned whether Dale and Sophia had truly believed they could face hundreds of orc knights and the fanatical purifiers alone, then gave a faint smile, telling him he had done all that could be done, his mere presence pressing heavily upon the space around them. Dale stood in silence, head still bowed, his heart burdened with grief, knowing all too well that he was not yet strong enough to meet the expectations placed upon him. Then suddenly, a pitch-black aura began to spread from him, enveloping the body of the fallen red-haired knight, whose eyes flared to life once more. And in that moment, Dale made his decision to honor the final wish entrusted to him. He accepted it, allowing the knight to rise again in wraith form, granting the Saxon cavalry the right to continue fighting at his side, even beyond death, fulfilling their sacred duty though their mortal bodies had already fallen. Night descended across the empire, and far from the battlefield, new schemes were already being set into motion. The scene shifted once more to the Red Magic Tower, standing grand and radiant beneath the moon, the stronghold of those responsible for the brutal assault, and within the bedchamber of Marquis Uris. He spent a private moment in the company of a beautiful noblewoman whose manner was openly flirtatious. She gazed at Marquis Uris with admiration and asked softly whether he was dreaming a beautiful dream, her voice filled with longing as she praised his striking, debonair appearance, confessing that being alone with the most handsome man in the empire felt like a dream to her, while Uris merely shrugged with mild indifference and told her she was exaggerating. With composed elegance, he sipped his red wine, every movement refined and aristocratic, betraying nothing of the truth hidden beneath that polished exterior, a ruthless, monstrous nature concealed behind charm. Yet the noblewoman continued to lavish him with praise, captivated by his allure, until Uris smirked and suggested she discover his hidden side for herself. In the next instant, he pulled her close and pressed his lips to hers in what seemed like a passionate kiss. But the moment twisted into something horrifying as her eyes rolled back and blood began to seep from the corner of her mouth. The poison hidden within his kiss, spreading rapidly through her body, numbing her as droplets of blood fell onto the cold floor and the air grew heavy. Revealing his true nature, Marquis Uris exposed the cruelty and perversion lurking beneath his facade, while the woman recoiled in terror, her mouth filling with the metallic taste of blood as she trembled, her eyes wide with horror at what was happening, unable to comprehend the reality before her, as more blood trickled from her lips, leaving her powerless to resist. Uris lifted her chin coldly, asking with mocking sarcasm whether the drink suited her palate, his predatory nature laid bare in that moment. Far away, the northern border lay silent beneath the sky, yet that silence was only the calm before a storm, as columns of smoke rose in the distance, signaling the approach of war, and the orc war boss let out a thunderous roar, his bloodshot eyes filled with killing intent, his presence alone making the battlefield's atmosphere heavier and more suffocating. The berserk orcs charged forward, swinging their axes wildly as they slaughtered without restraint, while the knights struggled desperately to hold their ground against the sheer strength and overwhelming numbers of the enemy. Surveil gritting his teeth as he used every ounce of strength to block a crushing blow from an orc's axe, barely maintaining his stance as the encirclement tightened. Facing the towering war boss, Surveil judged in silence that this creature was the leader of the pack, and despite the cavalry having cut down most of the orcs, this one continued to fight with relentless ferocity. But at that moment, Dale Saxon appeared from behind and ordered Surveil to fall back. Caught off guard by the young lord's sudden command, Surveil hesitated, but Dale stepped forward without pause, black mana swirling densely around him as the spectral forms of his summoned cavalry trailed behind, his gaze cold and unyielding as he prepared to unleash the power of the Dark Prince. Then, with a thunderous impact, the ground itself trembled as dust surged into the air, and Dale's strike shattered the earth beneath him, sending nearby monsters flying as the force of his attack tore through the battlefield. A knight's spirit swung its blade and cut cleanly through an orc, leaving it no chance to resist, the sheer speed and force of the strike far beyond anything ordinary. And as those shadows flickered in and out of existence, Sir Surveil stood frozen in shock, unable to comprehend what he was witnessing as he questioned what kind of overwhelming dark magic this truly was. With growing horror, he realized that Dale could command the dead as freely as a true sorcerer, and not only that, the young lord's swordsmanship had advanced at an alarming rate, each strike from the shadowy cavalry carrying a chilling lethality that spread fear through the enemy ranks, causing the orc horde to collapse under the relentless assault. The orc war boss froze as his forces were annihilated in moments, then turned his gaze upon Dale with burning hatred, recognizing him as the one who had shattered his conquest, and with a furious roar, he charged forward, his massive presence radiating crushing pressure that seemed to shake the entire forest. Surveil shouted for an immediate retreat, knowing they could not endure much longer. Yet Dale remained completely still, calmly observing the raging monster, and despite the urgency in Surveil's warning, he responded coolly, telling him to stay calm, showing no intention of withdrawing as he prepared for a decisive strike. Gathering his mana, Dale carefully measured his timing and strength, knowing that his current power alone might not be enough to defeat such a stubborn opponent. And as he steadied himself, he resolved that he would need to become even more ruthless and terrifying to secure victory. At that moment, pale hands appeared from nowhere, gently resting on his shoulders from behind, and a wraith-like entity in the form of a horned girl manifested, wrapping her arms around him as she smiled with a wicked softness and whispered an offer to grant him ultimate power. Dale frowned, thinking that it was not yet the time to accept her aid, as drawing upon that power in front of so many carried great risk and could easily expose his secret. Yet the horned girl persisted, leaning close to his ear as she murmured that she loved this world, her presence casting a heavy, somber weight over the battlefield. Her sharp gaze fixed on him as she promised she would never do anything to make him hate her. Though beneath that assurance lingered a cunning, dangerous intent, and as she circled him, she continued to tempt him, urging him to fully embrace this newfound strength. In response, a surge of violet-black mana erupted outward, swallowing the remaining light around them, and standing at the center of it all, Dale Saxon faced the Orc War boss, his body radiating immense power as the monster roared and raised its massive axe, preparing to send him to his death. Unfazed, Dale began the Shadow Lurker technique, calling forth the darkness as he readied himself for the final confrontation. He remained perfectly composed, waiting for the precise moment to ensnare the raging giant, while the Orc War boss roared and brought his massive axe down in a savage arc aimed at splitting Dale's head. Yet the young man did not flinch, standing calmly as the beast, already torn apart by his attacks, descended further into madness. In that instant, Dale Saxon activated the brutal Shadow Lurker technique, and from the ground, dark arms surged upward, coiling around the giant orc and locking it in place, leaving the war boss unable to comprehend what had seized him as the crushing force drove terror into his eyes. Without hesitation, Dale struck with merciless precision, delivering a final blow that left no room for resistance or escape, and the orc leader fell, blood bursting outward as his body collapsed, his death marking the complete destruction of the Northern Horde's hopes for invasion. The cavalry erupted into thunderous cheers at the sight of their young lord felling the monstrous leader, every gaze fixed upon Dale with a mixture of admiration and unease at the overwhelming power he had displayed, while he himself exhaled slowly after the intensity of the battle, standing as the undeniable Dark Prince of the North, a name that would soon inspire fear in any who opposed him. The scene shifted to the imposing Noir Magic Tower, guardian of the Empire's most dangerous secrets and the stronghold of Dale's family, where beneath its grandeur, layers of political intrigue quietly churned. Within its halls, Duke Noir discussed the results of the Purifier investigation with his female secretary, noting that even after 3 days and nights of torture, the captured assassins had refused to reveal a single detail about the mastermind behind the attack. With a weary sigh, he explained that most of the Purifier's minds had been wiped clean by magic, their fanaticism reinforced to prevent any possibility of exposing confidential information. And from this, he concluded that there must be a traitor who had leaked Dale's exact movements to the enemy. Otherwise, such a precise ambush would have been impossible. The secretary asked whether he suspected someone within the magic tower itself, and, at her words, the room fell into a heavy silence. Tension thickened the air as her serious expression hinted at a deeper, more troubling truth, that a powerful reactionary force might already be operating within their ranks. Duke Noir spoke of his suspicions that certain hardline elders had begun secretly cooperating with the Red Tower, referencing the long-buried history of the Black-Red Enforcement Unit, a covert organization from the Empire's past that had once carried out forbidden research into dark magic. Though that unit had been officially dissolved after the war, its remnants had never truly vanished, and now, it seemed that some fanatics, obsessed with magic above all else, had turned against him and aligned themselves with the Red Tower once more. Duke Noir declared with quiet resolve that a cleansing wind would soon sweep through the tower once more, and that he would show no mercy to anyone who dared threaten his son's safety. Above ground, the mansion stood bathed in the glow of sunset, its beauty almost serene. Yet hidden beneath it lay a workshop where the most sinister magical experiments were carried out, and it was there that Dale Saxon stood alongside his father before the coffins of the knights who had died protecting him. Silence filled the chamber, broken only by the faint crackle of magical flames, their light casting a somber glow as Dale fixed his gaze on the body of his loyal retainer, his heart weighed down by grief and simmering hatred, and within that stillness, he swore that their sacrifice would never be in vain nor fade into obscurity. These knights had followed him with unwavering trust until their final breath, and witnessing their deaths had carved a lasting wound into his soul, leaving him, as their lord, determined to fulfill their final wishes. And so he resolved to use the power of his lineage to honor them. Turning to Duke Noir, Dale met his father's eyes and asked to be taught the method of the Death Order, seeking the power to command death itself so he could protect what mattered most. Duke Noir, in that moment, recalled the image of Dale riding victoriously, hailed as the Dark Prince, and wondered whether his son would ever break free from the shadow of their family, thinking privately that one day, when Dale reached the summit of the tower, he might surpass him and claim the Empire's ultimate authority. He stated plainly that the army of darkness would one day belong to Dale alone, and hearing this, the young man stiffened, his gaze sharpening instantly as he understood the meaning hidden beneath those words, the air around them growing heavy with an invisible pressure. Dale resolved then and there that he would surpass the man who stood at the peak of the Noir Magic Tower, calling out "Father," with weight behind his voice as he prepared to make a bold decision, formally challenging his own father and mentor. Duke Noir responded with an enigmatic smile, unfazed by the audacity, and asked casually what terms his son proposed for the duel, while dark mana began to gather around Dale, thick and ominous, signaling the intensity of what was to come. Driven by a desire to witness the ultimate realm his father spoke of, Dale's eyes burned with curiosity and ambition as he demanded that Duke Noir fight him with his full strength, and with a simple nod of agreement, the Duke accepted, the very air turning cold and lethal as he told his son to come at him with everything he had. The two stood facing one another, the atmosphere thick with killing intent as they prepared for what would become their greatest magical duel. And without hesitation, Dale Saxon called forth the Saxon Dark Riders, his voice ringing out as two valiant warrior spirits emerged, cloaked in a terrifying aura of death. At his command, the riders charged forward in a relentless assault that even drew a flicker of acknowledgement from Duke Noir, who noted that Dale's summoning incantation was executed with remarkable precision and skill. Yet despite the flurry of razor-sharp blades closing in on him, the Duke remained utterly composed, his presence unshaken. Dale's magic was formidable, but it still fell short of truly threatening him. And with confidence, Dale declared that through coordinated strikes, his father would not be able to evade them, pouring his will into the riders as he drove them into a wild, synchronized offensive. The battlefield erupted into motion as Dale and the Dark Riders unleashed a dazzling combination of attacks, their blades cutting through the air in perfect harmony, seeking the slightest opening in Duke Noir's defenses. Yet the Duke stood unmoved, like an immovable mountain, the shadows sweeping past him without leaving so much as a mark. Tension crept into Dale's expression as he felt something shift, the flow of magic binding the riders faltering unnaturally, and in the next instant, the Dark Riders froze in place, leaving him stunned as Duke Noir simply observed, as though he had already intervened. Calmly, the Duke explained the unspoken laws governing duels between dark mages, revealing in that moment the true level of a supreme master, and warned that losing control over one's summoned creatures was the most fatal mistake a mage could make. Under the overwhelming pressure of his aura, the Dark Riders fell to their knees, submitting instinctively, and Dale broke into a cold sweat as he realized he had been completely suppressed, not just physically but mentally, by his father's dominance, placing him on the brink of immediate defeat. Then, a memory surfaced. Darkness always flows toward the deepest place. And in that realization, Dale understood what he needed to do to seize back control, his gaze turning cold as he prepared one final gamble. If that was the case, he thought, gathering every fragment of his focus as he pushed himself beyond his limits. And as he did, snowflakes began to drift down, signaling a shift in the very flow of dark magic itself. Suddenly, the Dark Riders stirred once more, breaking free of their suppression, prompting even Duke Noir to react with visible surprise, as Dale's sheer persistence and talent allowed him to reclaim command. In the next instant, a flawless slash tore through the space between them, aimed directly at Duke Noir's neck, its speed so overwhelming that its path could not be followed, and as the impact sent dust surging through the workshop, obscuring everything from view, Dale stood there, breathing heavily, uncertain whether his strike had reached its mark. The youth trembled as he called out to his father, horrified by the sight before him. Duke Noir's head severed. Yet even in that state, the Duke spoke calmly, offering praise, turning the moment into something deeply unsettling as his head lay upon the ground, serenely commending Dale for reclaiming control over the spirits. Dale stood frozen in shock, unable to move, as a swirl of violet smoke rose, and, as if reversing reality itself, reattached Duke Noir's head to his body without the slightest trace of injury, the Duke stating flatly that he did not permit death. Staring in disbelief, Dale wondered whether his father had the ability to manipulate reality itself, and in response, Duke Noir explained that magic was the power to turn imagination into reality, that at its highest level, a mage could bend the laws of the world according to their will. In that instant, Dale understood why the purifiers had been subjected to such a grotesque fate, and all he could do was let out a bitter laugh at the overwhelming gap between himself and his father, realizing that from the very beginning, this duel had been unwinnable. Sometime later, after the successful suppression of the demonic migration, a royal envoy arrived in person to commend the House of Saxon, and standing before Duke Noir, he conveyed the Emperor's satisfaction with their loyalty, while the Duke listened in silence, his expression unchanged. At his side, Dale heard the praise directed at him, the title Black Prince spoken with recognition, proof that his deeds on the border had reached the highest levels of power. And, as the envoy continued, he read aloud the imperial decree, mentioning a renewed effort to foster exchanges between the Black Tower and the Red Tower. At those words, the atmosphere in the room shifted, growing cold as the true purpose was revealed, an invitation for the heir of House Saxon to study at the Red Tower Academy in the capital. A faint flicker of surprise crossed Dale's face, but once the envoy departed, Duke Noir immediately voiced his opposition, arguing that sending Dale now would amount to handing him over as a hostage, an unacceptable risk, and he fixed his son with a sharp gaze, asking whether he truly intended to walk into such a trap. Dale remained unnervingly calm, while his father reminded him that Marquis Yuri's son was currently at the Black Tower as part of the exchange, a calculated political balance in which each side held leverage over the other. Reasoning carefully, Dale pointed out that since their side held Yuri's heir, the enemy would not dare act recklessly, and he intended to make use of that advantage. But Duke Noir's eyes hardened, his expression cutting as if to force the reality of the danger upon him. He asked whether Dale had already forgotten the Purifier's attack, and at that reminder, the image of Marquis Yuri's arrogant grin surfaced in Dale's mind, the true madman behind the schemes that had nearly claimed his life. Duke Noir rose to his feet, his voice carrying a chilling certainty, as he declared that anyone who dared lay a hand on his heir in the capital would suffer consequences so catastrophic that even a madman would understand, for the title of Blood Duke was not one he bore lightly, and from the Empire's perspective, the one they truly feared was not Dale, but him. The pressure in the room intensified with his words alone, yet Dale answered without hesitation, arguing that if the Red Tower had truly intended to kill him, they would never have withdrawn the 12 assassins, and that their actions instead pointed to something far greater at play, insisting that Marquis Yuri's had merely been testing the limits of House Saxon's power. As he spoke, the image of that sly, enigmatic smile surfaced in his mind, and Duke Noir watched his son in silence for a long moment, confronted with reasoning far too sharp for a child of 11, as though he were speaking with a seasoned strategist rather than his own son. He asked plainly whether Dale had another motive for insisting on going to the capital, and Dale lowered his head, concealing the calculating glint in his eyes as he answered that he wanted to witness the Empire's true strength for himself, adding that since the Red Tower had issued the challenge first, it was only natural to respond. Clenching his fist, he made his resolve clear, while Duke Noir turned his gaze aside, displeased yet unable to refute the determination before him, letting out a quiet sigh as he admitted that he would never fully understand the mind of this child, a gap between them that could not be bridged by age or experience. In the end, he conceded that Dale was right, acknowledging that perhaps his own concern as a father had clouded the judgment expected of a leader of House Saxon, and though he agreed to the journey, he did so with a grave warning, that in the capital, Dale would be seen as nothing more than a child, surrounded by contempt and hidden traps at every turn. Dale answered with a faint, confident smile, knowing that such a perception would serve as the perfect disguise for what lay beneath, placing a hand over his chest as he promised to remember his father's words, declaring that this journey was not only for himself, but for the honor of the Saxon family. As night fell over the imperial capital, the pale moonlight washed across its solemn, shadowed architecture, casting an eerie stillness over the city, while within a lavish chamber, Marquis Yuri's raised a glass of dark red wine, his lips curling into a smile of eager anticipation as he awaited the arrival of his most important guest. Seated upon a velvet chair, he murmured about the curiosity of youth, his flaming red hair, an unhinged gaze marking him as a man who reveled in games of life and death, and across from him stood a gray statue of a woman, Elizabeth, silent and unmoving. Yuri spoke to the lifeless statue as though it possessed a soul, rebuking it for allowing itself to decay simply because it refused to think, the entire scene steeped in something grotesque, and as he stepped closer, he took the stone hand and pressed a kiss upon it, praising the blood that had once flowed through it, his reverence for death sending a quiet chill through the air. Fixing his gaze into the void, he spoke of death as a privilege, likening it to a flower that blooms brilliantly before withering into perfect decay, revealing the warped aesthetic of a man who saw beauty in destruction. And as he raised his glass, he compared a life without death, an immortality devoid of an end, to something hollow and meaningless, his eyes flashing with a dangerous, bloodthirsty light. Without warning, his hand tightened and the glass shattered, shards biting into his palm as blood mixed with the wine. Yet he paid no attention to the pain, turning instead toward the window as he muttered about weeds that could never bloom, his words dripping with contempt for the weak. Then, as if seized by excitement, his expression brightened with unsettling intensity, his anticipation rising for Dale Saxon, the Empire's greatest genius, whom he believed would fill the emptiness within his twisted soul, and with a quiet murmur, he welcomed him to the tiger's den. Meanwhile, along the road to the capital, the Saxon carriage moved beneath dense green canopies, the steady rhythm of hooves marking the beginning of a new journey. And inside, Dale sat facing Iron and Suryancé, the atmosphere thick with silence, broken only by the rumble of wheels over stone. Tension lingered among them, Suryancé visibly uneasy as he stole glances at Dale, his perception of the young lord having changed entirely since the battle. Respect now mixed with an undercurrent of fear, while Dale himself reflected that revealing his darker side so openly had been a mistake, the brutality he displayed creating distance even among those closest to him. The isolation that came with wielding such power settled heavily on him. And when he looked toward Iron, he saw that she had kept her head lowered since their departure, her silence speaking more than words ever could, and he understood that no apology or explanation could erase what she had witnessed. The rift between them would not close easily, her sadness evident in her distant eyes, which no longer held the lively brightness of an elven noble, as the memory of the cold, merciless Dale on the battlefield continued to linger within her. At last, the Royal Academy came into view, a vast Gothic structure rising before them, its towering form imposing and grand, the open gate appearing as though it either welcomed them or stood ready to consume the air from the border. The carriage rolled to a stop before the great entrance, where two guards stood at attention, prepared to receive their distinguished guest, and as Dale stepped down onto the ground, he officially set foot upon what could only be considered enemy territory, with Suryancé and Iron following close behind. A voice rang out in greeting, welcoming the heir of House Saxon who had traveled from afar, marking the beginning of a new and dangerous game. Before them rose the austere Royal Academy, subordinate to the Red Magic Tower, the very stronghold of those who had once targeted his family, and waiting at its entrance stood a figure with blazing red hair, whom Dale recognized instantly. Marquis Uries inclined his head in polite greeting, though the smile on his lips carried no sincerity, remarking that it was an honor to meet him again, and Dale returned the courtesy with equal formality, thanking the Red Tower Master for extending the invitation. Uries began to praise him at length, recounting his exploits during the Great Demonic Migration, lauding him not only as a scholar, but as a warrior of remarkable courage, his embellished admiration echoing across the academy grounds. Yet Dale simply watched in silence, his gaze deep and unreadable as he studied every subtle movement of the man before him. That smile brought back the memory of the fallen Night Raven Knights, and standing face to face with the one who had conspired with demons to burn them, Dale clenched his fist beneath his cloak, suppressing the surge of anger, threatening to break free, forcing himself to remain patient for the sake of a greater goal. Uries continued his drawn-out praise, mentioning how storytellers had begun spreading astonishing tales about the Black Prince, but Dale cut him off coldly, stating that rumors were always exaggerated, and making it clear he had no interest in empty flattery. With a faint sneer, Uries remarked that someone hailed as the Empire's greatest talent would naturally be expected to achieve great things, then gestured for him to proceed inside, and Dale moved forward without hesitation, leaving behind the calculating gaze that lingered on his back. The tension between them stretched taut like a bowstring ready to snap. Though they stood side by side, their thoughts could not have been further apart, one hiding behind a mocking, artificial smile, the other restraining a cold fury, and as Dale stepped forward, he paused to perform a formal salute before the assembled court officials, his movements precise and flawless. The officials nodded in approval, praising the Northern heir's refined bearing and remarking on his upbringing. Yet beyond their sight, Dale ground his teeth, a storm of murderous intent churning within him, held in check only by his resolve to wait for the right moment. For the sake of House Saxon, he would continue playing the role of an obedient child, but as he watched Uries' retreating figure, he swore silently that on the board this man had laid out, he would be the one to force him to kneel and beg. Uries, for his part, noticed the faint trace of killing intent in Dale's eyes and found it deeply amusing, as the game unfolding within the academy had finally begun. At the heart of the Empire stood this ancient institution of magic, and within its halls, a lecture on magical theory was already in progress, led by a professor before a gathered class. Dale sat with his chin resting on his hand, his expression plainly disinterested as the professor droned on about the basic antagonism between fire and water, while around him, students whispered and pointed at the newly transferred Black Prince from the north, unable to believe that an 11-year-old had reached the third circle, some even mocking the unimpressive nature of his mana rotation. Dale cast a subtle glance across the room, fully aware that this arrangement was no coincidence, recognizing it as Uries' deliberate attempt to place him among arrogant nobles to create friction. And as the days passed into weeks, The atmosphere only grew more charged with the approach of the Academy's crucial graduation examinations. For the Empire's nobility, a diploma from this institution was a direct path to influence and authority. And the presence of an outsider like Dale threatened that hierarchy, making him an object of resentment among his peers, even as the professor continued the lecture as if nothing were amiss. Then suddenly, an arm shot up, interrupting the lesson without the slightest respect. It was Leonard Saxon, the son of a powerful elder, lounging carelessly with his legs draped over the desk, openly declaring the lecture dull before the flustered instructor, and suggesting that with both the Saxon heir and the Northerner present, they should make things more interesting. He proposed a magical exchange to test their abilities, and Dale turned his head toward him, taking in the scene. For within this academy, Leonard behaved as though he were its ruler, even forcing classmates to kneel so he could sit upon them, his lineage from the Red Tower placing him at the top of the social order, beyond reproach. The other students spoke of him as a genius, someone who had conquered the 20th floor of the trial tower, an achievement that cemented his reputation. And with a mocking tone, Leonard brought up the tale of Dale, defeating an orc war boss alone, saying he wished to witness that ability firsthand. A faint, indifferent smile touched Dale's lips at the provocation, and rising from his seat, he replied calmly that rumors were always exaggerated by those who heard them. But Leonard only sneered, dismissing words as meaningless and insisting on proof through action. Without hesitation, Dale accepted the challenge, stating simply that he would show him, and the two stepped into the open space between the desks, the tension in the classroom thickening as all eyes turned toward them. The professor, visibly uneasy, asked whether Dale understood the safety rules governing magical exchanges, while Leonard, harboring quiet contempt, regarded him as nothing more than a provincial noble from the remote north, declaring that he would force Dale to kneel and acknowledge the Empire's true genius. Dale spoke calmly, asking whether his opponent intended to wear a life protection amulet, a question that only deepened the professor's unease, and as thick black manna began to seep from beneath Dale's feet, spreading a chilling presence throughout the room, he followed with another question that made everyone's skin crawl: whether they were permitted to use magic with the intent to kill. The professor's face went pale as he felt the overwhelming killing intent emanating from the 11-year-old, and in a panic, he waved his hands frantically, trying to stop the duel before it began, his instincts screaming that something was terribly wrong, as he rushed forward and pleaded with Leonard to at least wear a protective collar or abandon the exchange altogether. Leonard, however, ignored him completely, seizing the professor by the collar in anger as he declared that he could crush a Northerner brat without relying on any such useless safeguards, then shoved him aside, forcing the man to stand back and watch as he prepared to demonstrate his superiority. Dale, unfazed, asked coldly how long his opponent intended to hesitate, the dark man at his feet beginning to churn more violently, and then he raised the stakes, adding a new condition, that if Leonard lost, he would leave the graduating class entirely. Leonard laughed with confidence, accepting without a second thought, and escalated it further by declaring that if Dale lost, he would forfeit the graduation exam, to which Dale simply lowered his head, a faint smile forming within the shadows as he acknowledged the terms of a true magical exchange. "Are you ready?" came the challenge, followed by a calm affirmation, and in the next instant, a wraith-like surge of dark energy erupted around Dale, poised to crush the arrogance before him in a single decisive strike. Leonard gathered fire mana into his palm, shaping it rapidly as blazing red chains burst into existence, coiling around Dale under the professor's anxious gaze, and with a sharp motion, he lashed them forward in a relentless assault, aiming to overwhelm and end the duel swiftly. Sparks erupted as dark energy clashed against searing flames, Dale wielding a jet-black mana blade to deflect each strike with flawless precision, and the collision of their powers sent violent tremors through the classroom, the sheer force of the explosion making even those outside recoil under the crushing pressure. Dale's movements became impossible to follow, his speed surpassing what the eye could track, and in an instant, he appeared beside Leonard, his expression cold and unyielding, causing panic to flash across Leonard's face as he swung the fiery chains again. Yet Dale slipped past them effortlessly, the chains whipping wildly through empty space, exposing the unraveling composure of his self-proclaimed genius. And as sweat poured down Leonard's face, he realized with growing dread that the strength of the opponent before him far exceeded anything he had anticipated. Dale moved to finish the exchange at once, preparing a decisive strike to end what he now saw as a pointless spectacle, and with calm indifference, he declared, "This ends here." The words draining the color from Leonard's face as Dale's piercing gaze made him feel as though death itself was closing in. But in the next instant, a powerful burst of fire erupted from behind, surging straight toward Dale in an attempt to support Leonard, forcing Dale to drop to one knee as he braced against the sudden assault coming from multiple directions. And when he looked up, he realized the truth. Leonard had secretly called in his classmates to attack together. Dale's voice rang out sharply as he accused Leonard of cowardice, pointing out that he lacked the courage to face him alone. Yet Leonard only spread a twisted smile, showing no regard for honor or the rules, laughing as he claimed he had no idea what Dale meant by cowardice. The classroom transformed into a blazing arena as the surrounding students unleashed their spells in unison, fire encircling Dale from all sides, while Leonard turned to the professor and coldly ordered him to remain silent and forget everything that happened, invoking his father's name as a threat that left the man powerless to intervene. With smug satisfaction, Leonard asked whether Dale still wished to continue such a one-sided contest, but Dale rose calmly to his feet, reminding him that the purpose of the challenge had been to determine who truly possessed talent, and warning him coldly to stop now if he wished to avoid consequences he could not control. Leonard sneered, offering to overlook everything if Dale chose to surrender. But instead, Dale simply told him to look around, a statement that left Leonard momentarily confused, until a surge of pitch-black mana erupted outward, forming a wraith-like presence that engulfed the entire classroom in a suffocating chill. Panic spread among the supporting students as they realized something was wrong, their fire magic failing, inexplicably snuffed out before it could even take form. And as their confidence crumbled, a cruel smile appeared on Dale's face. Looking at them with open disdain, he delivered his judgment in a single word: pathetic, mocking the Red Tower mages for allowing their flames to be extinguished so easily and so disgracefully. Dale released an overwhelming surge of dark mana that instantly made Leonard stagger in shock, then coldly declare that this was his world before mocking Leonard, who struggled desperately beneath the crushing pressure, as Dale stated that Leonard could barely ignite a single flame and questioned how someone like him could possibly endure its weight. Without another glance, Dale dismissed him and unleashed dark tendrils that effortlessly bound both Leonard and the nearby students, then looked over them and sternly announced that it was time to end this, while Leonard remained drenched in sweat, utterly exhausted and barely able to withstand the pressure bearing down on him. Just before Dale could strike the finishing blow, the professor hurriedly stepped in and desperately begged him to stop, saying that if an apology was what Dale wanted, he would willingly offer one himself while pleading for Leonard's life. Dale finally loosened the tendrils, causing Leonard to collapse helplessly onto the ground as painful coughs escaped his mouth. Glancing back at the professor, Dale calmly told him not to worry because he had never intended to kill Leonard, then mockingly warned Leonard that next time he should come prepared if he truly intended to gamble his life on it. Hearing those words, Leonard could only grit his teeth in humiliation, consumed with frustration, yet unable to utter even a single response. Later that night, several figures walked through dimly lit streets beneath the moonlight while faint laughter echoed around them, until Leonard suddenly lashed out and drove a hard punch into the professor before loudly cursing him and demanding to know who he thought he was to speak on behalf of House Walter, all while continuing to beat him. Filled with rage, Leonard shouted that the professor had no right to behave so arrogantly and stain their family's reputation, furiously declaring that an Imperial Academy professor like him was unworthy of taking responsibility for this matter. The professor, exhausted and shaken, admitted that he had made a mistake and repeatedly begged for forgiveness. But Leonard showed no mercy as he kicked him down onto the ground and continued cursing him, calling every word coming out of his mouth complete nonsense. Elsewhere, several students sat together chatting while laughter filled the room, until Leonard suddenly grabbed his head and coldly demanded silence before ordering everyone to get out. One of the boys asked in confusion what he meant, but Leonard, now completely enraged, shouted the order again and told them to take the professor with them because he wanted to be left alone. The students quickly helped the professor up and escorted him outside, while one of them glanced back and remarked that although Leonard possessed no real power, his temper had only become worse. Another replied that things would have turned out very differently without House Walter supporting him, and the group continued discussing how Leonard had nearly been dragged away and now could not even participate in a graduation exam. As Leonard overheard every word, he frowned deeply and his trembling hand tightened, while the students continued saying that there was nothing any of them could do against House Saxon. Unable to endure the humiliation any longer, Leonard crushed the glass in his hand and angrily cursed the others. But before his rage could settle, someone suddenly entered the room and casually remarked that it was quite an interesting sight. Confused and irritated, Leonard immediately demanded to know who the intruder was, stating that no one had been given permission to enter. The man stepped forward wearing an amused smile and commented that, for the eldest son of House Walter, Leonard had displayed an especially pathetic performance. Leonard was visibly startled after recognizing Lord Crimson and cautiously questioned why he had come. Lord Crimson calmly replied that such a question was unnecessary, then remarked that the day clearly had not gone well for him. Leonard clenched his teeth and stayed silent for a moment before asking whether Lord Crimson had appeared only to mock him. Lord Crimson answered that if mockery had been his only purpose, he would have already left, explaining instead that he came because he wanted to see whether there was still any room for expectation within Leonard. Surprised by those words, Leonard watched as Lord Crimson revealed a mysterious crimson artifact radiating a red aura, then stated that, If used properly, the humiliation Leonard suffered that day could be erased with ease. The moment Leonard saw the artifact, his interest was immediately drawn to it, and he questioned why Lord Crimson would hand over something so valuable. Lord Crimson explained that it was wasteful for someone with talent to abandon everything so easily, while adding that the artifact was not something just anyone could wield. He warned that if it fell into the hands of someone unprepared, the power would burn the user before it could even be drawn out, making the artifact nothing more than a dangerous double-edged sword. Hearing that warning, Leonard grew nervous as Lord Crimson continued explaining that, if Leonard could endure its power, it would become an opportunity, but if he failed, it would only accelerate his downfall like a fleeting spark. He then directly asked Leonard what choice he intended to make. Completely consumed by ambition, Leonard immediately accepted and declared that such power had always been meant for him, insisting that he would one day stand at the very top. Lord Crimson responded with a sly smile, clearly pleased that his manipulation had worked exactly as intended. Meanwhile, inside Dale's room, Dale sat calmly on his bed while focusing on his training, surrounded by dark magical energy as he reflected on Yuri's and wondered whether he had summoned him merely to observe a group of brats. Though he quickly dismissed the thought after recalling the recent fight with Leonard and concluding that opponents like them were nothing more than a joke. Dale then realized that Yuri's was most likely pursuing something entirely different. But before he could continue thinking about it, a sudden knock sounded from the door and someone called out to him, immediately drawing his attention. The moment he recognized the familiar voice, Dale realized it was Teacher Cephia, so he opened the door and gently invited her inside. As Cephia entered the room and sat beside him, an unusual tension quietly settled between them, followed by an awkward silence, as neither seemed able to find the right words to say. After a moment, Dale finally broke the silence by sincerely thanking her for accompanying him all the way to the capital. Cephia responded with a faint smile before asking how his time at the academy had been so far. Dale answered that none of his experiences there could compare to what she had taught him. Hearing that, Cephia recalled the earlier incident and wearily admitted that she had seen the sorrow in his expression after losing those knights, then apologized to him. Dale immediately told her not to blame herself, explaining that she had protected him and insisting that the loss of the Saxon swordsman had been his own fault. Cephia firmly rejected the idea that he should carry that guilt alone, then gently reached out and held his hand, catching him slightly off guard. She reminded Dale that her promise to remain by his side had never been only about protecting him, but also because she did not want to see him burdened by sadness. Her words deeply moved Dale, and before he could respond, Cephia suddenly embraced him while quietly saying that, although she could not fully understand why someone so young carried such hollow eyes, it was all right because she would continue staying beside him. Hearing those words, Dale showed a sincere smile and thanked her before returning the embrace with genuine gratitude. A few days later, the graduation exam finally approached, and students throughout the academy began preparing intensely for it. When the day of the exam arrived, the professor calmly announced that the duel between Dale and Vowrer was about to begin. At that moment, footsteps echoed through the hallway as Leonard suddenly appeared and interrupted the exam by telling everyone to wait. His unexpected arrival immediately shocked the students, who began wondering why he had come there. The professor nervously attempted to stop him and warned that the examination had already started, adding that if Leonard caused any more trouble, even he would no longer be able to help him. Leonard completely ignored the warning and mockingly stated that a man who had spent his entire life trapped in the fourth circle had no right to lecture others about rules. The professor fell silent under the insult while Leonard turned toward Dale and declared that he had come to settle everything once and for all, forming a crimson mana chain within his hand. Consumed entirely by revenge, Leonard coldly asked whether they should begin the duel that would determine who truly deserved to be called the Empire's greatest talent. The battle between Dale and Leonard became more violent with every passing moment, as Leonard relentlessly lashed out with his crimson chains, attacking so aggressively that Dale was gradually forced backward across the battlefield. Filled with fury, Leonard suddenly lunged forward to unleash a powerful strike, but Dale narrowly avoided it in time, causing the attack to crash into the ground and violently shatter the area beneath them. Leonard's confidence rapidly swelled as he mocked Dale, convinced that the pride and composure Dale had displayed earlier had completely disappeared. From Leonard's perspective, Dale was no longer willing to confront him directly and had instead begun retreating under pressure. With growing arrogance, Leonard declared that he had finally gained control over his power and insisted that, with this overwhelming strength, he would show Dale who truly deserved to be called the Empire's greatest talent. Despite the provocation, Dale remained silent and carefully studied him, quickly realizing that Leonard was currently using overclock. Overclock was a dangerous state in which a mage forcibly accelerated the rotation of their mana circle far beyond the limit that the human body could normally withstand. To any mage, entering such a condition was no different from throwing themselves into a desperate battle with no remaining path of retreat. It was the very embodiment of a final stand. As the battle continued, Dale's attention shifted toward the ruby-adorned bracelet wrapped around Leonard's hand, noticing that the crimson artifact was unnaturally forcing magical energy out at an extreme rate. In that instant, Dale realized Leonard had most likely stolen one of House Walter's valuable artifacts solely for the sake of this duel. Regardless of Leonard's intentions, Dale understood one thing clearly. Leonard lacked the ability necessary to properly control such a dangerous object, and if the artifact spiraled beyond control, its power would eventually consume him completely. Dale drew his sword and calmly assumed a defensive stance, while Leonard continued pouring out the resentment that had been festering inside him for so long. Leonard believed that, after winning their previous confrontation, Dale had begun acting as though the entire world stood beneath him, and now, in Leonard's eyes, it was finally Dale's turn to suffer the consequences. Consumed by rage, Leonard charged forward once again and launched another attack, which Dale firmly met head-on as the clash between the two mages became increasingly destructive. A massive explosion suddenly erupted, violently shaking the entire hall and causing the surrounding area to tremble under the overwhelming magical force being unleashed. Nearby students screamed in panic as flames rapidly spread throughout the hall, and the professor immediately shouted for everyone to escape while they still could. Terrified by the chaos unfolding around them, the students desperately fled for safety. Amid the destruction and spreading flames, Dale continuously evaded Leonard's relentless attacks, while Leonard kept charging forward and mockingly shouted that Dale had already become completely helpless. Leonard furiously demanded that Dale reveal that grand world of his once again and fight using his true abilities. Dale, however, calmly answered that Leonard had misunderstood something important, explaining that someone at Leonard's current level did not even require him to manifest that world in order to fight seriously. Hearing those words, Leonard froze in confusion and stared at him in disbelief. At the same moment, Dale tightened his grip on his sword as dark mana began swirling around him, then instantly lunged forward and, with a single precise swing, cleanly severed the crimson chains Leonard had summoned. The chains surrounding Leonard shattered apart into countless fragments in an instant. Leonard remained motionless for a brief moment before collapsing onto his knees, completely unable to understand what had just happened, because to him, such a thing should have been impossible. Even then, Dale still warned him that it was not too late to stop. He urged Leonard to throw away the dangerous artifact immediately, explaining that it had already begun damaging his body and that he could no longer properly withstand its burden. Dale clearly understood that, if Leonard continued forcing himself any further, the artifact would destroy him before anything else could. Once he crossed that point, there would be no turning back. Leonard refused to accept those warnings and angrily screamed that nobody had the right to place limits on his potential. Struggling to maintain control over himself, he released a violently swirling crimson aura while summoning the chains once more, then declared that there was nothing in existence that could not eventually be reversed. Not long afterward, Leonard forced himself back to his feet and unleashed an even more overwhelming surge of crimson mana. The violent magical energy surrounding him expanded wildly as he proclaimed that this was the true extent of his power. Leonard then proudly declared himself the greatest genius of the Empire, while loud laughter echoed throughout the burning hall around him. As flames continued spreading everywhere, he excitedly announced that he had successfully reached the fourth circle. According to Leonard, this place had now become his world, and within it, he would completely crush Dale. At that moment, Dale frowned after realizing the situation had already begun slipping entirely beyond control. The mind world had started eroding reality itself, something that should never normally happen for an ordinary mage. Yet the phenomenon had manifested precisely because Leonard's talent was abnormal. Dale understood the harsh truth hidden beneath Leonard's condition. Leonard saw himself as the Empire's greatest genius and the pride of House Walter, but deep inside, he would never truly be satisfied with achieving only this much. Walter's words kept echoing through Dale's mind, reminding him that achievements alone could never satisfy the survival and expectations placed upon their house, because anyone truly considered a rising talent was expected to reveal something far beyond ordinary accomplishments. At the same time, Dale sensed Leonard's unstable emotions continuing to spill uncontrollably out of the mind world. There were cases where high-ranking mages deliberately projected their mind worlds onto others, but Leonard's situation was nothing like that of a genuine high-ranking mage. His forcibly attained fourth circle had already gone completely out of control, and the collapse of his consciousness had ultimately pushed him into a terrifying rampage. Looking at Leonard with pity, Dale concluded that he was someone completely beyond hope, then finally stated that he would show Leonard the very mind world he had been so desperate to see. Leonard looked at him in confusion, but Dale repeated himself before extending his hand, causing dark mana to spread outward as his own mind world unfolded. He then asked Leonard whether he could truly endure it, along with the anger and emptiness hidden inside. The instant that dark mana expanded, everything surrounding Leonard changed completely. His own mind world vanished as Dale's mind world swallowed the entire area, and the moment Leonard saw the horrifying scenes contained within it, fear consumed him entirely. He collapsed to the ground in terror, unable to withstand what he was witnessing, then frantically demanded to know what that dreadful place actually was and who Dale truly was. Dale slowly approached him and calmly asked what had suddenly become the problem. He reminded Leonard that there was supposedly something inside that place which Leonard had always wanted, then revealed that Leonard had envied him deeply and resented him endlessly because he desired the talent Dale possessed. Completely overwhelmed with terror, Leonard desperately begged Dale not to come any closer. An eerie expression appeared on Dale's face as he coldly asked why Leonard was trying to run away now, when this was the exact price attached to the talent he had cried out for so desperately. Dale questioned whether Leonard had ever truly been ready to pay such a price, leaving Leonard staring at him in confusion before Dale abruptly closed his mind world. The moment the horrifying vision disappeared, Leonard immediately began repeatedly apologizing for everything he had done. At that same moment, the professor and the other students finally arrived and froze in shock at the scene before them. Dale gave a faint smile and remarked that their timing was perfect, while Leonard remained kneeling on the floor, continuously apologizing. Dale calmly asked for Leonard to be transferred to the hospital immediately, and after seeing Leonard's condition, both the professor and the students were left utterly stunned. Leonard kept apologizing nonstop, looking completely mentally broken. Eventually, the mana rampage inside the academy was finally suppressed, and not long after that, Leonard Walter officially withdrew from the academy due to personal reasons. Before long, quiet rumors began circulating among the students that Leonard had suffered a complete mental collapse. Meanwhile, heavy rain poured over the Walter mansion as Leonard's father looked upon his son's condition and clenched his fist in fury, declaring that such a thing was impossible. Filled with rage, he cursed Dale Saxon of House Saxon while Leonard lay before him in exhaustion, continuously apologizing for his mistakes. Leonard's father was Flameblood Walter, an elder of the tower, a powerful six-circle mage, and the current Count Walter. At that moment, Uris entered the room and directly addressed Count Walter, stating that the Count must surely be consumed by overwhelming grief because of the situation. Startled by the sudden arrival, Count Walter looked toward him as Uris continued, saying that learning Leonard had been defeated by the young master of House Saxon, someone who had not even reached adulthood yet, must have torn apart a father's heart. Uris claimed he completely understood the resentment and indignation any father would naturally feel under such circumstances. Count Walter immediately apologized and explained that the entire incident had only happened because of Leonard's own inadequacies. He even insisted that he held absolutely no hostility toward the eldest son of House Saxon, whom he himself had invited. Uris seemed pleased after hearing those words, and Count Walter quickly tried to persuade him that the entire affair had been nothing more than a misunderstanding before asking for forgiveness. However, Uris unexpectedly stated that the situation was truly regrettable because he had actually come intending to help Count Walter take revenge. As he spoke, he presented a crimson bracelet, which appeared to be the same artifact he had previously handed to Leonard. Later, back at the academy, the students waited impatiently for their professor, who had strangely still not arrived. During the delay, they discussed Leonard, who had escaped before receiving formal punishment and had eventually withdrawn from the academy entirely, while the academy itself seemed determined to keep the whole incident hidden from the public. Meanwhile, Dale sat quietly alone inside the classroom, reflecting that Leonard had ultimately been a far more disappointing opponent than he had originally expected. He also understood that Uris would never allow the matter to end so quietly. Then, at that exact moment, someone stepped into the classroom and greeted the students. To Dale's surprise, it was Uris, who calmly announced that he was pleased to finally meet all of them. Uris explained that, for that particular day, he would personally be taking over the class in place of their usual professor. The instant Dale saw him standing there himself, he was immediately caught off guard, and deep down, he could not help wondering what kind of scheme Uris was planning this time. Uris informed the students that not long ago, something deeply unfortunate had occurred within that very place, explaining that Leonard Walter had once carried the hopes and expectations of everyone around him. Meanwhile, every student stood, trembling with their heads lowered before him. Dale listened carefully as Uris continued, revealing that he was already fully aware of the rumors spreading among the students regarding Leonard's withdrawal. Then, in a cold voice, he declared that if they allowed themselves to become shaken by worthless trash that possessed not even the slightest hint of talent, he would personally teach them how they were expected to conduct themselves in his presence from that moment forward. Those words visibly terrified everyone in the room. Afterward, Uris stated there was no need to continue discussing such insignificant insects any longer, and instead announced that the topic he intended to teach that day was history. Dale showed slight surprise and quietly wondered what exactly Uris meant by that. Uris calmly began explaining that, as everyone already knew, the Empire's Unification War had been an era in which countless deaths were committed in the name of greater justice. Among the many organizations that existed during that period, the Black and Red Towers had established an unofficial unit under the pretense of Academy investigations and post-war balance maintenance, and that organization had been called the Black Red Enforcer Unit. The moment Dale heard that name, he was immediately shocked, inwardly questioning why Yuri's was suddenly bringing up something that had long since been buried in the shadows of the war. Yuri's continued calmly, explaining that under the excuse of pursuing the truth of strength and a greater justice, the organization had become a place where prisoners of war were subjected to horrifying human experiments. Dale was left utterly stunned as Yuri's revealed that they burned living people alive while carefully recording every reaction they produced, stitched torn bodies back together before dismantling them repeatedly, and then continued conducting the exact same experiments again and again under identical conditions. On the battlefield, morality and ethics had simply become luxuries. The students were horrified to hear that such a unit had once truly existed, since none of them had ever known about it before. Watching their reactions, Yuri's remarked that such responses were rather unexpected. He stated that they were all aspiring mages of the Crimson Magic Tower, yet they were still disturbed by something as trivial as morality. Rather than feeling guilt, he told them they should instead feel pride, because according to him, it was only through the wisdom of their predecessors that they themselves were able to exist in the present day. Yet despite everything he had said, Yuri specifically pointed out that Dale's expression still looked unpleasant and uneasy. He questioned whether Dale, just like the others, was also dissatisfied by what he had heard. And at that moment, Dale slowly felt anger beginning to rise inside him. Yuri's remarked that it seemed Dale had also chosen morality over truth, then added that the Duke of Noir had been no different because he, too, had stopped pursuing truth after becoming shackled by insignificant morality. Dale already knew that story well. After the war had ended, the Empire had attempted to preserve that organization, but his father had personally disbanded the unit with his own hands, causing the Black Red Enforcer unit to gradually disappear into history. Yuri's then told Dale that he was different, claiming he had already seen the qualities of a true noir master within Dale's talent and achievements. According to him, Dale stood completely beyond comparison with the worthless trash surrounding them. He described Dale as someone possessing the talent of a devil and declared that one day he would stand at the very peak of the Noir Magic Tower. Furthermore, Yuri's claimed that Dale would eventually lead the entire Noir Magic Tower system according to his own will, leaving Dale slightly surprised after hearing those words. Yuri's continued by stating that together they could obtain ultimate power and ultimate truth, then proposed the creation of an entirely new alliance between Black and Red. At that moment, Dale fully understood Yuri's true objective. In the end, Yuri's intended to revive the Black Red Enforcer unit by making use of Dale's talent. Dale replied that he appreciated the proposal, but according to him, such matters still required proper order. He explained that his father remained far too healthy and powerful for them to already begin discussing a future that did not include him. Yuri's calmly responded that Dale had no reason to concern himself with such things. Then, with a sudden snap of his fingers, the surroundings shifted as Yuri's revealed his mind world before Dale. The moment Dale entered it, he noticed countless snowflakes drifting through the air despite the fact that it belonged to a pyromancer's mind world. However, the instant he touched one, he realized they were not snowflakes at all, but ashes. At that moment, a certain thought crossed his mind. If that was truly the case, then perhaps this was already a place he knew. Not long afterward, Dale realized there was no way he could ever forget that landscape, and as old memories resurfaced within his mind, he clenched his fist in anger. Without warning, Yuri's commented that this world was truly wondrous and magnificent, then explained that only he and Dale had been allowed to step into it, while the other students would never witness such a place for themselves. He went on to say that this world had constructed towers of steel impossible to replicate anywhere else, while gigantic steel dragons crossed the heavens and unleashed flames of magic from a domain that even he could not reach. At that moment, a deafening explosion suddenly erupted nearby, and Yuri's gestured toward the scene as he told Dale to witness the mighty empire of fire and steel, an empire that had even succeeded in bringing titans under its control. According to Yuri's, that empire embodied the ultimate power and absolute truth that mages had sought for countless years. Dale then questioned whether Yuri's had summoned an otherworldly hero in order to obtain that truth. Yuri's openly admitted that it was true, but explained that the summoned existence had ultimately become nothing more than a magnificent failure. He said the man had been fairly useful as a soldier, yet in the end he was still only a foolish warrior who could never comprehend the truth held by that great empire of fire and steel, and because of that, there had been nothing meaningful for Yuri's to gain from him. Hearing this made Dale smile inwardly with amusement, because to him the situation had turned out perfectly. Yuri's truly understood nothing at all, while Dale himself had inherited the genuine truth behind that empire of fire and steel. Yuri's then turned toward Dale and explained that this was precisely why he had brought him there. Dale asked whether Yuri's truly intended to pursue ultimate power and truth through the alliance between Black and Red. Yuri's answered that this was exactly what he desired. He then told Dale to think it over carefully and take as much time as he wished, because for him, time itself was extremely limited. After saying that, Yuri's declared that it was time for them to return. Before they departed, Yuri's remarked that Flame Blood Walter appeared to harbor deep resentment toward Dale, causing Dale to silently wonder why that was the case. Yuri's then explained that Flame Blood Walter, whose son had been killed by Dale, had once served as one of the division commanders within the Black Red Enforcer unit. In addition, His Majesty had wanted as few people as possible to learn the hidden truths behind that organization. So Yuri's laughed and told Dale not to resent him over what had happened, since he could neither defy His Majesty's orders nor involve himself directly in the affair. In the end, he clarified, everything had simply been a transaction. Yuri's explained that if Dale rejected the proposal, then even if it caused conflict with Walter, he would still retain the freedom to walk away. But if he decided to kill him instead, Yuri's assured him that he would be properly rewarded with benefits worthy of carrying out such an act. After saying that, Yuri's declared the lecture finished, and with a simple snap of his fingers, the mind world instantly vanished, returning both of them back to reality together. Not long afterward, Yuri's left while saying that he hoped they would meet again soon, adding that Dale's decision would reveal itself through his actions before long. Later that same night, within the Duke of Noir's estate on the outskirts of the imperial capital, Dale sat alone in silent meditation as dark mana revolved around him, while inside his mind lingered the vision of an enormous mountain of ashes and a city reduced entirely to ruin. Ever since Yuri's had shown him that world and spoken of the hero from another realm, those memories had refused to leave him, remaining in his thoughts like a warning. Dale understood that the instant someone stopped being useful to them, refusing obedience simply meant becoming the next sacrifice, and realizing that truth caused him to grit his teeth in anger as he swore to himself that he would never again let others use his life for their own ambitions. Without warning, a violent explosion thundered through the estate, and Dale immediately realized that they had finally come. Rising calmly while putting on his cloak, he stood confidently, just as Sephia rushed into the room in panic, running toward him while anxiously calling his name. As the blast continued raging behind him, Dale remained completely composed while Count Walter stepped out from the destruction, remarking that he had originally expected Dale to run away, yet surprisingly, he had chosen to stay instead. Walter then directly accused him of being responsible for Leonard's miserable condition before mockingly calling him the brat of House Saxon, and as a crimson aura erupted from his body, he coldly warned Dale to prepare himself for the consequences that were about to come. The instant Count Walter moved to strike, Teacher Sephia stepped in front of Dale without the slightest hesitation and shielded him immediately. The moment Walter released his mana, a massive explosion tore through the area, and once the flames slowly began to die down, Dale worried that she might have been hurt during the clash. Instead, Sephia remained completely unharmed, having avoided the attack flawlessly with her own mana, and Dale quickly called out to her in concern. Turning back toward him with a calm smile, she gently reminded him that she had already promised she would protect him no matter what happened. Count Walter commented that he had heard rumors about an elder from the Blue Tower rushing toward House Saxon, and now it seemed those rumors had been true after all. Even so, he claimed none of it mattered anymore, because with Lord Crimson's permission behind him, nobody would be capable of stopping him. As another violent wave of energy burst from him, Teacher Sephia continued intercepting and resisting his attacks, while keeping her composure completely intact. Then, without any warning, Count Walter pulled everyone into his mind world. The moment Dale looked around, he froze after seeing horrifying objects scattered across the surroundings that resembled surgical instruments. At first, he thought they were ordinary tools, but after noticing a nearby man hanging helplessly while desperately begging for death to free him from his suffering, Dale immediately understood the truth. These were not medical instruments at all, but torture devices created solely to inflict unbearable pain. Standing proudly within that world, Count Walter explained why he had earned the title Flame Blood. He described what happened when human blood reached its boiling point and revealed that countless people had been sacrificed in order to obtain what he called the ultimate formula. Through endless human experimentation using living subjects, he had constantly researched bolt magic, studying its parameters, destructive force, and effective range until he finally arrived at the answer he sought. In Walter's warped view, the speed of the world's evolution depended entirely on how much blood had been spilled, and he believed the world itself operated through the sacrifices of others, considering that principle an unavoidable law of nature. After hearing everything clearly, Sephia declared that Count Walter was nothing more than complete trash and someone utterly beyond salvation. Walter immediately denied her accusation and insisted that he was not trash at all. Releasing his aura once again, he argued that constructing the Tower of Wisdom through endless experimentation and the proving of theories represented the true mindset every mage should possess. In Walter's eyes, the weak-willed mages of the Blue Tower, who feared shedding blood, could never comprehend the thoughts, sacrifices, and resolve necessary to achieve the greater good. Cephia released a surge of icy energy and declared that he was worse than a beast itself. But before she could continue or launch her attack, Dale suddenly stepped in front of her, catching her completely off guard. She immediately ordered him to move back, yet Dale refused without hesitation. The horrific sight surrounding him had already engraved itself permanently into his memory, and after witnessing such cruelty with his own eyes, Dale knew there was no possibility of simply standing aside any longer. The hatred he carried toward the Crimson Magic Tower and the Empire rose vividly within him once again, and he swore that he would never allow human lives to be used for selfish ambitions ever again. Dale declared that Count Walter was not the only person who could not forgive the evil committed by that man. Hearing this, Walter mockingly laughed at the idea of a mere third-circle mage daring to stand before the great Flameblood. To him, Dale was nothing more than a pathetic worm trying to place himself above someone far beyond his reach, and Walter believed that the little bit of talent Dale possessed had made him arrogant. He swore that Dale would regret this decision, even after falling into hell itself. Meanwhile, as Dale cut apart the chains restraining the tortured man and freed him, Walter continued insisting that blood was the only thing in the world that truly held meaning. At the same time, Teacher Cephia unleashed her power and instantly froze the enemies charging toward them. Yet Count Walter calmly stated that such meaningless resistance could never halt the law of blood. With a casual snap of his fingers, fiery aura erupted from him, and the frozen men surrounding them exploded violently as their shattered remains were hurled directly toward Dale and Cephia. Reacting immediately, Cephia cast a spiderweb-like protective spell that blocked the deadly fragments before they could reach them. Dale then stepped forward once more, releasing his dark mana as he advanced toward Count Walter despite Cephia trying to stop him. In a calm voice, Dale told her that with a dependable teacher standing behind him to protect and support him, he no longer had anything left to fear. Without wasting another moment, Dale charged straight toward Walter. In response, Walter immediately ordered his slaves to defend him, but the instant they rushed forward to attack, Dale activated his Shadow Lurker spells and cut through every slave blocking his path before a violent explosion erupted around them. Dale kept pushing forward toward Walter, while Count Walter mockingly proclaimed that he wanted to watch Dale burn completely inside his flames before unleashing another blazing attack directly at him. At the same time, Teacher Cephia used her flare magic to protect Dale and support his advance. Suddenly, one of Walter's slaves rushed in from behind and attempted to intercept him, catching Dale by surprise, but at the very last moment, he narrowly avoided the strike before swiftly cutting the attacker cleanly in half. Even so, Count Walter sneered and called him a fool after noticing something dangerous beginning to emerge from the corpse immediately afterward. Walter confidently declared that Dale had no way of escaping the explosion that was about to occur, yet before the attack could detonate, Teacher Cephia instantly activated her quarantine spell and froze everything in its path, successfully protecting Dale once again. At that moment, Dale smiled after realizing that Cephia's support gave him the perfect opening to continue fighting. He had never expected to encounter someone capable of protecting his back so flawlessly in the middle of battle. Cephia then mocked Count Walter and declared that his attacks would no longer work against them, causing Walter to angrily curse her interference and frustration. Before he could continue speaking, however, Dale immediately launched another shadow attack straight toward him. Dale mocked Walter in return, questioning whether this truly represented the full extent of his strength, and he ridiculed the so-called ultimate formula Walter had obtained through sacrificing countless human lives. Frowning in rage, Walter furiously declared that Dale's words were ridiculous. Activating the bracelet around his wrist, he released an enormous crimson aura, while once again reminding Dale that he was nothing more than a third-circle mage. The moment Dale saw the bracelet, he was instantly reminded of Leonard because it was the exact same artifact Leonard had used before, and he immediately realized that Count Walter intended to continue fighting even if it meant burning away and destroying his own body in the process. As flames consumed his body, murderous intent shone clearly within Count Walter's eyes while he angrily declared that Dale would never leave that place alive. As Dale felt the overwhelming crimson mana erupting from Count Walter, Walter suddenly let out a scream of pain while flames consumed his entire body. Even while remaining calm, Dale realized it was already obvious that an elder of the Crimson Magic Tower possessed terrifying strength because of the artifact he carried, yet the amount of mana Walter was releasing had reached an absolutely insane level. Without wasting a second, Dale rushed forward with his sword, intending to stop him before things became even worse. But before his strike could connect, Walter calmly answered his charge with destructive spells, firing one violent attack after another. A massive explosion burst outward and forced Dale backward, while Teacher Cephia watched with clear concern as he struggled to hold his ground. Count Walter laughed loudly, his eyes shining with cruelty as he mocked Dale and urged him to keep struggling against him. Releasing his crimson energy with confidence, Walter declared that his revenge for his son had not even truly begun yet, and without hesitation, he fired another series of destructive beams directly toward Dale. Teacher Cephia reacted instantly and shielded Dale from the overwhelming attacks. The moment she realized that a six-circle mage was using overclock, her expression darkened in displeasure because she understood better than anyone how unstable and catastrophic that kind of power could become. Cephia questioned whether Walter intended to devour himself as well, but Walter harshly ordered her to stay silent and dismissed everything she said simply because she was an elf. He bitterly spoke of the disgrace brought upon his house and angrily declared that Dale had humiliated the Walter family. In Walter's eyes, the honor of House Walter had been stained beyond recovery, and because of that, he intended to burn them completely within flame blood until not even a trace remained. As he shouted those words, another violent surge of mana exploded from him before he unleashed a fierce attack and demanded that they die. Cephia immediately intercepted the flames and blocked them before warning Dale to remain cautious and alert. Even in the middle of that dangerous battle, she sharply exposed Walter's hypocrisy, reminding him that his house had once placed people onto dissection tables during wartime while calling those atrocities research and achievement. To her, a family responsible for such cruelty had no right to speak proudly about honor, and she declared that the honor Walter valued so highly was nothing more than an illusion built upon the suffering and burning lives of countless others. Walter merely answered that she could say whatever she wanted because none of it meant anything to him. Declaring that he would begin by burning away her mouth first, he unleashed another relentless barrage of attacks toward them. The shield managed to withstand the barrage, but Walter only sneered at the sight and pointed out that there was an obvious limit to how long anyone could survive by hiding behind a barrier. His slaves charged ahead without pause and relentlessly hammered the shield, while Walter mockingly asked how much longer they thought they could keep enduring this assault. Cephia remained focused on maintaining the barrier, as Dale retaliated with dark mana, triggering a violent explosion. Yet the moment he glanced back, he immediately realized the situation had turned disastrous, gritting his teeth as he admitted to himself that he could not push forward like this. No matter how closely Dale watched Walter, he could not discover a single opening that would allow a direct strike, and while his thoughts raced, he desperately searched for a way to overturn the entire battle with one decisive long-range attack. He then told Teacher Cephia to keep holding the front line while he personally dealt with Walter. Walter burst into loud laughter and mockingly asked what they believed such a weak barrier could ever protect them from before raising the surrounding heat to an even more horrifying level and declaring that this would be the end for them. He announced that he was about to unveil the ultimate technique of flame blood and burn both them and the barrier down to nothing but ashes. Moments later, Walter unleashed an enormous fireball overflowing with terrifying heat and destructive force, while Cephia desperately struggled to hold the barrier together against it. At the same time, Dale invoked the Daughter of the Black Goat and drove its power to the absolute limit as dark mana spiraled violently around his body, his sword instantly shifting into a sniper rifle while, deep within his mind, he concentrated entirely on recovering the battlefield instincts he once possessed. For Dale, a single shot was all he needed. He fired the shadow rifle shot, and the bullet tore straight through the center of the gigantic fireball before completely crushing it apart. Walter could only stand there speechless after seeing his incinerate spell overpowered and forced back in such an absurd manner, unable to accept that a mere third-circle mage had achieved something so impossible. Then, in the next instant, Walter froze in complete shock as the bullet kept advancing and pierced straight through his body, blasting a massive hole through him. He immediately dropped to his knees as blood poured endlessly from the wound, while Dale silently looked down at him from above. Walter admitted that Dale was truly skilled and acknowledged his defeat, yet even then, he warned Dale that things would not continue going his way forever. He declared that defiling the blood of House Walter would eventually demand an enormous price. Before Walter could continue speaking, Dale suddenly swung his shadow sword into Walter's knee, making him scream in agony. Dale coldly asked why he was crying out so loudly and reminded him that this was the very kind of advancement built on blood that he himself had praised earlier. Mockingly repeating Walter's own beliefs, Dale stated that the world moved forward through the sacrifices of others, and now Walter's blood was simply helping turn the wheels of history, so he should feel proud and grateful instead. Clearly enraged, Walter snapped back that if Dale truly meant to kill him, then he should stop dragging things out and do it already. Dale immediately grabbed him by the hair and refused without hesitation, declaring that he would cut away every limb one by one for each innocent person Walter had trampled beneath him, forcing him to die slowly in unbearable pain instead of granting him mercy. Dale then carried out that promise exactly as stated, cleanly severing Walter's arm while blood splashed violently across the ground, and Walter screamed endlessly from the pain. After some time, Walter's body had been completely mutilated into scattered pieces lying motionless on the ground while Teacher Cephia and Dale silently stared at the remains before them. In that moment, Dale realized that Flame Blood Walter had never been anything more than a discarded pawn abandoned by Lord Crimson, and until his final breath, Walter had failed to understand that he was only a puppet that had already been thrown away. Dale then brought up the sixth commander of the Black Red Enforcer Unit, and the moment Teacher Cephia heard that name, she was visibly shocked and immediately asked how he had learned something like that. Turning toward her, Dale explained that Marquis Uris had visited the academy earlier that day, and that he had personally heard the truth about the Black Red Enforcer Unit directly from him. According to what Dale had learned, His Majesty intended for the number of people aware of that truth to continue shrinking. Teacher Cephia quietly remarked that such a truth must have been deeply unpleasant for the Empire itself. Yet even so, she still found it hard to believe that Uris had intentionally used them to eliminate someone who knew about it. In her view, Uris was an extremely dangerous and frighteningly cunning man. Dale agreed with her assessment, sincerely thanked her for protecting him, and told her that she possessed a beautiful world. Hearing those words, Teacher Cephia gently answered him both as his teacher and as a fellow mage. From the very first moment she had looked into his inner world, Teacher Cephia had seen nothing except a faraway horizon filled with loneliness and emptiness that he alone had been forced to endure for all this time. To her, that world looked painfully similar to her own, and hearing those words left Dale slightly surprised. He then quietly realized that Teacher Cephia herself had also continued walking forward alone while carrying an overwhelming solitude entirely by herself. Moved by emotion, Dale suddenly wrapped his arms around her tightly and confessed that he truly liked her, even asking her to wait a little longer until the day he became a man worthy of standing beside her. The sudden confession clearly caught Cephia off guard, and a faint blush spread across her face. Unable to restrain himself, Dale gently kissed her on the cheek, startling her even more as her cheeks turned deeply red. Feeling visibly awkward, Cephia treated his confession as nothing more than the innocent affection of a child, but Dale had no intention of patiently waiting like that. Cephia then told him to calm down, stay quiet, and behave properly for the time being while Dale continued holding on to her and quietly remarked that her defensive range had been much wider than he originally expected. Outside the mind world, the guards remained on full alert as they anxiously waited for Master Dale to return, and tension spread visibly among the knights while they carefully monitored the situation. The head officer immediately ordered everyone to secure the surrounding area and stay prepared in case another sudden attack occurred at any moment. Within that sealed space, Walter of the Flame Blood and Cephia had already clashed and unfolded the mind world itself. A mind world created by high-ranking mages could serve as an immensely powerful barrier on its own, meaning that unless the caster personally released it, breaking through from the outside was completely impossible. Because of that, the Saxon knights who had gathered at the scene could do nothing except remain outside and hope that Dale was still safe within the barrier. Sir Bale stood together with the other knights while maintaining a strict defensive formation, and after some time, the barrier suddenly began collapsing. The knights immediately readied themselves for combat, expecting another dangerous battle to emerge the moment the space opened. Sir Bale quickly ordered everyone not to allow anyone through under any circumstances, but when the barrier finally vanished, the only people who stepped out were Dale and Cephia. Sir Bale immediately approached Dale, asked about his condition, and expressed relief that he had returned safely. Dale appeared completely unharmed, and the first thing he asked was whether the knights had managed to avoid severe damage. Sir Bale explained that several knights had been injured during the incident, though fortunately no one had died. He also admitted that he had no excuse for failing to protect Dale, since even he could never have anticipated that an elder of the Crimson Magic Tower would personally carry out such an attack. Dale calmly reflected that the Imperial Academy had invited the successor of the Noir Magic Tower, only for that very successor to become the target of an assassination attempt. That fact alone was already serious enough to shake the entire empire, so it was only natural that Bale could not have predicted something like this. As expected of an elder class mage, Walter had been incredibly dangerous. Dale understood clearly that without Cephia's help, victory would have been completely impossible. He then instructed Sir Bale that since the Saxon knights had fortunately avoided major losses, today's incident had to remain absolutely secret, declaring that he would personally deal with the matter himself later. Sir Bale questioned why such an order was necessary, and Dale sternly explained that if even the slightest information about this incident spread now, everyone connected to it would eventually become implicated. Dale ordered everyone to make certain that the incident never spread beyond this place and demanded complete silence from every witness present. He further instructed that nobody was to take any action until he personally issued further orders, firmly declaring that this command was being given under the authority of the eldest son of the Saxon family. Sir Bale appeared visibly tense after hearing those words, yet the knights ultimately accepted the order without objection. After that, Dale turned and walked away, while Sir Bale instructed the knights to thoroughly inspect the surrounding area and confirm whether any witnesses might still be nearby. As he stood there, Dale quietly recalled the scenery of Earth that Marquis Uris had once shown him long ago. A mind world reflected the scenery and imagery hidden deep within a mage's heart. Yet Dale could not understand why that exact scenery had somehow appeared inside Lord Crimson's mind world. At that moment, a sudden thought crossed his mind, leaving him visibly stunned as he wondered whether Yuri's already knew his true identity. However, he immediately denied the possibility. If Yuri's truly knew who he was, then things would never have ended at merely this level. Dale remembered far too clearly how Lord Crimson had treated him in his previous life, and there was no chance that attitude would suddenly change simply because he had become the eldest son of the Saxon family, which meant Yuri's genuinely did not know his real identity. For some unknown reason, he truly desired the Black Prince instead. Yet that realization only created another problem in Dale's mind, because he could not understand what Yuri's real objective actually was. Nor could he understand what the Marquis hoped to gain from creating a new connection between Black and Red. Those thoughts continued weighing heavily on him as he deeply considered the matter, visibly exhausted, fully aware that this was not something he should be focusing on right now. Yet he had no other choice left. More than anything else, he needed to escape the Imperial capital as quickly as possible, because his unintended role as an academy student had effectively come to an end there. The following day, inside Duke Saxon's castle, the Duke was occupied with work in his office when a sudden knock sounded at the door. A knight entered and reported that a visitor had arrived requesting an audience with the Duke of Noir. The Duke asked for the visitor's identity, and after hearing that it was Ray Yuri's, he remained silent for a brief moment before ordering that the visitor be allowed inside. Ray Yuri's soon entered the room and stood before the Duke of Noir. The boy before him was the successor of the Crimson Magic Tower, and also the adopted son of Marquis Yuri's, Lord Crimson. Lord Crimson had once gathered countless children gifted with magical talent and forced them into a savage survival trial where they were made to kill one another until only a single survivor remained. And out of all those children, Ray Yuri's became the sole legitimate survivor of that nightmare. To the public, Ray was known only as the Marquis' son. Yet behind that identity, he moved through the shadows carrying out Lord Crimson's will. Because in reality, he was nothing more than a child Lord Crimson had taken in for a hidden purpose that only a handful of people understood, one of them being the Duke of Noir. Ray respectfully greeted the Duke, and, after receiving permission to speak, explained that both his father and the Emperor desired the same outcome that the Duke himself sought, but the Duke immediately cut him off with a cold demand for him to stop speaking vaguely and get directly to the point. Without wasting another moment, Ray presented a letter and explained that it contained the names of the hardliners within the Noir Magic Tower who had been secretly cooperating with the Crimson Magic Tower. Hearing that, the Duke asked what Ray wanted in exchange, and Ray answered without hesitation that he wanted control of the demon unit known as the Black Red Enforcer Unit. He then explained that His Majesty the Emperor wished for every action committed by the Black Red Enforcer Unit during the war to vanish completely from history, while the Duke listened in silence as Ray continued, revealing that several division commanders from that very unit were currently among the hardliners inside the Noir Magic Tower, and that there was already more than enough justification to eliminate them. The Duke calmly accepted the list, and Ray remarked that he was pleased the Duke had agreed so quickly, while the Duke silently thought to himself that the hardliners who had joined forces with the Crimson Magic Tower against the current system were people who deserved death regardless. The only difference now being that the targets who needed to die had become far more clearly defined. Later, the knight dragged several captives forward, including a woman who was shoved on the ground before the Duke, where she desperately begged for mercy, repeatedly pleading and asking what crime she had committed, insisting that even if she had made some mistake, she sincerely begged to be forgiven. The Duke coldly asked whether she was truly begging him for mercy, and the woman frantically answered yes, pleading with him to spare her life just this once while promising that if he allowed her to live, she would devote herself entirely to him with absolute loyalty and obedience forever. But at that moment, the Duke quietly asked whether she remembered what she had done to his son. The woman trembled in shock for a moment, but once she realized that no mercy remained for her, her entire demeanor changed, and instead of continuing to beg, she burst into laughter, admitting that she had been a complete fool for ever believing the Duke would spare her life. She then declared that no hypocrite in existence was more disgusting than the Duke of Noir himself, directly calling him the 2nd Division Commander of the Black Red Enforcer Unit, while describing how countless prisoners had been sacrificed for his experiments, and how unimaginable amounts of blood had been spilled in order to open the gate. According to her, the true monster had always been the Duke, and she insisted that there was no possible way for him to escape the sins of his own past. She even claimed that once his son eventually learned the truth about who his father really was, he would never again be able to look at him with the same pride. The moment those words reached him, the Duke erupted in fury and instantly activated his spell as dark mana completely engulfed his body, summoning the Grim Reaper, while an overwhelming killing intent spread across the entire area. As the Grim Reaper charged toward her, the woman screamed back at him in rage, declaring that the mask he constantly wore always shattered whenever the subject of his son was brought up. She laughed mockingly and shouted that no matter how desperately he tried to conceal the truth, he was still the real monster. a monster so horrifying that insignificant people like them could never even dream of imitating him. And she continued screaming that one day his son would uncover every secret he had hidden. In the very next instant, the Duke cut straight through the center of her body, splitting her apart as the two has collapsed onto the ground, while the people beside her fell over in sheer terror. After that, the Duke coldly ordered the execution of every person present, because he had already decided that he would never allow Dale to witness such darkness. A short time later, Dale finally returned to Saxon Castle, and the instant he stepped inside, a familiar sense of comfort washed over him. He had truly missed this place, and even the air somehow felt refreshing, making him realize once again that, to him, there was no place better than home. Not long afterward, someone called out to him, and when Dale turned around, he saw Charlotte. He calmly asked whether her sword training had been going well lately, and Charlotte softly replied that everything had been progressing smoothly enough, while also encouraging him to keep his confidence and continue moving forward with hope. As Dale looked at her with a gentle smile, Charlotte's emotions became strangely mixed, causing her to grow nervous as a faint blush gradually spread across her face. Feeling irritated by her own reaction, she demanded to know why he was smiling at her like that, but Dale casually answered that he was simply happy to see her again after being apart for some time. Those words immediately made Charlotte feel shy and flustered, and she quickly turned away before starting to walk off. Completely unaware of what she was feeling, Dale innocently asked whether something had happened to her, and even wondered if she had bitten her tongue by accident, prompting Charlotte to hurriedly reply, clearly irritated, that it was nothing important at all. Dale merely nodded and said he was relieved to hear that she was fine, while Charlotte quietly muttered that he was a complete dummy for understanding absolutely nothing, though Dale himself remained entirely clueless about why she had suddenly called him that. In reality, the feelings the young girl held for the boy she liked were slowly growing stronger with every passing day. Meanwhile, training at the grounds continued intensely as the instructor carefully taught the students the proper methods for wielding and using a sword. Dale entered the area to personally observe their progress and asked whether everything had been developing smoothly. The teacher warmly welcomed Dale back and explained that the students possessed far more talent than anyone had initially expected, with their swordsmanship improving at an astonishing pace. And according to him, much of that growth was thanks to Dale himself. The 100 or so mercenaries who had once served under Jonas as their captain had now completely settled within the dukedom, and the loyalty they shared after enduring both hardship and joy together from the very bottom resembled true camaraderie rather than a mere contractual bond. Now that they finally had a place they could call home inside the dukedom, they devoted themselves entirely to training alongside the knights day and night without rest. Jonas soon gathered all the men who had been training and ordered everyone to assemble, causing the mercenaries to immediately form lines and respectfully greet Dale as the young master. However, Dale calmly told them to stop addressing him that way and instead call him their commander from now on, and Jonas let out a small laugh before readily agreeing without the slightest hesitation. One of the mercenaries admitted that none of them had ever imagined that wandering men like themselves would one day end up serving the young master of House Saxon as their commander, then firmly declared that every one of them would continue giving their all in order to meet Dale's expectations. Dale appreciated their resolve and cheerfully announced that Jonas would officially become the division captain moving forward. He even asked whether anyone had objections to that decision, but Jonas confidently answered that nobody there would dare oppose in the first place. Dale then asked whether everyone had been training seriously as instructed, and the trainees enthusiastically replied that they had been training so intensely every single day that they nearly felt like dying, while proudly reporting that the overall strength and organization of the division had improved significantly during that time. Hearing that, Dale praised their efforts before remarking that since they had already pushed themselves this far, perhaps it was finally time for them to experience real combat. The mercenaries instantly reacted with excitement, declaring that they had been craving an actual fight for a long time and confidently telling Dale to leave everything to them. Dale then revealed that he had been considering the creation of an entirely new business soon, which immediately startled the men as they wondered what he meant. He explained that a 100-man heavy infantry division was only the beginning, because in the future, an armed organization responsible for combat intelligence and overall military operations would eventually be established, growing into a war proxy corporation that would one day be reborn as the greatest private military company across the entire continent. However, everyone present became confused after hearing the unfamiliar word corporation and began wondering what it meant. While even Jonas honestly admitted that it was the first time he had ever heard such a strange term, Dale simply brushed their confusion aside and casually told them not to worry about it before turning to leave the area. At the same time, he inwardly thought that perhaps they should have simply accepted his explanation naturally, though in the end he decided it did not really matter whether they fully understood his vision or not, because they were the kind of people who would faithfully follow whatever path he chose anyway. As Dale walked away, he quietly began thinking about possible names for the division. Names like Black Shield, Black Iron, and even shadow passed through Dale's mind one after another as he considered possible titles for the division. At that moment, Ray suddenly appeared behind him without a sound and called out to him. Dale turned toward him, and Ray remarked that he had returned from the Imperial capital much earlier than expected. After observing him carefully, Dale calmly asked who he was, prompting Ray to introduce himself as the eldest son of Marquis Uris. Hearing that immediately startled Dale, and he quickly realized that this was Ray, the adopted son of Lord Crimson, Marquis Uris, as well as the successor to the master of the Crimson Magic Tower. Marquis Uris himself had never married, though Dale had heard rumors before about a son who shared no blood relation with him. Dale greeted him politely and asked whether Ray had come there for some specific reason. Addressing him respectfully as the young master of Saxon, Ray requested a lesson from the genius who had been praised as the Empire's greatest prodigy. Dale frowned slightly and asked whether Ray was proposing a magic duel between them, because at first glance, it seemed to him like nothing more than a childish contest. However, Ray coldly questioned whether Dale truly believed that was all it was. Immediately after saying that, Ray revealed part of his crimson power directly before Dale's eyes. Dale instantly realized that Ray had already reached the second circle as intense heat spread through the surroundings alongside a magma-like glow. The red mana flowing from him possessed an overwhelming purity that resembled the flames of hell itself, and Dale reflected that the amount of mana Ray emitted was something an ordinary second circle mage should never have been capable of producing. Ray then calmly asked whether Dale truly believed he would be fine without using his artifact, the Shadow Cloak, causing Dale to become slightly surprised that Ray even knew the exact name of his black artifact. Ray explained that he also possessed a humble artifact of his own. Afterward, Ray suddenly asked Dale whether he had ever eaten a friend before, because he himself had done exactly that. His expression became unsettling as memories from the past resurfaced in his mind, and he explained that there had once been a time when he was unbearably hungry with absolutely nothing available to eat. At first, he survived by consuming rats and insects, but those were never enough to keep him alive for long. Eventually, he had been forced to eat human flesh, blood, bones, and internal organs as well. And in the end, he even devoured the marrow inside the bones, the brain, and the cerebral fluid within the skull because he could no longer endure his hunger any longer. Once the horrifying truth came to light, Ray bared his devilish fangs and, with complete calmness, remarked that humans really were delicious and full of nutrition after all. He possessed a biofusion artifact that had fused him with the jawbone of a dragon, granting him monstrous traits along with terrifying power. The moment Dale recognized that artifact, he immediately understood it was the worst kind imaginable, a cursed object capable of bestowing overwhelming strength while permanently transforming its owner beyond recovery. Even so, he quickly realized that the grimoire embedded within his own heart was fundamentally no different, and with that understanding settling in, Dale gave a faint smile as he finally accepted that Ray truly was Lord Crimson's monster. Seeing that reaction, Ray questioned what Dale found so amusing, but Dale answered calmly that it was nothing worth mentioning. As dark mana erupted from him, he explained that he had simply come to realize that, in certain ways, the two of them were actually quite alike. Ray calmly asked Dale whether he truly felt no fear toward him, wanting to understand that reaction, but Dale answered in a cold and emotionless tone that after witnessing countless things and watching so many beings become monsters, fear like that no longer meant anything to him. Ray remained composed after hearing those words and showed no sign of surprise. A moment later, both of them suddenly froze after sensing a strange and unfamiliar energy drawing near. Duke arrived and interrupted the conversation, immediately questioning what Dale was doing there. Dale instantly noticed his father, while Ray also turned toward him, causing the discussion between them to end at once. In a calm voice, Ray explained that he had merely been speaking with his son about who would eventually inherit the Noir Tower. The Duke responded that it was already late and that both of them should return immediately. Ray accepted those words without resistance and prepared to leave, though before departing, he expressed hope that they would have a much longer conversation someday, and even suggested that the two of them might become good friends in the future. Despite that, the moment Ray walked away, Dale had already decided in his heart that Ray would be treated as an enemy. Later that same night, the Duke went to see Liz Rand, who immediately crawled into his arms the instant she saw him. Liz Rand's mother mentioned that the child had spent the entire day asking for a father, and the Duke thanked Elena for all her effort and care. Elena smiled softly and asked what had gotten into him, noticing that he seemed unusually emotional, but the Duke replied that he simply felt relieved because he had finally returned home. Some time later, after Liz Rand had fallen asleep, the Duke stepped onto the balcony to take in some fresh air. Not long afterward, Elena joined him there and asked why he was standing alone again. The Duke answered that it was nothing important and that there were simply a few matters he needed to take care of. Elena told him there was no need to explain difficult things to her, because no matter what path he chose, she would always remain by his side. She continued by saying that he had guided Dale well all this time, and that she completely believed in him. Hearing that, the Duke gently embraced Elena and quietly said that as long as she stayed beside him, he would never lose his way. Meanwhile, in Necropolis, within the upper floors of the Noir Magic Tower, Edgar, the High Elder of the Noir Magic Tower, and a seventh circle dark mage, waited for the Duke's arrival. And when the Duke finally appeared, Edgar addressed him by his former name, Alan. The Duke acknowledged Edgar as well, remarking that it had been a very long time since their last meeting. Alan immediately questioned why Edgar had betrayed him and demanded to know his reason. Edgar answered that Alan had changed and grown weak, claiming he had forgotten the true spirit of the Noir Magic Tower. According to Edgar, Alan had allowed himself to become shackled by meaningless ideas like morality and had refused to become a genuine monster in pursuit of truth. He continued by bringing up the old experiment involving the Backred Enforcer unit, insisting that the experiment could have succeeded and, in a sense, already had succeeded. Edgar then questioned whether Alan had truly reached the truth hidden beyond Death's Veil, and asked why he had returned empty-handed after abandoning his pursuit of the Ninth Circle. Alan asked if that was truly the reason Edgar chose to betray an old friend, but Edgar replied that Alan was once again displaying the same weakness of thought. Gesturing toward the current state of the Noir Magic Tower, he described it as a place filled with cowards terrified of spilling blood, declaring that the tower's true spirit had completely vanished. Alan stated that he did not want to kill Edgar, yet Edgar confidently answered that Alan would ultimately do exactly that. He recalled the days when Alan had stood as a seventh circle mage just beneath the pinnacle, calling him a genuine monster during that era. Edgar admitted that he wanted that former monster to return once more, but Alan answered that he had not become weak and had simply made a different choice. Edgar then pushed further, suggesting that perhaps the grief of losing his family would be enough to awaken that monster again. Alan visibly reacted to those words and firmly declared that he would never allow something like that to happen. Edgar, however, insisted it was inevitable and calmly added that, by now, they should already have reached Alan's castle. At that same moment inside the castle, warning bells began to ring, announcing the start of an enemy assault. People gathered outside while preparing themselves, determined to burn away what they viewed as the weakness of the Noir Magic Tower's masters and revive the so-called Monster of Truth. Their leader ordered the men not to hesitate, proclaiming that this was the moment for the Noir Magic Tower to confront its truth and finally be set free. Back at the tower, Edgar told Alan that he had probably touched a sensitive nerve. He stated that although Alan had already become an 8th Circle Dark Mage, the situation unfolding now should still be enough to keep him occupied for a while. Edgar then casually remarked that the two of them could even sit down for tea as they waited to hear news of Alan Household's destruction. Alan flatly rejected that outcome and declared that it would never happen. He then questioned whether Edgar truly believed he could be restrained there, and, as his dark power surged violently, feathers began to emerge around him. With absolute certainty in his voice, Alan warned Edgar that he would make him pay for everything that had been done. The castle was already under siege, with enemy troops breaking through the outer defenses and forcing their way across the grounds while explosions ripped through the exterior walls, filling the entire castle with smoke and fire. Warning alarms rang throughout the structure as soldiers shouted that the enemy had launched a coordinated assault from every direction at once. Stepping forward to face the invading force himself, the light swordsman Helmet's expression turned grim as he demanded to know how they dared launch such an attack. With a single powerful blow, he sent numerous enemies flying, and a massive explosion erupted immediately afterward. When the smoke finally cleared, Helmet was still standing firmly in a defensive stance, causing the enemy leader to instantly recognize who he was. Furious, Helmet shouted that they dared wield Saxon's sword without hesitation while disgracing the honor of the Night Crow. Grinding his teeth in anger, he cursed them and once again demanded how they dared attack the castle. His rage continued to rise as he swore to rip apart their flesh and crush their bones. Dark energy spreading from his body while mana surged around him, and his transformation began. In that moment, he combined the rampaging body with the black armor and activated the avatar. His power increased dramatically, a terrifying dark aura pouring from him as murderous intent flashed within his eyes. Without wasting a second, he charged forward and declared that even death itself would not forgive their stupidity. Striking again, he vowed to tear every bone from their bodies, and the advancing enemies were split in half by a single slash. Watching the slaughter unfold, the enemy leader frowned as he identified Helmet as the mad dog of the Duke of Noir. Following orders, the Dark Knights immediately rushed forward together with the goal of immobilizing Helmet's legs first, but Helmet remained calm, holding his ground as he confronted the assault directly. Moments later, a tremendous explosion detonated and shook the entire area. Meanwhile, using the chaos as cover, the three elder mages secretly moved ahead and infiltrated the main building. Smashing through a window, they entered the hall and sent shattered glass flying in every direction. Their leader commented that the infiltration had succeeded, then turned to the others and instructed them to find the Duchess and the young lady first and eliminate them. Before they could move any farther, Eris suddenly appeared and blocked their path, declaring that they would not take another step. The mages immediately recognized her as the proxy of Noir. Eris, the chief secretary of the Noir Magic Tower, and a figure famous throughout the nation as the proxy of Noir, coldly ridiculed the invading mages as fools for daring to stand against the Tower Master. The enemy mages fired back by asking how Eris could speak that way after seeing the Magic Tower's decline with her own eyes. They argued that she had been softened by the warmth of family, causing her to forget the true spirit of the Noir Magic Tower. According to them, the Tower Master had become weak, and the tower itself was steadily falling into decay. Eris dismissed their accusations with a scoff, mocking them as nothing more than 6 circle elders who dared judge the Tower Master's worth. She stated that even if a wolf disguised itself in sheep's clothing, its heart would never become that of a sheep. Hearing that, one of the mages frowned, unable to understand what she meant. Eris immediately followed up by explaining that a demon's wings could never turn into an angel's feathers, no matter how carefully it concealed itself behind an angel's mask, completely shutting down their argument before they could answer. Without giving them another chance to speak, she raised her arm and cast the high-tier spell Annihilation Event Horizon. Dark stars instantly appeared around her, and the enemy mages immediately recognized the technique as the Stars of Death. The realization struck them at once. Eris had already reached the 7th circle as a dark mage. Staring in disbelief, they wondered aloud if she was the Princess of Darkness. The moment that title was spoken, Eris visibly flinched in annoyance. Without the slightest hesitation, she launched the dark stars at her opponents. The enemy mages froze where they stood, terrified as they watched the attack rush toward them. A moment later, the stars collided with their targets, and Eris coldly declared that they would be swallowed by darkness as dark mana engulfed them completely. Their agonized screams echoed throughout the hall. When the darkness finally dispersed, Eris looked noticeably embarrassed, as she genuinely disliked being called by that title. At the same time, Cephia stepped forward to stop another advancing force, raising the blue dissonance shield and blocking the incoming barrage of mage attacks. The enemy's relentless assault was effortlessly halted by the icy barrier, while the opposing mage continuously shouted curses and swore that he would kill her. Cephia simply smiled and calmly remarked that a mage should remain composed, admitting that she truly could not understand why he was becoming so emotional. Her response only fueled his anger further. He shouted that Cephia was standing in the way of the Noir Magic Tower's revival, and that he would never forgive anyone who obstructed it. Continuing his fierce assault, he vowed to torment her again and again until she begged for death to end her suffering. Meanwhile, deep within the castle's corridors, Dale hurried through the hallways, anxiously searching for his mother and his sister, Lisa. As he continued his search, he noticed someone standing ahead. The moment he saw the figure, Dale immediately recognized who it was and came to a halt. Dale immediately questioned whether Ray had come to stand in his way. Ray responded by asking why he would do that and reminded Dale that they were friends. The answer left Dale visibly stunned. Ray then explained that the elders of the Magic Tower had split into multiple groups in order to infiltrate the castle. He went on to reveal that dealing with the main attacking force was Sir Helmut's responsibility, but there was a strong possibility that 3 or 4 elders had already made their way into the upper floors. Before Dale could say anything, Ray offered to handle them on his behalf as a friend. Dale remained silent and studied him carefully. As he watched, he realized that even when speaking about friendship, Ray was still remarkably calculating and precise. After a short pause, Dale thanked him and began walking away. He admitted that he did not know exactly how Ray planned to deal with the elders, but he would continue forward because there were things he absolutely needed to protect. Slightly turning his head toward him, Ray casually remarked that they were friends, after all. Dale did not respond, paying no attention to the comment, as he immediately left. Not long afterward, Ray encountered the 3 infiltrators. Casually observing them, he remarked that they had arrived exactly on time. The mages stopped in shock as an eerie and unsettling smile spread across Ray's face. He commented that tonight's menu was unusually abundant before calmly telling the figures before him not to run, because it would all be over soon. Meanwhile, in a private chamber, Lord Crimson sat comfortably with a glass of deep red wine in hand. A woman stepped forward and asked about Ray, wondering how he was doing. Yuri's replied that they would simply have to wait and see, affectionately addressing her as his lovely sister. Lady Scarlet admitted that she was concerned because her brothers had placed extremely high expectations on Ray. Yuri's reassured her that there was nothing to worry about, insisting that Ray would perform well no matter the situation. Yuri's then proposed a toast. The two lifted their glasses, clinked them together, and took a drink. As Scarlet admired the wine, Yuri's remarked that he was pleased she enjoyed it. He then told her that she already seemed to understand that Ray was not simply an adopted son, but a young blood. Meanwhile, Ray had already eliminated 2 of the 3 infiltrators. The sole surviving mage stood in despair, struggling to catch his breath as he declared that it was impossible. Unable to comprehend how someone believed to be a mere second circle mage could oppose a sixth circle mage, he demanded to know Ray's true identity. Ray calmly answered that it did indeed seem impossible, but bloodlines never lied. The statement left the man completely stunned, and he began stammering as the realization of Ray's true identity appeared to dawn on him. However, before he could finish speaking, Ray suddenly surged forward and ripped open his neck with his grotesque teeth, sending blood spraying in every direction. The mage let out a terrified scream, but the opportunity to escape had already passed. Holding the lifeless body in his grasp, Ray consumed the man's mana while blood slowly dripped from a corpse. He remarked that the nourishment of a sixth circle mage was truly satisfying. Afterward, he wiped the blood from his mouth and firmly declared that the hunt would continue, because he could not allow himself to disappoint his father. Meanwhile, the fighting outside the castle raged on without pause, while Sir Bale stood outside the young lady's room alongside several knights, maintaining a careful guard over the entrance. When he noticed Dale approaching, Bale looked surprised, and Dale immediately asked what the situation was inside. Sir Bale told the young master not to be concerned, explaining that the grave guards, the elite personal guards, were holding the front line. He added that even an elder capable of manifesting a mind world would find it extremely difficult to break through their defenses. He then informed Dale that the young lady was badly frightened. Without hesitation, Dale opened the door and stepped into the room, calling for his mother and sister. The instant Lisa saw him, she rushed forward through tears and wrapped her arms tightly around her brother, telling him how terrified she had been. Dale gently soothed her fears and assured her there was nothing to be afraid of, promising that he would never let anything happen to her and that he would always protect her. Afterward, he turned to his mother and offered the same reassurance, gently telling her not to worry because he would never allow either of them to come to harm. Once he had comforted them, Dale faced Bale again and asked about the battle outside the castle. Sir Bale explained that Sir Helmet was currently keeping the enemy's main force occupied, while the infiltration squad that had reached the upper levels was being stopped by the castle's high-ranking mages. He went on to explain that the grave guards were knights who had taken a vow of silence and dedicated their lives to serving as the shadows of House Saxon. They were masters of the Mind Sword who had attained the rank of Aura Masters, and according to Sir Bale, they were fully capable of defending the castle. Even after hearing that, Dale had no intention of remaining behind while others protected him, because there was a place he needed to go. Turning toward the door, he informed Sir Bale that the safety of his mother and sister was now in his hands. Sir Bale calmly accepted the responsibility. As Dale prepared to leave, his mother tried to stop him, but he reassured her that no one would be permitted to enter their room. With those words, he quickly departed to carry out his task. His heart burned with the desire to take revenge on whoever had dared attack his family, and he was determined to make them pay a heavy price. Meanwhile, in one of the castle hallways, Bellic, the Black-Red Enforcer Unit Division Commander and a Sixth Circle Dark Mage, had already eliminated the knights in his path with dark mana, and was advancing forward when he came face to face with Dale. Looking at him, Bellic addressed him as the Black Prince, while Dale remained where he was, visibly irritated, his fists tightly clenched with anger. Bellic remarked that Dale had walked straight into their trap, and that hunts rarely became this easy. Dale frowned and replied that Bellic clearly failed to understand the situation he was actually in. He then asked whether the title of successor to the Noir Magic Tower Master seemed like a joke to him. Bellic responded with a faint smile, saying that he did not think so at all. He simply wanted to know one thing, whether that title belonged to the hunter or the prey. Keeping his gaze fixed on Dale, he continued taunting him and remarked that he should not hold back, otherwise he might end up disappointed. Dale answered coldly that Bellic should not expect a peaceful death, because he intended to show him what true living hell looked like. Bellic only laughed, finding the statement amusing, and commented that it made him anticipate the battle even more. The next moment, Bellic raised a hand, and dark mana burst outward, swallowing the surroundings as he unfolded his mind world. Dale, however, did not move from where he stood. As the dark haze settled, a horrifying scene revealed itself before him. A world filled with people crying out in agony and screaming that their feet were rotting away. Among them was a pregnant woman, desperately begging others to save her baby. Bellic calmly explained that it had been an experiment he carried out to better understand maternal love. He pointed toward a man who had been powerless to save his family while his own body slowly decayed. The pregnant woman, however, had reacted differently. In order to protect her child, she had cut off her own leg without the slightest hesitation. As the blades severed it, blood sprayed violently in every direction. Dale stood motionless, staring at the horrifying sight unfolding before him. Bellic continued, remarking that a mother's love was truly remarkable. According to him, they had watched and studied it day and night, carefully observing how much suffering a mother could endure. After that, they researched methods of turning that very concept of maternal love into a weapon. The moment Dale heard those words, rage surged through him, and he immediately unleashed his dark power. Bellic remained completely composed and remarked that the Black Prince's cruelty and infamous reputation were clearly more than mere rumors. His gaze then shifted to the dark artifact in Dale's possession, the Shadow Cloak. He admitted that he had never expected Dale to evolve the artifact to the point where it could summon a Shadow Lurker. Bellic explained that he had already known from the tower test that Dale possessed exceptional talent, but seeing this with his own eyes made him truly understand why Dale had earned the title of the Black Prince. Even so, he mockingly stated that he would still have to kill him, and that Dale should blame the Tower Master's weakness for whatever happened next. Dale immediately launched an attack with the intent to kill. For a brief instant, it appeared to have connected perfectly, even severing Bellic's head. Yet the strike accomplished nothing. Bellic mocked him, saying the attack was useless, and that such a level of darkness was insufficient to leave even the slightest scratch on him. In response, Dale unleashed the Rith form and attacked again. However, Bellic effortlessly evaded the strike and advanced directly toward Dale with the intention of ending his life. Dark energy gathered in Bellic's hand as he mockingly remarked that he had only wanted to see how long the so-called successor could survive, but it seemed this was where it ended and where Dale would die. As he lunged forward at high speed, something suddenly drew his attention the moment he closed the distance. Standing behind Dale was a mysterious girl wearing a malicious smile. The sight shocked Bellic so completely that he immediately retreated several steps. Clearly unsettled, he stared at her in fear and wondered what exactly that thing was. The girl remarked that Dale had finally chosen to call for her himself, and that she had been waiting for such a moment for a very long time. Dale frowned and told her that she was allowed to play today. He then ordered her to capture Bellic for him. A grin spread across the girl's face, and in the next instant her body transformed. Dark tendrils erupted outward as a tremendous wave of dark mana burst from her, while an ominous aura enveloped her entire form. A sinister smile remained on her face, her eyes gleaming with menace as she stood at the center of the darkness. Behind her, countless black tendrils twisted, coiled, and writhed without end, creating a deeply unsettling spectacle.